What's going on, guys? We are here. Welcome to Freestyle Friday. It actually is not Friday, but of course it is Freestyle Chess, Freestyle Paris here. And we are excited to see everyone play, guys. This is Freestyle Chess. So I'm excited. FIDE Master James KG3 here with International Master Alex Ostrovsky. Alex, how are you, man? We are here today. What's up, chat? Alex, how are you, man?
I'm good, James. Good. Thank you for that wonderful intro. We in here, as I know you love to say, and we got a lot of exciting chess. 6 rounds. We're going to be watching Hikaru, Magnus, all the best players in the world. And already before the start of the event, we already got a little bit of news, a little bit of maybe some drama going on. Isn't that right?
Drama. Nice. Yeah. In fact, I was gonna say, oh, really? We have some drama, but I was gonna play along, but then you gave it up already. So yes, we do have some drama, of course. Guys, what do you think that is, chat? We have some drama. Everyone loves the drama here. So we do have some drama. I'm excited to see kind of what it is. I actually haven't watched it myself, so I'm excited to see it. What is it here? What do we have, Alex?
Well, I think we're going to be getting into it with a little video for our viewers, for our chat, just to get up to speed. Maybe drama is too strong of a word, but we have some very surprising news. Obviously, we have some of the greatest players in the world in this event. And, you know, as I read just a moment ago, half the battle is showing up. And it turns out that out of these 12 players, not all of these guys who were originally slated to play are here. So we're going to try to find out what's going on. Why do we have some missing players? Why were players getting replaced? And yeah, you know, that's going to give us a little bit something to talk about right before we jump into all the action.
As they are analyzing, just kind of waiting, guys. We're gonna have something for you guys to see and talk about some drama here. So I'm excited to see. Let me see what chat's saying.
So I texted him, and this is only day before yesterday. So I texted him Friday evening at 7. I said, Hans, we're already here. Are you here as well? And he read the WhatsApp message, you know, because of the 2 blue markers, but he didn't answer. Okay, so I'm like, okay. So then we were yesterday. I came here to the venue, and I'm really impressed again what Thorsten and his team has done. So I said I did a video outside and a video inside of all them, and I sent it to Hans basically to just remind him kind of, I'm here. Yeah. Remember, we have an appointment this afternoon, and so I sent the videos to him. Didn't read it, not only one, so obviously phone was off or whatever. So I called him on WhatsApp. It rang through, nothing. Okay. Then I called him on his like regular phone, voicemail. Didn't leave a voicemail. Around 7 o'clock in the evening, Sebastian came to me. Look, it's like, what? We have a big problem. We have a big problem. I said, what's the problem? He said, look at this. And he showed me the message is like, Hans sent him an email, and he said something like, due to a personal situation out of my control, I cannot participate, and you know. So obviously he's not coming. I wrote him an email on my phone with 3 words: call me now. Yeah. Because obviously he didn't respond to nothing happened. So we were like, okay, so it's 1 day before media day. We can't care about the reasons or whatever happened to Hans. We don't care. We have to focus on our tournament. We need a 12th player. For me, it doesn't really matter. Whatever the point is, like if he's in a North Korean prison camp or whatever, you know, I don't know. But it's like he could have just called me, said, Jan, I can't, whatever. It's like it makes more sense than not taking my calls, not taking our appointment, not getting to me at all.
I did read in a TV2 article coming out yesterday after the news broke about Hans that there had been some messages where you had informed Hans about some new security measures, which I believe will be, I'll ask about that later as well, the security measures here. And then shortly after that, the message comes that he is out.
Yeah.
Is that true?
I don't know exactly the timing. The only thing I can say is that, yes, we have very strict security measures. And I even talked to Hans about that like earlier, much earlier. Because I said, you know, when you are participating, you know, in your own interest, I said, because you want to clear your name, you want to speak chess for yourself, you want to get rid of all the rumors about cheating and so on. So it's in your own interest and to everybody else that we are having the strongest security measures that we can ever have. So I informed him, but that was not like, that was longer ago, but I was not specific in what we are doing, of course. And then there was, and I don't know exactly what's in there, we have to look it up. There was a technical meeting document, which is like 40 pages long. And I think that also covered security measures, what we are doing. And I think that had been sent out a few days before or whatever. But you know, I don't know, and I really don't want to speculate, because I'm always still waiting for Hans to give a real explanation and not about this vague kind of uncontrollable whatever thing.
There we have it. We have a statement, as you guys just heard. That was, of course, Jan-Henrik Butner, the organizer, the visionary, one of the visionaries behind the freestyle chess. And yeah, James, I don't know about you, but I was looking forward, and I think a lot of people were looking forward to the participation of Hans in the tournament. You know, he's been talking a lot of big games, letting the chess speak for itself. But unfortunately, as we heard, he will not be playing in the tournament after a last-minute withdrawal as it stands currently due to personal reasons. And there we have it. That is the current update on the situation. He has been replaced by Nordrbek Abdusatorov, of course, a tremendous player in his own right. And that's how it currently is, as we are about to get into the action soon. We have Hikaru, of course, playing against Jan Nepo, the world co-champion in Blitz.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, as we all wanted to see, I mean, of course, Mahan's been tearing up the field, obviously, and chess has been speaking for itself. He's been playing great chess, but at the same time, with what had happened there, I've seen the articles, I've seen the comments there under the articles, and it's just strange, right? It's very strange, to say the least. Of course, you can't speculate anything, as Jan said, but it is just strange. It's very strange to withdraw within 48 hours, especially due to, why security measures happened, and then he drops out. Now, it could be anything. Obviously, also Ali Reza, what I read in comments, is Ali Reza also withdrew as well. So, there is, what's going on, we don't know, but at the same time, we are still going to have chess. There is still going to be a tournament. So looking forward to seeing that at least. And we got our boy Hikaru today playing Jan. So big matchup, big names still here to play. So lots of chess to be played, but unfortunately, Hans and Ali Reza will not be with us today.
And I'm sure we may hear some statements from those parties, but at present, yeah, I'm seeing on our camera, we got Hikaru, we got Nepo, we got some moves on the board. I'm hoping these moves come in.
Oh shoot, they already happened. Dang, they moving this. They happened already.
Yep, okay. They're off. They're off. I'm hoping we get these
crazy
on our board too. Let's see if we can get it refreshed so we can get the moves. There we go. Now we're all caught up. And all right, we're off to the races. By the way, a reminder to ourselves, to our viewers, we have 6 rounds of chess today. Freestyle chess. Don't be too confused by the positioning of the pieces on the back row. The time control is 10 minutes with 10-second increments, so a rapid format. And we have the players off to 2 moves on the board. So how do we jump into this, James? I mean, the opening theory is out the window. We got to start thinking outside the box ASAP, and I feel like that's your specialty. I know you got the hat, you got the COE calculation over everything. I feel like from move 1, you got to start calculating in freestyle.
Yeah, what's nice, my freestyle chess story is I actually got challenged by Ronak Sadwani one time. He just randomly challenged me, and I was like, oh, I got to take the challenge. And I won the game. I was so hyped, right? So it is a lot of, creativity is a big thing about it. There is no theory. It's hard. It's very difficult. And also sometimes some positions with black are literally outright losing. So hopefully, I'm not sure what positions that they have for the rest of the tournament, where if that's going to be a problem, where sometimes, engine says immediately white's winning already from not even move 1. So it's a lot of creativity to it, a lot of intuition and calculation. So I'm excited to see kind of what happens here. F4, F5 already in D5. Like, you don't know what's going on. It's not enough time either. Like, I love that they put literally no time on the clock for this. I mean, yeah, you have 10 minutes plus 10-second increment, but that's not a lot of time with all these pieces, all the calculation. The stuff is weird here. Like, your castling is even weird as well. So, but principles are the same is one thing I like to say is, of course, you have to control the center, get your pieces out. Like how I say with every opening is exactly the same with that type of idea is get the pieces out, develop them, and also have some central control, then think about what you're going to do with your pieces later. But so far, so good here. It is Hikaru's move. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking maybe I'm reading this a little wrong, but I feel like Hikaru's strategy, these first couple moves, he goes knight g3. I was going to say he's kind of opening up his bishops immediately. So both of his moves, his first move, we just go back just a moment here. He plays f4, so he's got this bishop open. He's got his rook supporting the pawn. And then I think a strategy, I mean, that I use in 960, it's sometimes you just want to mirror your opponent. All right, f4 is pretty good. I'll do the same with f5. And now Hikaru plays c3. So it feels like both of these moves, he's prioritizing the bishops. And I got to point out after d5, by the way, James, you were saying, hey, principles are the same. Nepo, she's fighting for the center. Hikaru decides to develop the knight. But I was looking, you were saying this is all about creativity. You got to start thinking from the first moves. I was looking at one of the suggestions the computer was saying, look at this one, g4, kind of like a immediate gambit.
Spicy.
And then the plan is you take it. And now check out this one. Exactly. You bring the queen out on move 4. All of a sudden you're attacking this pawn with check. You're maybe attacking this pawn. That's not the line that happened in the game, but just goes to show you how immediately things can heat up right at the outset of the game. But Hikaru goes knight g3. We get e6, a little stonewall structure from black here as all the pawns go into light squares. I'm wondering how this bishop's going to get in the game. Now we get bishop c5. That's a nice little move, tickling the rook. So now you got to put it somewhere. Jan puts it on f7, but this both blocks the bishop and blocks this knight.
Yeah.
And you can't castle, right? You can't castle anymore to the king side. And now we get d4. Wow. Okay, this is actually really nice by Hikaru. Look at this. He's copying the structure. He's copying the stonewall structure, I have to say. Perhaps he'll go e3 next. But his bishop, compared to Jan's bishop on g8, is way better. This guy's got a wonderful diagonal, being very, very annoying. This is one of the worst bishops I've ever seen, and we're 5 moves into the game.
There's also a very clear plan of when you go e3, bishop outside of the pawn chain rather than inside, as you would see in the stonewall structure, as you see kind of reverse. And black having the bishop inside the pawn chain on g8 there, and white having it outside the pawn chain on c5. So my bishop's going to back up to a3, maybe even fianchettoing weirdly with b3 and bishop b2 if I have to. Play c4 at the right moment, maybe casting queenside, play king b1, and then play c4 to open up my bishop. It's going to be a long ways away. My knight on d1 is actually going to go around to d3 to try to put some pressure on the e5 square. You might even see a crazy sequence of like knight f2 to d3 and then knight e2 to g1 to f3 just to go to e5. Because this is, you have these type of maneuvers in this game, but g5, just like we saw g4, is on the board. That's a big move.
I think that move makes a lot of sense, especially because you're telling us, white's got this plan. You got to move the knight to f2 to d3. You got the outpost. And black doesn't want to just sit there, play defensive. I actually kind of like this move.
I like that. Yeah.
I think the idea is when you take now, I can perhaps think about f4 in some lines. I have my bishop supporting it. I got my rook supporting it. So just to illustrate, something like here takes, like trying to get at this, get this king. Although apparently here, this particular variation is no good due to a nasty tactic. Queen e5.
Rook takes.
Pieces are dropping.
My goodness.
Left and right. Yeah. So we'll see. Maybe you cannot push f4 immediately, but it's kind of like a gambit idea. Maybe knight g6 can come out. Hikaru quickly knight h5. Then knight on h5 there is I don't know where it's going next, but I suppose that defending f4 is a good enough job. And quick, we get b6, bishop a3. James, you're mentioning maybe the bishop goes back to b2, but I'm also really liking it on a3. That's a really annoying piece, taking away a lot of squares from black's position. And I'm just still thinking about this guy in g8. This is not how you want to start the game. I feel like Hikaru is already, we're only 8 moves in. I feel like he's got a maybe not much better position, but much easier to play and better on top of that as well.
Yes, and maybe a castle queenside, of course, is going to happen. You could also castle kingside. It's kind of crazy though, if I'm white. Yeah, definitely queenside. I think it's going to be a likely castle to get the rook in the game. We have to figure out where the knight on d1 is going to go, but obviously it's only one square. f2 around the d3 at the right moment. I mean, so far so good. It's very level here. I think in the next few minutes, as time definitely gets lower for both of them, things are going to get much sharper, I believe.
I actually we have rook b7, which apparently is a question mark, but I think the point is that Jan wants to free up this this bishop, maybe take a look at this knight on h5, which is already under attack. I was thinking, by the way, maybe kingside does make a lot of sense because black cannot castle kingside. So if your king has to stay on this side of the board, perhaps that could open up an attack for white later. But it's very move by move. Right now we have Hikaru needs to address the threat to his knight on h5. He could go forward to f6, but then he probably would need to trade the bishop on g8, which is not what you want to do. So let's see. I mean, is the knight just going to go back to g3? Is he going to try to defend it with queen e2? I'm seeing the move that popped up earlier in the game, the engine saying g4 here is extremely powerful. So let's see what this is all
That's
about.
crazy. I was thinking knight f6 takes, then g4, but what's the
Mhm.
difference? Like,
So let's
okay,
see.
g4, then what? Oh, knight f6, maybe knight
Flip it
g4. This is
around.
strange.
Actually, we can also take on g5 at this point, right? That pawn is still hanging, and you just keep an outpost. You just keep an outpost on
Oh
the
my
f6 square.
goodness.
And when you
Wow.
open up the f file, imagine that rook getting into the back rank. I'm going to just start. It's going to be a feast. It's going to be a feast on the 8th rank here. All the pieces are going to go down. So it looks like a big moment here. Rook B. I mean,
That's
you
incredibly
know, James, you
strong.
were saying principles apply. I'm not sure how principled these moves are, and I could really get punished for them.
Right, calculation of everything, but also a lot of tactics too. This is why I like this format a lot, because there are way more tactics in this format than any other format, I believe. It's just so many tactics that happen. The pieces are strange, which means there are lots of tactical ideas that you may overlook or aren't actually necessarily in most of your regular games that you will be able to see here in these games. That's a very nice idea here. I actually got that new woodpecker, the position to play one. So I went through going through that one, been getting stronger. So that one was nice with that knight of six idea. It just reminded me of something I've seen in the book with the G4, the knight of six, and he plays it. Of course he does. Half man, half what else? What else is he? We don't know. G4 is on the board. That's a very nice move. He did spot this idea. I think he's going to play FG5 afterwards as well.
Yeah, fantastic move from Hikaru, and that's why Jan takes on f4 first. I was looking at the chat, someone saying, Hikaru, he's taking a lot of time here, but I trust him because he's the GOAT. And by the way, he is the defending world champion in this format, in the freestyle or 960 or Fish Random as it was called during then. That was, I think, back
12
in,
different days.
yeah, but I think it was back a couple of years ago, but they haven't had a new championship. So, you're the champ until someone takes the crown. And yeah, Hikaru, he takes his time, but G4 is a tremendous move. Again, just to reiterate, why is it so strong? Well, you're blasting open the bishop. You're trying to blast open the rook. White's got a lead in development. This bishop in a3, it's like those memes where you don't see that bishop far in the corner. That's exactly what it is going on right here. So we get G takes f4 from Nepo. He takes this pawn, and now Hikaru's got to make a decision. I mean, I suppose just taking back looks pretty obvious, but now the idea is after pawn takes g4, we were looking at this idea with knight to f6 and taking back on g5 to support the knight. Now you don't have that. We do get a move. We get the immediate knight f6 from Hikaru. So let's see how this breaks down. Queen g6. All right, well, the knight, it's kind of deep in the territory, right? So you have to kind of take on g8. That's not a bishop we really want to be taking, but the good news is afterwards you can take on f5. And if you get your bishop here, you might get a nice quick knockout on the king on c8.
Yeah, white is cooking here. After you take g8, the problem was like, oh, when you take g8, you get of course you put the pawns on the color on the bishop you traded, obviously. So all these pawns are on light squares. I trade the bishop, the light square bishop. Okay, cool. My pawns e6, c6, d5, f5 are all on light squares, but one of them are going to be immediately captured. And now when that's captured, then e6 is now loose. And who has the light square bishop? From a practical standpoint, Hikaru is doing excellent here right now.
And by the way, this is actually a wonderful example where, in chess, we have something called statics, dynamics. So statics are things that are more long-term. Earlier in the game, I kept being like, hey, this bishop, you never want to trade this bishop. This is the worst bishop ever. And then we get the trade. How does that work? Well, the reason is Hikaru's thinking correctly so, I would say. It's not about, me having the better bishop right now. It's about the fact that I have a huge lead in development. I got these bishops on a3 and b1. And if I open up the game, my pieces are going to be a lot more potent than yours because you're busy on the back row. And right now, by the way, material's equal, but black is kind of in a bit of trouble because we get queen g5. But I was going to say black can't really take anything. I feel like you take on e3, you help me open up the rook. You also help me develop. So we get queen g5, gets a question mark, but the move doesn't seem completely out of pocket. There's some maybe sneaky ideas against the king and c1, but
what is the engine like actually? Obviously 960 is crazy.
G7. So
yeah,
this looks
G7.
ridiculous. You're swinging this round on the 7th rank.
It's
I don't know why.
Yeah, exactly. Like we don't even know why.
And we got Rook G1 from Hikaru. Makes a lot of sense. We know why he played this move. He wants to say hello in the back rank.
Oh, this is ugly, man. Okay, so this is ugly for black, but it feels like white has an initiative, or which they do, but if I'm thinking about development from a development standpoint, and I'm like, oh man, white's is better here. but you don't even have many pieces developed. Like you got the bishop on a3, same as black. I got a rook on b7, which I guess you could call that development. But the bishop on a3, the light square bishops are actually can be developed from actually starting positions. And the rook on g1 with this open file, rook g8 being a thing, fe, also followed by a bishop f5. This one is going to get nasty in the next few moves here for Jan, I believe. Especially just a practical standpoint. There's so many appealing things for white.
Yeah, and I mean, you mentioned the rook on b7, which we're not sure is actually developed. I'm also looking at the knight on h8. Hikaru did a good job immediately getting one of the, arguably from the starting position, that might have been one of the worst pieces for both sides. So it comes out nice and quick. And yeah, it's going to take a little bit of time, but as long as the bishop moves from b1, also a nice reminder for us to go over the rules of castling in 960, because, it's a little different from regular chess, but still similar enough, where you use the king and the rook. Except the thing is, when you're casting long or short, you need to make sure all the pieces are cleared off from the back rank to end your castling as if it was normal. So in the sense here, a long castle, actually, I just realized you don't need to move the king. A long castle here would be the rook jumping to the d1 square. So we just need to clear out the knight and bishop to make that legal. We get queen to f6 from Jan, which makes sense. I also was thinking one of the reasons he might have played queen g5 is he was also seeing that there was a queen h4 idea to activate the queen. So perhaps he was trying to keep an eye on that. So it makes sense that the queen on f6, multi-purpose, stops queen h4, gives a little support to the squares on e6 and f5. And now, again, Hikaru's got to figure out how to keep this going. Rook g8, very natural. Gets a question mark, but that doesn't look like a bad move. I mean, the rook is very annoying here. Rook f8 might be an idea, especially since that bishop protects it. But apparently not the most precise move, as Jan can take it f5, according to the engine, and no knockout blow, although Hikaru is still better.
Well, yeah, lots of times when you see this from the engine, especially when I'm talking to students, I'm like, when they're looking at their games, well, the engine says that this was a bad move. What do you think? And I'm like, this is where you tell the engine to shut up, immediately, because in an immediate, you have to have that time where you just tell the engine be quiet. Like that doesn't make. We're human here. Okay, I understand you didn't like the move, but from a human standpoint, rook g8 is an awesome move here, where it at least puts the rook on the back rank and puts some pressure on the d8 knight and the h8 knight. Queen could be overloaded at some point, as the queen does defend both knights there. But queen f1 with a huge question mark there. Look at the eval bar swing. Doesn't feel like it's that bad, but knight g6, he gets out. His idea here was queen h3 is what I believe, right?
Yeah, I think also he was trying to maybe keep an eye on this f pawn, so the queen also spies on both of these guys here. Knight g6 is a good move though, for sure. The knight was not doing anything on the h8 square, so it gets out of the attack in the rook, supports the pawn. By the way, a very sneaky move that Hikaru could have considered, and maybe he will still play it. I just realized with bishop d3, not only can you try to set up a castle, you're actually threatening a skewer on a6. So that's a little bit, that would have forced black to pay attention to that. So we get queen f1, knight g6, and now, as you said, James, queen is going to h3. So putting pressure on a lot of squares here. I mean, it looks, I know it's getting these very, we're seeing the question marks on our screen, but the idea is very logical. We get rook f7, so the rook returns to the original square. And the question is, how do you continue the initiative? We get bishop to d3. So yeah, this knight on d1, I feel like if it was on e3, if you could take your own pawn here, you might want to play that move, get the castles and get the rook in, and then you have a lot of pressure. But as it stands now, maybe not so easy to increase Hikaru's pressure on black's position.
I'm not gonna lie, Jan is getting out. After king b7, I can now see a clear plan to move the bishop, get the knight out somewhere. You might have to watch out for a strange bishop a6, actually, with this idea of if you move the bishop and the knight, then I have bishop a6 where the rook would be hanging on a8. But even then, I mean, black seems like there may be some slight initiative, because I don't want to take on f4. And if fe, then I have a passed f pawn. Strangely enough, out of nowhere, this position just seems like he went wrong. But like, where is that? You know what I mean? Like, it's just not easy to even spot that, of like what was not the right way of playing it in this way. But it definitely looks like black is getting out. Even the eval bar does agree here, but from a human standpoint, fe is a thing to watch out for. And he develops pieces now. I guess that's like what happened. He develops. We need to develop too as well. I can't go to f2 yet. Maybe I can fe, but that's quite annoying. A lot going on.
Yeah, I mean, I would. This is the only square for the knight, right? It's not a lot of choices. But then, yeah, fe, maybe one of the knights can jump into the f4 square.
Yeah.
If I can hop the rook over, right? Maybe put an f1. If I can teleport it, then this looks like there would be continuing pressure. But it feels like Hikaru, he's played this rook g8 queen f1, queen h3, excuse me, queen h1, queen h3, there we go. And he was creating threads, but somehow, yeah, he's lacking maybe 1-2 pieces to create an additional thread. But we'll see. He's shuffling it up. He's thinking he can actually bring the queen back to f1, but I'm not sure
Ooh,
how
that's
serious that
tough.
is. Black can
Man,
maybe
it's hard
play
to
a5.
vote.
So we'll see if that does anything. But how do we get this rook in the game? Here, what if do we just YOLO some b4, b5 at this point?
That's what I thought, because a5, this bishop, I wanted to develop my bishop on the dark square, my dark square bishop. So I know, a5 is going to happen at some point because of bishop a6. There was a move, by the way. I just saw him make a move. What move did he play?
Yeah, rook c1.
Oh.
Yeah, so maybe a little slower. King b1, c4, and then open up the rook on the c file. And
I like that. Very practical.
And then the knight can go to c3. So if you get all those moves, it's gonna start making a lot of sense.
That's actually very practical. I like the practicality move there. Of course, we don't really care what the engine says. King b1, play c4, take on d5, open up. I have the bishops. Bishops like open positions. That's what we want. We want ourselves some type of open position. b5, look at Jan. Like, no, not today.
That's
I see what you're doing. That was nice. That was very nice.
Yeah, bishop c7, and this actually is very multi-purpose, right? You get out of the bishop a6 idea, you get rid of that annoying rook.
Very strong.
Yeah, getting rid of that rook's a nice achievement for Black, and he's actually
he's better.
He's up a pawn, right?
He's better. Black's it's just better. Unbelievable. That's crazy.
This pawn's still nice and alive. So we get queen f1 back. So we're keeping an eye on the f file, maybe keeping an eye over on b5. So great defense from Jan so far, but we know Hikaru is a master of generating threats from nowhere. So we'll see what he's got in store as the players are under 5 minutes. So definitely going to be seeing a fair share of scrambles in this format as the players do not start off with a ton of time.
Have you went through Woodpecker, Alex, or no?
I know with Battle, you got the positional one, you got that's the new one you just mentioned. There's the tactical one, the OG one, right?
Yeah, the OG one. I just went through it recently, and I'm like, bro, it's been so sharp for me. Like, I'm just seeing more clearer, I think. It was a very nice book. But I also got it, too, because they said Hans Ticken got like 3 GM norms in 6 weeks after using the method. I was like, oh, I got to grab it. Just see what it's about. But no, lots of tactics. It's just you're keeping your mind fresh in there. But I'm obviously looking at bishop takes b5. So I was looking and calculating takes, right? And then queen e6 now. But before there was maybe a knight e7, and I was looking at queen e8 and king b7 there, ideas. But it doesn't work. Bishop b5 is not enough, especially after he moves this knight now from d6, or was it on d6? Where was his knight last on? Yeah, it was on
g5.
D6, right? C5. Oh, G5. Okay.
C4,
yeah. So G5. All right. Yeah, knight G5. Okay. Knight 4 takes, and here we are, live position. F4, knight B5. Yikes! Like we talked about this before. This pass pawn on the F file is going to be quite annoying. And is he still up a pawn? 3, 6. Yep.
Yeah, he still got it. I mean, these moves, bishop b5, knight d5, these are definitely the moves you want to be looking for. But I think the problem is there's just not enough. So if there was like maybe 1 or 2 more pieces to help out with this attack, you can sacrifice the piece and go for it. But as it currently, this bishop, that was definitely a great piece earlier in the game. It's kind of time has passed it by, right? Like the squares that it's controlling are no longer squares that are critical to the game. So now, unfortunately for Hikaru, it's kind of more of a defensive task as he's kind of coordinating to blockade this pawn. Yeah, definitely has been turning around. I mean, this b5 move earlier from Jan was strong, but yeah, I was going to say, maybe we can still go c4. Got to open this up, right? Got to make sense of the position. Got to create some counterplay. So this looks like it's a good try. First, the knight went to f2. This is the knight from d1, of course, that was having a hard time getting in the game. So at least it has a role, passive role, but an important role. You do not want to let this pawn go further down the board. And after c4, who knows? You open the rook, you open the bishop, the king at a8. It's nice and cozy, but I have a light square bishop and you don't. So if I can sneak into c6, we can start dreaming. We can start dreaming about some good stuff on the light squares if Hikaru can open the position a bit more.
This is absolutely a super critical moment here. I love the move c4. You messing up, making it very, very complicated for Jan here, as you got to find the right moves here, as white is going to open up this entire position and things could blow up with this light square bishop. So black could be looking at moves like knight f4, maybe even weirdly enough, bishop h2. Yes, of course, the knight can go takes e4, but we could take on e4, threaten the bishop on d3. Maybe that's something that he wants, but there could be, of course, this passed pawn is still being a thing. So bishop h2, knight e4, and then d e4, rook takes h2, ed3. Like it's kind of strange there. I don't know what's going on in that situation. Knight f4 is also a thing. Like
that's a greedy move, right? I'm looking into that rook, but to be honest, I feel like I'm just gonna snap on b5 and see what you can have that pawn on h2, right? I'm coming for some bigger fish with the king and a8. So I don't know if you'll take it, but we can hope for it.
Yeah, I like the complications aspect here as something you've seen from even the greats. Shout out to Grandfather Tao and Rashid Nesbudinov. But if he plays knight
takes f2,
takes f2, and then probably rook takes.
Still got to address the threat to the pawn. And the rook, if we have BC, which is a natural move to meet the threat, after b takes c4, you might have the rook. In some cases, doesn't really do that much, but still, you have this open file. I'm still dreaming of a way, trying to get my pieces over to this b7 square, right? Although black, taking a page out of our book, that rook that we were making fun of earlier, it's gotten some revenge, right? The rook is actually in a great spot now, defending the pawn and also keeping an eye on the 7th rank. But right now, black's thinking the b5 pawn is hanging, the f3 pawn is hanging. So there's some things to decide here. I think BC is still kind of the most natural move. I can hardly imagine wanting to allow your own structures to go down.
CB,
but
yeah.
Let's see. And we got 2.5 minutes. So the lower the time goes, the more complicated the position becomes to play. Got to make very quick decisions. And that's when blunders can happen.
And they do have a 10-second increment, but that is just not enough time. He does go for BC and BC on the board. Now, follow-up move. What is that?
Yeah, I mean, taking's good, but then there's one of these checks. One of these checks could be possible to avoid losing material. Hikaru has taken a moment to think about it.
It takes queen e4.
Yeah, this is kind of annoying, right?
That is super annoying, dude. Bishop takes check. Do I have to go queen d3? I do not want to trade.
I mean, I can consider king a1 because if you go queen d4, you draw back to b2, but it doesn't feel like the safest square.
Yeah, rook's hanging. Rook in the corner. That's nice.
Bishop d3 also. Let's see it.
King a1 is nice. Yeah, it's very nice.
Yeah, if it gets a question mark, makes sense. I mean, you got to meet the check somehow. Queen d4 is a poison pawn, so moving the rook makes a bit more sense. Let's see where it goes. Probably want to keep an eye on the f3 square as well. So rook f4, nice move. So now this is a real threat because I'm not only giving you a check, I'm also keeping my eye on the bishop.
Bishop c5. Yeah, it's just gross for Hikaru. There's no other way to put it right now. Pass pawn, pieces are passive. Not the greatest. We can try to create some problems. But it is a try as we have to figure out what to do now. Bishop b2, yeah, and then he's getting a pawn. Threats now, maybe queen d1 defends. And we're trying to get around to maybe a4. The queen e1 is annoying too. You can't even leave the back rank. Yeah, it's just tough.
Yeah, the problem is if this pawn goes down to the bishop takes d4, now the white king, there's going to be all these checks. So, I mean, you don't need a checkmate for black because you're going to be up 2 pawns. You're going to start simplifying. Yeah, unfortunately, yeah, I mean, I was thinking bishop c5 as well, but I think there's even there's like 95 ideas, bishop e5 ideas, right? Because of all of a sudden there's some pinning going on. So unfortunately, Hikaru had to retreat. But after bishop b6, yeah, it's black's pieces are dominating the game. The f3 pawn, of course, tying down the rook and the queen on f1. Let's see if Hikaru can pull off any swindling attempts here, but it's looking really tough because the pawn on d4 excellently plays centralized black pieces. It looks like it's going down at this moment.
Is Hikaru, no emotion from him yet. So seems that he's still maybe ambitious, but understanding, okay, my position is worse, but we don't see the usual, head shake, terrible position, right? Where it isn't great. He's looking for those chances still, especially if I can get something to the back rank. Easier said than done. How? Maybe we start
if you can go queen c8.
Queen c8 in one move. It is freestyle chess, Queen.
Yeah. What's the rules again? Can you get one free move, anywhere you want? If he goes here, we're in business. By the way, I was also looking at the cameras, and I was of course looking at Hikaru, but look at Neponishi's haircut. I feel he's got he went to the barber right before the round.
Got the fresh cut,
Yeah.
Feeling good.
He asked for one on the sides, and
yeah, let me get the side fade. Yeah. Fade me up. Oh, he looked at the quick glance up at Hikaru to see I think he's showing, oh yeah, how is he reacting to this position, knowing that I am better? And lots of times you do like to look at your opponent just to try to get that judge of their body language or anything you can get from them to see, if they understand, which of course he does. Hikaru knows he is worse in this position, but he's going to try to make it happen. We got to move, Hikaru. Come on, chat. We need some help from chat here. Chat, do the spam thing. Let's do the spam thing.
Hikaru knows this. He's putting in all his all his chakra into this final attack here, right? Because he's got to come up with something quick. Bishop d3 hits the queen. So what's the follow-up? Let's see. Again, the problem is this pawn. I don't think you can save it. Again, we're saying if we can go like a queen h3, right? That could be an idea. Maybe that's what bishop d3 was all about, because now if you give me a back rank check, I was going to say there's bishop b1. So let's see.
You're right as well. Right now, Hail Mary.
Oh, wait, you know what? Queen a6.
First.
I think this is what he's planning. Trying to get the queen to the a6 square. So let's say you go bishop takes d4 now. Maybe we try like a queen a6, and let's say you take, now my rook comes in, and all of a sudden this king is the one getting mated. I don't think this is going to happen, but just an illustration of, the ideas. King b7. Wow, that's cold. No queen a6 for you.
So yeah, this is rough, boys and girls. Under control. This is not good, but there's more games. It's a round robin, a lot of chess left. Sometimes you're getting warmed up, and okay, it's one game, and now it's not even over yet. So, he's worse, but it's not even over.
By the way, that's a good reminder. Round robin, we got 6 of the rounds today. We got 12 players, and the goal of these 12 rounds is to get top 8, right? Because then you move on to the knockout stage. So it's kind of interesting, right? Because I always thought about it. I mean, I guess for these guys, they're just playing to win, trying to do their best. But it must be a little funny where it's like, well, you can get first, you can get third, you can get fifth. Doesn't really matter. You just got to make top 8.
That's it. All right, make top 8. No matter how you get it, it matters if you got it done, is what I like to say. So A3 on the board here is Hikaru is down on time. The position isn't the greatest here. It's kind of crazy to see like 1 or 2 slips out of the opening cause the entire game to spiral out of control, actually, after that. So pretty tough, but also showing the strength of Jan here, as he started off in the worst position, actually. Just looked very bad. And then now getting this position here, up on time. What happened? Oh,
95. So the pawn is actually pinned. The rook and f2. That's a that's a flex of a move.
With the double question, like exclamation mark there. Oh my goodness, brilliant move.
Yeah, it was a great move getting the knight into the game. Yeah, still there was some hope. Hikaru, he would love to get this rook to the b file, right? Some kind of trade. Now I got my rook at your king. Maybe queen a6 is coming, but yeah, Jan to move. I mean, if Hikaru's plan is clear, take the bishop, rook b2 check, and get that queen over to a6. Just some counterattacks on the black king here, but it's not his move. So Jan has a chance. Knight d3, nasty move, blocks that queen. That
and
knight, that was maneuver.
That's crazy.
Pressure on b2.
Yeah, one thing you always want to be asking is always, what does my opponent want to do next? Which is a take him rook b2. He stops that plan immediately with knight to d3. Now queen d7 or h7, which is, this is actually an awesome move from Hikaru. Is you want to play accurate? Of course, Jan was like, okay, that's a good move. I saw from the head shake there and like the eyebrow raise. 2 minutes left on the clock. He's going to try to figure this out here. Yikes. What can you play, though? Man, that's a very good move.
Yeah, great try. I mean, that's the one thing we can count on here. We are down a couple pawns. Okay, yeah, it was a rook f6. The rook f7 is on the board.
Yeah, he just went back. Oh, rook f6.
I don't think that's I think it's this is some weird the thing is they're playing on these boards that, and you've played a lot of these boards, James, right? Where it's like censored, there's a touch sensor. So sometimes you drag the piece, you put it back, the board starts registering moves. So something kind of weird happened there. But rook f7, that's an excellent move to cover all the checks. Rook c4, though. Rook c4. So he's saying that I need to get the rook over to the b file here and attacking the bishop. Knight b2, rook b4 check. Is there anything? I mean, you got to go for it. That's the whole
exactly.
point.
I'm not gonna lie. That's a nice move. Yeah, he goes for knight b2, rook b4, king c7, queen b6, queen c5, and I think he's just out of there. Maybe we could try queen b1 though. I mean, you have to, or I'm sorry, queen g3, queen f4, and queen g8.
Yeah, just sneak in that queen, right?
Yeah, try and queen g8.
Queen to yep, there it is. But now this is a nice block. Queen f4 might have not been so clear because now there's some checks, right? I'm looking at some checks, and now what's the options? You can block with the rook, but now you're pinned, right? So that rook can't move around as much.
Check.
Queen also
d5,
defends the rook.
That might be rook b3. Knight D1. And no, we can't let him have that check. Wow, what a move. He's defending like an absolute beast because he is. Shoot, Queen. Listen, Queen B8 is serious.
Yeah, you can give the check, but the problem is you can't follow up with the rook, right? If you had the rook B7 check, and then you force the king to run around, then we could start getting a little bit of hope. But now the queen by herself is going to be a little tough. Maybe the bishop somehow we'll see if it can get in the game. But knight C3 is a big threat. Check.
What we wanted
pick up the rook.
Is play queen B8, king D7, and then bishop E4, but there's knight C3 there as well.
Yeah,
and resignation.
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, the king is actually it's got some space. It's got some space to work with. Hikaru is trying to see if there's a rabbit in the hat. And okay, no, I think I see him. Yeah, he's up. And yeah, I believe he has resigned. There we go. We got it updated as he exchanges some words with Jan post game. So yeah, great defense from Jan there at the end. Hikaru, I mean, he was working. He got the rook to the b file. He was looking to get the queen in the game. He did get in the game, but Jan found a way to neutralize those threats. So yeah, so round 1 in the books. We do have 5 more rounds to go, and let's see. We also have a couple other games. Let's go around the horn. See some. We got a lot of games still going on. Let's see which one we should jump to. Where is Magnus? Everyone wants to see him. So do we.
Well, what
the hell's going on here? Right. Playing the newlywed. He's playing the newlywed.
That's right. Congratulations to Vidit and his wife. Yes.
By the way, some results. Fabiana goes down to Arjun Erigaisi. That's one of the results. Let's check out what's happening in this game. This is sharp. This is crazy. We got an extra piece for white for Magnus. Vidit's got the 2 passers. I kind of rather be black here if I'm looking at the position.
I'm about to say, right, I feel like I can almost sack here. Like it's like maybe that's a draw or something, or one of those rook takes push A3 king rook B1.
I don't know, but my pieces are close, right?
Yeah, it feels like
4 seconds.
Yeah, 4 seconds. Whoa, he made that with 4.
This is a good move because you want to prevent the rook from being behind the pawn. And now we can start thinking about B2, A3. The plan is simple for black. He's only got 13 seconds though, but at least his plan doesn't get any easier than that. Push those pawns. See if they promote.
No, this looks very good for black. I mean, you definitely want to push the pawns here, and in low time. Like if you have low time, you are the one that wants to be. Oh, I want to have these pawns here. Very clear plan. I'm pushing lay pawns. Push them. Push them. There it is. B2.
B2, but you're actually not even threatening to promote. Well, I guess you are, but there is this fork, so it's not as scary as it looks yet.
Got to follow with A3.
Yeah, but I don't have to rush my promotion. I can play A3. I can move the king. My rook is on B7.
And also walk the king up. A3, king A4, king B3, king A2, king A1, and then play A2 at this point too as well. Just to highlight the fact that, as you said, we don't have to rush anything. Also, there's no problems. The rook is like ultimately placed on B7 as it's defending G7 and H7 too. So yeah, you don't have a pass F pawn. I mean, you clearly do want to be black here in this position with the threats available. Love this move from Magnus here. Rook B4 check being the threats. Maybe king A5. Maybe he wants to draw. Rook C5 check. Rook B5 though.
This is
I don't know what's going on.
Way. If he promotes knight C3, and then I don't take on B1, I take on A4. There's a lot of stuff going on here. By the way, James, did you know you're invisible right now? You're invisible to me.
I am. I'm invisible right now? Oh, I am. Wow. I didn't even, that's kind of crazy.
I see the beach. I was like, did you decide to go take a
swim?
Oh, there you go.
You know what? I don't know how
I was like, what's wow. My eyes? It is early here, so I was like, maybe it's early here. It's my eyes. Yeah.
Man. I was invisible, child. I guess I got a superpower I didn't even know about. I gotta go figure that out.
But we got some moves. Look at this. The knight goes to B1, so it keeps an eye on the A3 pawn and the B2 pawn. So, the king's coming into C3.
That's a nice move.
Takes F5. That's a pawn, right? Yeah. And then I can,
grab the other.
That's kind of more of a draw. A move to try to secure the draw once you're out of pawns.
Vidit push. Draw what? A3 takes rook check, king B2.
Ooh. Oh, no, you don't. You'll lose both of them that way.
Yeah.
2 seconds. H6, okay. Once he made that move with 1 second on the clock.
Yeah, it's because he's just losing the pawn here. Magnus with great defense, bro. Of course. What else would you expect? Magnus just most accurate defense here.
It
With
would
Rook
not be
H4.
surprising if Magnus somehow pulls it out. He's got one pawn left. If he picks up the A pawn, and then the king, knight, and rook, they start marching over to the king side. I mean, that's what he does, right? Somehow these positions, these end games, oh, it's equal, it's a draw. If there's play, this guy gets it done somehow. How about A3? A3, A2?
Definitely possible. Definitely very likely as well. There is a rook check. Maybe king moves. And okay, A3 on the board. Knight C3, stopping
Yeah.
A2 temporarily. Rook F2.
Checking out. Sneaking a peek if there's any other games done. I see there's a draw. Gukesh, the world champ. MVL, the Frenchman, ends in the draw.
Nice.
All right, king to B6. So yeah, so here's a nasty little trick, or not really a trick. If I go king B3, I was thinking maybe there's some kind of A2, but I still have rook A4. The rook can swing over, so that's still a possibility. So what do we got in the game so far? Rook H5 from Magnus.
He wants maybe a rook check. Seems kind of obvious. He also can go rook A5 here too, getting behind.
I feel like rook A5, he's going to have to face rook H3. I feel like Magnus is still thinking, well, I got 40 seconds, you got 19. Yeah, he's not going to give you that pawn. He's still trying to get the win.
Position here.
We're not threatening to take the pawn, since there is pressure on the knight. But if you try to go king D6, then check, takes, and maybe
we get a driver's seat.
Yeah, rook D3 is a good move. Just maintain the pressure on the knight. Let's see how Magnus can go about this. Yeah, the issue for Magnus, he's up at knight, but he only has one pawn left. If it's rook and knight versus rook, that's just the draw. So he's got to preserve this pawn if he wants to have winning chances. But this pawn is a pain. Otherwise, he would just bring the king over. He's got to babysit A3. So he's thinking, what can I do? How can I pose some problems to my opponent? He's got 15 seconds, right? If I can get him thinking just one time, he might not find the best defense.
And also Magnus had more time too as well. Now they're around. I mean, they have the same amount of time now. So this is totally a time scramble where Magnus may be okay with a draw now. I'm playing on seconds now with both of them doing this. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, and I can see Magnus playing. I did say rook and knight. There we go, rook A5. I was going to say, I did say rook and knight versus rook is a draw. It is a theoretical draw, but I would not be surprised. We could be in for a long game here because he might take the pawn. Then he's going to take a while to win the G and H pawns. Then he's going to play rook and knight versus rook. So it could really, yes, he could really be here for a minute. But let's see. Now he's going to go like, yeah, he takes there. I was going to say, can he consider rook G6 first?
And here we go. Takes, and should be a draw here. Vidit really doesn't have a lot to worry about. Of course, just don't be forked by the knight.
It's a good
with
point.
the king and rook idea. Keep them far away from each other. Try to push these pawns up and hold the position.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Magnus can even win the pawns here. But even if he can, rook and knight versus rook is a theoretical draw. We get G5 on the board, so he's pushing them. Yeah, Vidit first, it's kind of funny. He had the queen side pass pawns, now he's got the king side pass pawns. So he's using everything. Yeah.
G4, H5.
I think they are going to be lost though, because my king's coming over, and I'm gonna definitely find a way to coordinate to lose them. Excuse me, I'm gonna coordinate to win them. Oh, look at this.
I'm gonna coordinate to lose them.
Look at this. He's saying I don't want the pawns. You're king. You're king. Checkmate wins the game.
And you know what? I was actually not too scared of this though, because of the back. I have these like checks on wherever you try to set up. I got to check it anywhere. So I wasn't too scared because I was like, oh, he could try to checkmate me, but you need everything.
I can go to the 2 seconds.
Oh,
he made that move with 2 seconds. Yep.
Oh,
yeah. This is, I mean, look, this is a little, your king. This is the one way you get checkmated in these positions. Yes, you have the checks, of course, but the king is on the double edge, right? You're on the ultimate edge, not even on the side of the board. You're on the double edge of the board here. So this is where we might start seeing some kind of coordination. I mean, yeah, we get knight b5. I was gonna say I'm trying to play king c6, but then you get checked. This is the optimal king placement from Magnus's point of view. The fact that Vidit has his king in the corner. He's gonna try to make something of it.
King c7 may be best. You just want to get out of that corner. There it is. Just don't go back over there. Let's not go back that way.
But you're still kind of in this box, right? You're still bouncing around on these last two ranks. again, the nice thing is that you always, if you give me a move, I might start checking you rook d2, rook c2. So if you go something like, I don't know, right? If you go up the board, I'm going to have these checking ideas. As Magnus tries to weave a mating net that's currently not there.
Yeah, of course. Unfortunately for Magnus, it's just the checks here. It's not like a bishop and rook where the bishop can block the checks and still be effective. This is a little bit more different because when you check and you block with the knight can't be as effective in the short range unless there's something like a weird situation with king d7 and or king c7 with a knight on c6 blocking a check on c2. That would be something as the knight being effective by blocking a check and also threatening some type of checkmate as well, as you would see with the bishops. But
yeah, for example, here, watch this. I give you this check, right? And if you had a bishop, you can go bishop d5 check and blocking it. Here, you don't have the luxury. So that's to illustrate your point. That's when you see Magnus 10 seconds, 9. He's like, how do I feel like he might just go after these pawns at some point. He'll be like, all right, I don't see that. I'm not getting anywhere here. Well, you know what he wants to do? He wants to go king c6,
king c6 and block with the knight and try to mate. But I could just run to d8 and I'm always out of there, which is kind of crazy how this, the rook knight combo is kind of the worst actually when it comes to with a rook on the board. So your opponent having a rook on the board, that is like the worst. The rook and bishop one, first time I've seen that was Magnus beating Spidler. There's actually a YouTube video where you can do Magnus versus Spidler, rook and bishop, and it's on YouTube. And like, I was like, oh, I didn't even know you could win this. It was like so long ago. So, and most times you can win that type of situation here. So
I see a way to lose this though. King c7, rook a7, king b6, rook b7, king a5, king c6.
Right? Oh, king c6 and you're mated. Yeah. Oh my goodness. Let's show that on the board, bro.
Yeah, I was waiting for the move. Yeah,
He's
if you go here, all of a sudden I caught the king, right? So this is possible. This is not just a fairy tale. How do you win this? We get king b. I mean, now after king to c6, you're threatening knight d7, rook a8, but there is rook c2. I mean, king c6, I think will still be played because you want to just box in that king.
Just to see if he's aware. And he does. Yeah, are you alert? You got 10 seconds? Dang it. He finds it, right? You're like, oh.
But it's not going to be easy to get this king out of here. So yeah, rook e3. Again, that's the dream mate. If I could somehow, let's see. H5.
I was about to say, might as well play H5. Yeah, rook c1, yeah.
There's no threat is the problem. You have this check. King a7.
King steps out the way. Yep.
Give a couple of those checks for fun. Not for profit, though.
Check. Only move. Check. Guess we just go back, right? Nothing crazy. Is there anything wrong with king a8? It is a possibility. Making him think, though. I like that. Magnus is making him think. Do you want b8 or a8? 9 seconds.
Yeah, I feel now he's going for the pawns. He's saying, okay, I don't think I can improve this situation. I've got your king maximally restricted. Let me just take your pawns. G2, rook G5. This is gonna be a long one.
Yeah, as we mentioned, it's gonna be a long day in the office, boys. But this is what Magnus does. He tries to grind these positions down, and after the capture of this last pawn, it'll be 50 moves. 50 move counter. Hopefully you boys and girls got your move counters on after that last pawn capture.
So I'm looking at some results. This is the last game. Lots of decisive games. We did see, of course, Hikaru and Nepo. Nepo got that one. But a couple other winners. I mentioned Eric Geisy beat Fabiano. And we also have Richard Report, one of the replacements. He was a last-moment replacement for Reza Ferrugia. Yep, he beat Pragananda. And Vincent Keimer, who was actually the winner of the previous freestyle leg, he goes down around 1 to Norderbeck. So the replacement guys, they are not just randoms off the street. They got some real heavy hitters here. And Magnus he's got some ideas. He wants to go knight b6 and rook b7 and mate.
Yeah, this is scary. Okay, maybe I have to go rook b4. Is that?
Rook
b4, knight b6, and you're getting mated. So you have to check, but then king b6.
King b6.
So you have to go like rook
and you
c8.
Can't check me. You can't check me. Look, how does he do it? So rook c8. You feel like you're in trouble, right? You feel like
man, this doesn't feel good. This doesn't feel good at all. Maybe king b8, just king b8, and then rook check and block. Yeah, okay, we're okay.
Wow.
Somehow. Somehow, miraculously, I'm not mated.
But now I'm going to take I'm taking the pawn. I'm taking the pawn.
Yeah.
This is the worst
Man.
configuration you can have, I feel. It's not losing, but this is where the checkmates are a reality.
Yeah, maybe rook far away from everything. Rook h8. Far away from all civilization. Yeah, there it is.
You got to check threatened as well. You got to kick this king out, right? Give me some breathing room. I would love to play knight c6, right? You need the bishop knight here. The bishop knight is what you really need.
The bishop knight, guys. That's call it a hawk in Sirwan chess, actually.
I was thinking. I know there's multiple games where you can stack the pieces somehow.
The pieces, the queen knight one, hawk piece.
So actually, I'm threatening this check. Maybe rook g6. Then the king can try to sneak out of here. Yeah, this knight did an excellent job, blocking this check. But now it seems a little bit offside. Although you do have knight c5, but still, like the amount of problems Magnus is able to generate here. He's got Vidit going down to under 10 seconds almost every move. But Vidit's been up to the task, right? He's finding with seconds on the clock the defenses, because right here, just to go back while they take a moment, like I think this move king b8, you had to do it. If you started with rook c8, and after king a6, I'm getting you right. You move the rook, and then you get checkmated. So he was precise there. So let's see what we got on the board. Rook g6, king c8. Got to get that king out of the kill zone.
Get out of the box here, and here we go. All right, guys, this is going to be a long one, as we talked about before. Grab the pawns
counter.
And exactly 50 move counter is on. What was that? When did he take the pawn? What move was
That's what I was going to check. He just honestly, we're only 2 moves in. Yeah, 87. So if he wants, he can play this for 48 more moves. 48 more moves before the game is decided to draw by the 50 move rule. No progress, no trades or pawn pushes for 50 moves. You think we'll see them all 50?
Yeah, definitely. 100%. All 50 moves are going to be played out here. Also, Vidit having more time. Like he was at in the danger zone with time. Not anymore. Him having, 30 seconds is enough time. Same for Magnus too as well, 30 plus seconds. With a 10-second increment, I'm not afraid of time anymore here. That should be good.
But still, even though the king is not as bunched in as it was, boxed in, I should say, as it was in the corner, it's still like, you're not like, I would feel comfortable with my kings on d4. Magnus, he's still got, okay, rook a8 is a nice move, because otherwise I feel like I was trying to go knight to e4, knight to d6. So Vidit sees that, hey, I can give you checks from the side. I don't need to be going from the I don't know. I was going to say from the back, but I don't even know what direction that is. Rook a7 here, make a pin.
Yeah, rook a7, rook b6, there it is. And yeah, this is not going to be made anytime soon.
But yeah, let's see. You move the rook, maybe I go knight d6, but let's see.
Well, I think this is the time where you start talking to chat and being like, hey guys, what's up with you guys? How was your day? Are you at work? Or are you watching at work? Did you take off work today? You can get a day off when you are watching Hikaru stream. You have to tell your boss that, let them know. They always approve of the time off for that. So
give me that PTO.
Get that PTO, get that paid time off. And what's for lunch? What's for breakfast? How are you today, chat? Because we gonna be here for some time.
And then the position's not going to change much.
Correct. There's not going to be a lot of things going on today. Windy, cloudy day. Nice. Where are you, Last Exit Chess? Where are you guys watching from, chat? Where are you watching from? I am in Michigan. Where are you at, Alex? You still in New York?
I'm in New York. Yeah, I just got back last night. I was in Chicago, so I was like, I was kind of close to you, right? So yeah, in New York, the Big Apple.
Nice.
I'm looking outside. The weather's not nice today. It's not welcoming. Looks cold and rainy.
Sunny.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all indoors. I'm all here watching the freestyle. That's where I belong.
Same.
Out there. I'm not for those wild streets.
Not for the streets here. Turkey, Egypt, Iowa, Hong Kong, Switzerland, Brussels, Montreal, Chicago, tournament, Turkey. Nice. Good to have you guys with us today. Worldwide. Ukraine, Saudi Arabia, Barcelona, Spain. Awesome. Okay. Yep, got some checks.
There you go.
Nothing going on. Malaysia, Philippines. Yep, we're hitting everywhere, guys. France, nice. North Korea, oh no. Oh my goodness.
Well, as you heard in the interview, right, and with Jan Henrik Budner, he said, you know, Hans, he might be in the North Korean prison, right? Is that what he said?
Right, yeah, he did say that. He mentioned that.
So there you go.
He did mention that. Lisbon, Portugal, nice. Let's go. Nice, crazy coffee, man. There we go. Let's go. Always got our back there. Appreciate it. Canada, okay. Sweet.
Awesome. Saudi Arabia.
Oh, you know what? I actually, speaking of freestyle chess, I got second place in the Hikaru thing, the Hikaru like streamer thing.
Is
I
that
got second place in the 960 portion.
Is that the one you have like 5 hours? You got to play.
Right.
Like,
you got to
get
play all the
ratings
formats.
high as you can.
You got exactly.
Yeah.
I got second. I was so hyped. I don't know who got first, but you know, it was
So
obvious.
was that your strategy?
Like,
or you're just like, I'm gonna go all in into this one, or
no, actually, I played all
out?
of them, and I was like close, but like they all got me in each one, and except the 961, where I don't know, it may have been Bortnik or like one of the Bach, Bortnik, and some other ones that were really strong that got first. I don't know who got first, but I got second. I was happy about that. You know,
were you are you grinding the Freestyle Fridays? The new
I actually am going to. I'm gonna
Okay.
hop in there soon. I'm just gonna make an appearance, you know, just to say what's up. It's nice. Calculation is my strong suit, so definitely I have fun with 960 a lot, or freestyle. They're like, oh, it's called freestyle chess. You're like, oh, you know what? Okay, I don't know what it is. 960 freestyle, Fisher random, all the same. But yeah, speaking of the same, we are still here. You know, still here, no real progress. What move are we on?
It's only 103. It hasn't even been 20 moves. So
nice.
I mean, the nice thing is both players are down to under 30 seconds, so the moves will come quick. But also, yeah, we're seeing why this position. You got an extra knight. How hard could it be? You're seeing why it's so hard to win, even with the king on the back rank. I mean, I feel like the king's been in the back rank for like 40 moves at this point. You just like in this exact case, the king just cannot approach because you have to keep the knight defended. But if you start moving the knight, then you open yourself up to checks. Obviously, we see Magnus trying to coordinate the pieces. Now he's saying, hey, you know, if you give me too many checks, you know, I might be able to get something like this going. But we've actually seen this already from the other side of the board with the king on c6 and knight on c5. Even this position is not winning. The king still finds a way to slip out. By the way, if this was a bishop or a hawk, rook e8 would be mate, right? Because I got the square covered. So rook and bishop, for those of you guys in chat, maybe you've seen some of these endgames. Rook and bishop versus rook is also a draw, but grandmasters lose that endgame pretty often. That's an endgame that for 50 moves you got to defend it. Even if you know it, sometimes it's possible to make a mistake. Rook and knight, I've actually had both those endgames a lot.
Have you ever seen the rook and knight one win though?
I've won it once. I've won it once. I've won it once ever.
Was this like OTB or online?
OTB. This was actually this is the last round. It was against a strong player too. It was the last round of the New York State High School Championship. Okay. So going back a decade ago when I was still in school, and it was actually the championship game, and the game was one of the craziest games I played. I won it. I'll be honest. My opponent I was completely losing, and my opponent, he just tilted. And I mean, the way I won it was he hung a fork. I forked the king and rook. I could have made him. I forked the king of this. Was
man,
he was 2,300. I'm not talking about not some guy off the street. This guy was a real. He was a master, but he was so tilted because for me to even get to the rook and knight versus rook, I was dead lost, and he was like, so he was already like not in the right headspace, to get there. But I've had it a bunch. I've had this endgame for some reason so many times. One time I had it at Nationals. I actually think you were at that Nationals.
Wow.
This is going way back in time. And I remember that I was playing it, and in the USCF games, you don't have to notate once the time goes under 5 minutes.
Yeah, we don't have to notate, yeah.
So it was the last game. We had this huge crowd. I'm playing like a expert player, like 2,000, maybe 2,100. And I swear I might have played this endgame for 200 moves because no one's notating. The arbiters are
nobody watching the 50 moves.
Exactly. So I was just like,
man,
I'm gonna play this, and then I just got tired of it. I was like, all right, I guess it's a draw. But I was like, look, if no one's calling a 50 move,
we're gonna keep
I got
playing.
Nothing to lose. I can play for 500.
And he got fatigued and blundered and got tilted because he keep
that
playing
game was
on.
just a draw. That game was I couldn't win it. But this
the
is
good old days, the golden days where you could play 100.
Oh wait,
what happened?
Whoa!
What happened?
I
don't understand. Wait, rook
You went the
check,
wrong
king
way.
g8. I don't understand. Okay, rook check, king g8.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
I
you go
don't get
king
it.
f7. Wait, if you
King
go up, this is
f7,
mate. You
and he
can't
goes to
block
the
with the
back.
rook.
Oh my goodness, he blundered the game. How is that?
Oh
Is
my
the
God.
sickest thing I've ever seen. King f7. I've never seen it this way. Is there any? Do we have cams?
Yeah. He's drinking the Saratoga water.
Where's the cam? Oh wait, I have to go over here. Sorry, that was me.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
Oh, wait, James, I know what's happening. I think Vidit might have claimed 50 move. It's not 50 move, but he doesn't know. He's like, 50 move rule. And then I think because they're not like resigning, I think they're talking to the arbiter. So Vidit tried his lifeline. Because this
Oh
happened to
my
Hikaru, right? In the
goodness.
World Blitz Rapid. He was playing I want to say it's Blue Battle. It was a German player, and Hikaru was one move from winning, like a rook, bishop,
Oh,
rook.
I remember that. I remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I
And he
remember
was like,
that.
yo, is it 50 moves? And arbiter was like, actually it is, right?
One
So
move from mate. Yeah. Oh, that hurt. Yeah, I remember that. Oh my goodness.
And
He's
I,
made it
I
either
love
way.
this comment in the chat. Magnus could squeeze a swimming pool out of a stone. Not even a drop of water. A whole swimming pool.
The whole pool, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not 50 moves. So what move are they on?
I mean, they started at 87, so they've got we're only on 116. He
Oh,
hasn't
yeah,
even
that's
it's not even 30 moves.
Yeah.
You don't even get a quarter of a point.
Mm.
There's the handshake. Unbelievable. Let's replay that. We were not expecting, but look at this. Hey, Magnus, he just kept that king, and that's the thing, right? Like I was saying, you play this position for 500 moves, you're probably going to win. The opponent's going to get tired. Even though the king was on the edge of the board, which is obviously very scary, it was still a draw. The losing move was he went all the way to the corner. Had he gone king h5, still a draw. King f7, king h7, excuse me, allowed the brilliant king f7. Now the problem is rook h3 is mate. You can't run. Rook h2 is not possible. Maybe if you had the rook and f1, you could go rook h1. So, wow. I mean, I feel like we said, oh, Magnus, he always does this. But then we didn't believe, we lost faith.
Yeah, just like in your game. I mean, you've won it, this is clearly a win, guys. Clearly.
Forced win.
It's a win. It's forced, with rook and knight versus rook here. We just got to study more in games and go back to our Deborah in-game manuals.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. And immediately, I'm looking at the cams. Oh, this is I was like, what? They already got the ping pong balls out.
I thought the same thing. I was like, dang, they was moving fast.
They're so efficient, yeah.
Man, round 2 already, dang. No break. That's crazy. Them boys going. Richard Rapport there, one of my favorites.
Yeah, I think the players will this was a 116 move game, by the way. So players definitely will get a break. As do we. So we'll be back in all the action. We got round 1 in the books. So stay with us. We'll be back with you guys soon. And on to round 2. And welcome back, everyone. We're here for round 2. As we're about to start, we have the position. I saw it was position number 591. So if anyone's in chat, a fan of memorizing all the positions, in chess we got eco codes for the openings, and in freestyle chess we got numbers for the positions. And here it is. We're gonna have a look ourselves. We saw the players just now. We're analyzing. That's a cool feature of the event. Before you just jump into this completely new position, they give you a chance to have a look. So James, what do you think about this one here? What do you think? This position looks kind of wild, even for freestyle standards.
Yeah, actually, one thing I learned from playing a lot of 960 freestyle chess myself. I almost said a bad word there, 960, excuse me. So with freestyle chess, a lot of times is the bishops, as you're highlighting here. I would actually play G3 and G4. In fact, as white move 1, G4 would be already a move for me because I'm playing knight G3 next and not G3 because G3 blocks my knight. So knights work best behind pawns, generally not in front of them. So G4, I would like G4, knight G3 is like the first few moves here. Or you could even go G3, bishop G2 and try to, move the knight and castle king side in like some type of King's Indian attack type of style. So I actually like this type of position here. I think this is going to be fun, a little bit more easier than you would see in these 960 positions, but it seems like we got games ready to go already.
Yeah. I'm as I was listening to the opening analysis, but I'm also, we're waiting to get this Hikaru board on. For some reason, so far we have Hikaru against MVL round 2. We got it on the cams. The board, it's showing us the regular board so far, and so we'll definitely get that up when it's ready. on the broadcast, but we already got some moves from the players. Here we got Fabi against Norderbeck up. And by the way, look at this. We got F4, B4. B4 is a crazy move. But you're pinning the pawn. Look at that. You're pinning the pawn.
I love it. I love it because he got his bishop out. And then he said, now you do the same, psych. You can't do it anymore. Like, you're not getting that bishop out if you try, big fella. Because, I mean, what a pin that is. I'm not even going to lie. That's like a crazy pin that you can't get out of. What a move from Fabi here playing B4 like that.
Yeah, you would think this is like, oh, what are you doing, right? You're going to lose the queen or something. But it's very hard. By the way, how are you going to get this out? You can't.
I thought the same thing.
You can go knight G6, but that's counterproductive. You're blocking the pawn. And again, for everyone in chat right now, I don't know. We can maybe have a little bit of a broadcast, not on our end, by the way, absolving ourselves of blame. But so far we got 3 games going, and a couple of the other games, maybe there's some issue with the DGT connection or something or other. But as soon as we have that, we'll switch over. But yeah, let's enjoy. It'll be interesting to see, right? Because we're going to be on this game, then we switch over to Hikaru and see what they're plotting over there. So. Yeah. All right. Well, this is what we got so far. We got F4, we got B4, we got knight D6. I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head around this position. I guess both sides have the same idea. Both sides get the queen out and prevent their opponent's bishops from being active on the diagonals.
Yeah, there's going to have to be some strange rook defending the bishop on H1 or H8 via, weirdly enough, from black standpoint, maybe knight E6 and playing H6 and bishop H7. Then play G5, but that takes some time. And you're also giving up the center. Like, look at the knights replacing the pawns in the center. Like, you need some central control, which may give Fabi some time to play maybe moves like D3, E4, something like that to grab some real central space. But yeah, this is very awkward to say the least. Now, of course, freestyle chess is completely awkward as it starts, as that's just the nature of it. But you get some very funky positions and positions where you have to get things out. You may even see like a knight F2 from white standpoint. Knight F2 here, play G4, get that bishop out. From black standpoint, you have to figure out how to develop the bishop on H8.
Oh, that's a nice idea. I like that. Knight F2, defending the bishop, and then you push it. By the way, I think I realized why knight D6 was the move played by Norderbeck, because he's the knight. I mean, I guess it doesn't have other squares, but I think my read on it is that this move also prevents E4. So if it's white to move here, maybe you can consider E4 and then G3, and then you're going to be able to activate the bishop eventually. So knight D6 prevents it, but knight D3, I really like that idea, James. Knight F2, defend the bishop. That looks pretty effective, because otherwise, how are you going to get this guy out? Also, the knight at F2 helps you push E4, helps you push G3. So we may have real nice. It's crazy, right? It's like 3 moves in already. There's these maneuvers that are quite difficult to spot and already kind of give a lot of flavor to the position. But check this out: knight E6 gets a question mark. So now I don't think this is good, but let me show you something hilarious. We go knight F2, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they take F4. Is this a blunder? G3?
Knight G2. Knight G2.
I don't think this is good, but it's funny.
Oh my goodness. I would be so mad. I would first look up at you, just look at your opponent like, bro, for real? Like, don't do this.
But you know what's crazy?
King C1.
Yeah, maybe. I was going to say, if you go knight E3, right? Oh, I got you with the pin. You blunder, right? This is check.
Right.
So you can't really attack the knight. I mean, I just don't believe that you can keep this. But the funny thing is, I'm attacking a rook. So if you're like, okay, E4, I got you, right? I block this. Then I capture the rook. So this is crazy stuff. And I think we're getting. Hold on a second. Did I just see? No, I didn't see it. I saw something happen. I got my eyes like a hawk on this on these games, and I think we still 3 of the games are currently, I think, missing. They just disappeared actually off my screen. So, we saw some players before the tournament were dropping out.
Oh, yeah. It just disappeared, bro.
Dropping out during the tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, his game not even there anymore. It's not even on the site anymore. Oh, wow.
Yeah. Maybe these are, they were talking about these brand new, super OP cheating measures. Maybe this is one of them. Anti-cheating measures, excuse me. No games. You can't cheat if there's no games.
Exactly. All right. You just gotta have to make it up in your head, guys. What do you think's happening? What do you think's happening, guys?
What's happening in this game? So you get 93, the double question mark. Both moves get a question mark for some reason or another. By the way, I'm curious. Now I'm going to check with the engine, because I'm curious. What about this knight F2 move? And apparently it's not bad. It's fine. But the engine says, all right, you know what? I'll live with it. I'll go c6.
Oh,
I mean, to me,
C6, I'm
this-
happy. That's
Yeah, I
great.
feel like this is a win for us, right? Like we get the
Yeah,
bishop
we gotta do
open and your
well.
queen is stuck, but it's a game. It's not like anyone's winning.
Right.
But we get knight to e3, which I don't know why this is a question mark, because it actually says it's the best move. See that?
Bro, what? 93 best move, question mark, psych. Wait, what? This is why you tell the engine every day. Yo, just, you know, I don't know. Quiet.
James,
What's the move?
James, I know why. I mean, well, not that I know. The computer knows why. At first it says it's a good move,
Mm-hmm.
and then it says, you know what? It's a blunder because of something insane. Oh, this pawn is pinned, yeah?
Yeah.
Try me. G6.
What? You're
Take it.
kidding. Oh my goodness. F6
F6
and knight F7.
Knight F7 catches the queen.
Oh, that's sweet. Yo, that is nasty. Yeah, 960, just freestyle chess is just insane. This type of stuff doesn't really happen in the opening in regular chess.
Only
Wow.
move 4. Move 5, excuse me. 5 moves. 5 moves in your queen's trap.
Yeah, no,
Unbelievable.
that's vicious. Wow.
So that's why I think that's why, sometimes, actually very often, if your engine, the engine is, we think of the computer, it knows everything, right? But there's levels to the game. The longer it thinks, the better it's going to be, the more depth you put it on. So at first it says, 93, I like that move, it's developing. Wait a minute, I just calculated further, and I can see that G6 is the way to go here. Now, this doesn't win, but it's an amazing idea. And white has to play C3 here if you can't take the bishop, but that's a win for black. And do we get it? No, we get H5. By the way, that was something that you were talking about earlier. Maybe get the bishop out to H7, and then you defend the bishop in H8, and then maybe we'll have a move like G5. So we do not have, that would have been an extraordinary move from Norderbeck. But H5 makes a lot of sense too, right? That's your idea, James. Get the bishops out, start snipering from the H file.
One thing I learned from, I think he won it twice here, from the Fisher Random World Championships here. World Champion, Fisher World Rapid or World, whatever. Fisher Random World Champion. Wesley So, actually, who won it twice. He beat Magnus convincingly in the first one. And I remember what he said is like, one thing to do is get the bishops out quickly. So I never forgot that. Many years ago when he won it, he was like, get the bishops out. So the first thing I always look for is like, where are the bishops? How do we get them out? So then the rest is like, okay, principal chess, center, get the pieces out. But definitely you got to figure out how are you going to get these bishops out, or you're going to have a bad game, generally speaking. Even the knight, if the knight is worse, okay, cool. You can figure out what to do with that later. But really those bishops, being faster pieces, long range snipers, you do want to figure out how are you going to use your bishops effectively. So this move H5 definitely makes sense here because he wants to go bishop H7 for sure.
Yeah, it gets an X from our annotations on the board. X meaning a miss. So I feel like that's kind of not that new anymore, but that's kind of a new. Before it would just be like blunder. But now now you just missed it. You missed something better. Maybe your move was fine. And yeah, it's crazy. The position is so complicated. By the way, James, you're saying the bishops, as Wesley So, the Fisher Random World Champion said. I feel like obviously that's true, but it's all the pieces, right? The pieces are all so strangely placed.
What is this?
You got the knights coming to the center. Yeah, Queen E5, the queen's. He wants the pawn.
He wants the pawn.
I think.
Yes.
But apparently, you can give the pawn Bishop H7. So what are we working with here? I take
Queen
here.
Takes, yeah. Bishop G6.
Whoa, Bishop E4.
Crazy, dog.
And now you know what? G6 is coming. And I'm down a pawn, but you said get the bishops out, right? These guys are not moving. Black's bishops are going to be really powerful. So, yeah, Queen E5, centralizing the queen, going for the H pawn.
He also made a move immediately, too. So
Bishop
let's see
H7.
Bishop H7 he went for. We said, go ahead, take it. Take the pawn. You want it so bad, you can have it.
And by the way, G5, that's a threat, right? Now I'm hitting the queen. I'm like trapping them. It's like, is it trapped? You still have Queen D5, but it's not great. The F4 pawn will be hanging. Nice move here. Wow. This game has so many tactics already. We saw there's a potential bishop sacrifice. Now there's a pawn sacrifice. And the players, and Fabiano has used half his time. And by the way, round 1, Fabi did lose. Norderbeck did win. So I feel like the tone gets set early in these events, right? You start winning or you start losing. Sometimes it can avalanche, right? Because you're playing some of the world's best players.
You start to get in your head too as well. I mean, at any format, any game, like you lose a few in a row, you really start getting in your own head here. It's tough. It's hard. That's when the psych comes into play. So, and it looks like boom. Oh,
boom.
I see a game. I saw that.
Let's see it. Let's switch over. Okay. Whoa.
Whoa,
All the
whoa,
moves are coming in.
whoa. Hey,
Oh,
guys.
we got to catch up.
Everybody relax here. Everybody breathe. What happened?
All right, let's okay, if you guys are just joining us, we have the MVL versus Hikaru game ready to go. We had a little bit of something with the broadcast, but it's all here. It's all good. So what moves do we have? We have F4 from MVL. Maybe now we get, let's flip the board maybe. Let's get a little bit of Hikaru. It's also interesting. We were looking from white. Now let's look from black. We get B6. So similar idea, right? Tie down this bishop on H1. E4. So MVL, he just goes for the center. He just goes for the center. Now we get F5.
Whoa, fancy.
Okay.
I just gave a pawn.
Yeah, so
Dang, I like that.
Knight D6 though, right? So the knight wants to get the pawn back. Next up, G6. My bishops are going to be strong. Knight E3. You can't have it. G6. Okay, so we got like a I was gonna say Binko Gambit, but I don't know if that makes any sense. But we get a pawn sacrifice from Hikaru from the opening, but he's got a crazy active pieces. The bishops are immediately out. The queen in the corner has got some work to do. The knights control the center. Looks like good stuff for him. Knight to D3, E5. And wow, this is a mistake. Apparently, bishop takes was better, but this looks like a very logical and enterprising way for Hikaru to handle the game. I like it. And next up, he can castle. Castling's ready to go.
Yeah, this is awesome. I like the fact that I mean, even if you think about gambiting, like Queen's Gambit decline or Queen's Gambit in its way, it's not really a gambit because you have so much activity that you get from, which is why exactly he should do the same thing. Castle, king side, I assume, or queen side, whatever side you even call this. You know, which side is even the king side? Because the king started on D8 rather than E8, so it's actually interesting to see how that works. Yeah.
If I'm looking at the suggestion, if Hikaru plays this,
what happens?
This could be like this is so cool. I gotta show this. Look at Rook A5 is the best move.
Man, come on, bro.
Rook A5.
Come on,
I'm coming
bro.
for you. But watch this. That's not
bro.
it. That's not it. All right, let's defend the pawn A3. B5. All of a sudden.
No.
Look at that.
Nah, dog. No.
This I'm shocked. I'm shocked this is not like crushing because it feels like this is an amazing idea. I got everything attacking. Both rooks, both bishops, even the knight's here. The knight's here to jump in. The pawn is here. I'll find a way to get the queen in.
From a human standpoint, like it's scary.
Incredible.
You would be like, oh yeah, I'm lost. That's what you would be saying as a human. Like, oh yeah, I got to be cooked here. But you're gonna make a move and hope for the best, right? Okay, 5 with that idea, B5, B4 is insane. Because I mean, you would just castle, like get the king out the center. But because Hikaru didn't move yet, I mean, it's possible he might find it. Yeah,
he's looking at these guys. He's thinking,
he does see him.
Yeah, that's the whole point of his gambit too, right? Like he opened those bishops up immediately. We were just in Fabi's game. We saw he was struggling to get those kingside pieces out. Hikaru says, "Here's a pawn. Don't thank me later." So he's thinking. I would love to see Rook A5 here. That I was like something about this rook lift and the pawn push. I feel like that was very aesthetic. You know, you're talking about you were talking about studying a lot of positional woodpecker recently, right? The new one. I feel like that might be in that final chapter.
Yeah, and exactly. And that one is a hard chapter, which I haven't got to yet. But and actually, chess says that there are more moves on the board. Is that correct here? But I don't see that on my board, actually. Let me make sure. Yeah, I don't.
Not on my board.
Exactly. I don't think. Yeah, guys.
And I don't think I saw Hikaru move on the camera, right?
Yeah, there's not any moves here. Okay, I think we're good to go here.
Yeah.
Castles. Yeah, he chose the human route.
Yeah.
He missed the win. Okay,
we were expecting, to be fair, right? I did not. I take no credit for Rook A5.
Yeah.
Castling makes a lot of sense because you get the Rook on B8 looks dead. You castle, the Rook can come in, and you still. By the way, I mean, I guess now these Rook A5 ideas they're still in the air, but you don't have that B5 follow up. But you might not need it, right? If you can get all these pieces creating threats, you're still going to be in good shape. So this looks like great compensation. Still difficult to get these bishops out. We got D4. Okay, he's forcing him to move through. I don't know if Hikaru will play Rook A5 here. Here it feels like it doesn't make as much sense because this bishop on H8 is not as powerful, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he'll just drop back. We'll see. Rook E7 or something.
Yeah, Rook E7 is nice because I can keep the double alive, keep the doubling of the rooks.
Yeah.
Alive still. And I mean,
but you know what? I'm worried a little bit about this, right? Or something like move the pawn in. So we got Rook E6. Rook E6 gets a question. Yeah, I was thinking Rook E7, but maybe on Rook E7, was there like the rook was unprotected. I don't know if there was anything to take advantage of it. But rook e6 makes sense. You keep the double. You also keep it protected. Don't know why it's so bad. I don't like that it blocks the bishop, but can't have everything, right? Rook e8 is still coming. I can drop this knight at e4 if I ever need to. And this queen is, it's out of the game. You know, you can castle the king. You can't castle the queen, right? He would love to, you know, do some kind of switcheroo here.
So now that points out maybe b3 now. So maybe b3 is a tough move.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's like so hard to play that. But I mean, you have a great point. The queen is gross. Maybe a4 to try to activate this queen.
A3. That's only. I mean, and that can help you defend the knight, right? That can help with this incoming rook e8 threat. But I like black here. I mean, black's pieces are more active. His coordination's better. All for a price of a pawn.
You know what? I forgot we were down a pawn. That's crazy. You know, like doesn't feel like that at all. But that's the good thing about when you gambit a pawn. A lot of times, gambiting means to give up for rapid development. So having very fast development, getting the pieces off the back rank, and having some initiative equal with time and activity. And there it is, the a4 move, trying to activate the queen via the a file. Engine is like, that is terrible. Interesting.
Yeah, a4 star. I think I have I think I got a little laggy there, so hopefully it's all good.
Oh, I thought so. I was like, man, you in deep thought there, Alex. That boy, and he was not moving either. I was like, wow, the deep thought here.
Yeah, I was stunned by everything. No, but a4, that move, I like that move. That I'm you know, you and MVL too. Yeah, I can see he's been doing the woodpecker too to pick that one up. But no, seriously, this is, I think, like you were saying, b3 is a little shaky. The a4 is a good move. Wasn't the engine's best move. It makes a lot of sense. Queen's coming out. So let's see. Gets a miss. We can do the same thing, right? A little bit of copycat. Bring my queen out. Threat in d4. Bishop here. Okay, makes sense, like right?
Yeah, makes I like sense. It. There's also like a knight f5 coming. Well, I can't actually.
Knight c4 idea, right?
It's knight c4, yeah. Knight c4. Knight c4, knight f5. Yeah, they both look good. Bishop h6. I'm not really hitting it yet, though. I do have the luxury of pinning this bishop on h1. So that's temporary, though, because bishop f2 happens and g4 or g3 will be definitely next.
Bishop f2 is also defending the rook, right? So that takes care of some of these tactics. Let's
By the way, I'm hearing I'm just scrolling, and I also see chat. So Norbeck is apparently just immediately winning somehow, and then also Arjun is beating Magnus. The bar is all the way up. So just some highlights there on top of Hikaru's game as well.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at the bar in Norbeck's game. The white's got like 2% of the bar.
2%, yeah, 2%. You have a 2% chance of surviving.
But you know, when we left that game, that's when he played that pawn sack, or he offered the pawn sack. So I'm not surprised, because we're seeing lots of pawn sacks. We're seeing one here. If you can get all your pieces out flowing, then it spells trouble for the opponent. King b1 gets a miss. Look at this. If I'm gonna go back for a second, let's say miss. So no mercy from the engine. Yeah.
Which is why we tell the engine, bro, shut up. Like, you know what? Just go. Just quiet. We don't need you today, you know, because this is a different format.
But these
completely different.
They look good.
Look great.
They look good moves. So I'm
look.
But we yeah, so putting pressure on the knight on e3.
Yeah.
Can't really move it because you got to deal with the rook at e1. Knight c4 is in the air. You mentioned knight f5. Knight c4 is more forcing, of course, but good to have both options, right? Queen d3. Okay, so MVL, he sees it. He gets another miss. We continue. What is this? This is like 9. I've never seen this. 9 consecutive red moves or something like that. But maybe not 9, maybe exaggerating a little bit. But the funny thing is the moves, these are very normal. Hey, I'm attacking knight. I'm going to defend it. Oh, you got knight c4. I'm going to go queen d3.
Yeah. So human playing human. You know what I mean? Like human playing human. That's what's happening here. Right? Or these guys are half human, right? So, that's how it goes. Bishop.
But this was my move. I was thinking of this. I was thinking get the bishop.
Ooh, that's spicy. I like that, bro.
But the best move here is
miss again, by the way.
Check this out. Yeah, I did see it's a miss, but look at this. The best move, I think this is quite, at least for me, it's very difficult. Queen e4. I don't think you're thinking about this move. You're thinking, hey, I'm down a pawn. I want to keep the pieces on. You just trade the queens. Why? Well, after takes, now I'm reopening these threats, right? Also, the knight is hanging immediately on e3, and you can't move. You can't take your own pawn. You can't go to c2. So this might just pick up some material. We get bishop f7. Very logical move. The bishop on g8 was blocked. You're going to put it on g6. That's a fantastic piece. And Hikaru, he's building up a little time. We get bishop f2. Okay, bishop g6 got to be pre-move. Another miss. So the game of misses.
This has to be a record. Like, I
It
mean,
might
that's
be.
kind of crazy.
If you take that, yeah, I mean, maybe not a record of all time, but for sure in a 2,700 game. Yeah, but it's just we're pointing it out just for humor because I feel like these you can't even say any of these moves are bad. Not one of these moves is a bad move. It feels.
Yeah,
but
they're
there's just
all
better moves apparently.
Yeah, it's just better, bro. You should find it. It's a miss. You missed again, bro. Like, no, you know what? You're unemployed today. No one cares. Nobody cares. We don't consult the engine no longer today. Also, time it's easy to forget that this is a faster time control game because they are down to some critical time management here with meaning just over a minute for kind of both of them. So with 10-second increment here, but black having the much easier position to play. Both the bishops, the rooks are excellently placed. That's a nice check, gaining a tempo at least. So we'll see how he responds. King b8.
By the way, bishop g6. Shout out to bishop g6, first non-miss. So we get for both sides.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we go.
Queen a6 check. By the way, you gotta act fast because I feel like next move I play g4. So again, the best move here, not super obvious. You trade the queens. You just trade the queens. The king is nice and safe, and you have tremendous pressure in the knight. There we go. Hikaru he finds it. But now the knight can move, right? Because I have spent the tempo defending my my rook. So can I just move my knight? I can go to c4. I can go to g4, d5. But I'm not gonna just trade the rooks. I'm gonna go rook e2.
Oh,
I'm gonna show you what these bishops are all about.
These bishops, that's really strong. In fact,
not these knights, strong. These bishops.
These bishops today, yeah, that's incredibly strong there. And the thing is, like a lot of times too, where you see a practical human advantage would be in the activity of the pieces. So even being, and as I've been studying in lots of chess lately, especially even games, high-level games, where people are winning from the most simplest positions. But generally speaking, the thing that I find, or at least a common denominator in those games with equal material, Catalan type games, no material loss or same amount of material, is the activity of the pieces. Literally just my pieces being a little bit better than yours, I won the game. And that's what's happening here. I mean, even black actually still down a pawn here. Did we not get the pawn back? Yeah. So we down a pawn and black's better, but that's just because of the piece placement. And look at the bishop on h1 still yet to get in the game.
Yeah, this has been definitely one of the big themes, right? So the pieces in the corner, it felt like Hikaru just did a much better job. Both players started, of course. Yeah, the bishop on the a1, the queen on bishop at h1, queen on a1, the opposite for Hikaru, or the same for Hikaru, I should say. But Hikaru immediately opened those diagonals, right? Immediately his long range pieces on the diagonal were active. And Maxime, he had to go a4, queen a3, right? That was so much effort to get that queen out. The bishop's not out yet. He's got 18 seconds. But the problem is, rook e2 is devastating. Let's say you play like knight g4, I was going to say, because you're attacking the bishop. Hikaru is an amazing move. Rook e2, you ignore it. You ignore it because I'm actually attacking f2. I'm attacking c2. I'm attacking d1. And I'm going to be ahead of material. So this is the big move here for Hikaru. You don't need to waste time. Oh, my bishop's hanging. Let me move it. That's going to give a white a chance to consolidate, right? He's going to have a chance to meet the threat. So big moment for Hikaru here. He's got 50 seconds. So he knows it. He senses it. He's calculating. And if he plays it, he's going to be in great shape.
Yeah, rook e2 is such a strong move because the real threat is bishop takes c2, followed by bishop d1, and then rook f2, all in order there. And there it is, rook e2 on the board. Nice 20 seconds for MBL.
Brilliant. Give him just a 1x
Okay, it's a great move. Like, you know what? Again, like, no one cares. Like, you just start looking at the engine like, I don't care. I'm so tired of you.
It's out of the way. There's another miss. Yeah, here you don't even need to take, right? You have a moment, just retreat, maybe bishop f8, and also h5 is a threat, right? All of a sudden, now you're overloaded. All right, over-under. Is this bishop getting out? Ever in this game? Are we going to end the game with the bishop at h1?
I'm going to say yes.
Okay,
yes.
Let's see it. I'll say no.
Say no. Okay, bro. You gotta have right. Action. Gotta have the odds. Takes. Okay. Juicer. I got my juicer back.
Yep, that's right.
Takes.
Equal material. Don't hang the bishop. Move it away. There we go. Now we got h5 ideas. Okay. Oh no.
Oh, he's getting it off. Oh, I'm
Um,
glad I ain't put no real money on it. Jeez, that would have been bad, boy. He'd be down a lot of cash right now. Well, G3, that bishop
He's
is
gonna
getting
get
out.
out.
No matter what, he's
Only
gonna move
move
that bishop.
22 though. So bishop. Okay, so Hikaru just grabbing pawns. He's up 2 pawns. There you go. The bishop does come out, but not before the damage has been done. We got 2 extra pawns, and more is coming. I feel like this pawn's gonna drop. It's got, Hikaru's got his eyes on it. The knight's gonna come out. Maybe knight a5, bishop b3, some kind of light square invasion. Looking pretty good for Hikaru as he looks to bounce back from his round 1 game.
Absolutely, as you want to make it to the top
Ooh,
here.
hold
Rook
on a second.
C1.
What about here?
That is quite annoying.
I guess you got rook c3.
Oh, correct. I could bail out with bishop b7, but that would easily give me the bishop pair with a extra pawn. So I would be glad for that.
Yep. h5. Okay. I mean, where are you going to move the knight? You go to e3, you drop here, you go here. Okay. Hikaru's got an option. You can take the pawn. Doesn't want the pawn. He's got bigger goals in mind. Rook f8. So rook c3. Knight d6. Okay, moves are coming in quickly. Both players got 50 seconds. So Hikaru, what's he going to do here? I mean, you would love to attack this rook so you can get a bite out of these bishops. So maybe knight b5.
I was just trying to figure out, like, wait, what do I play? Yeah, knight b5.
I think he's going for knight b5, yeah? Try to get the rook out. So, and also I'm attacking d4 in that case. So let's see, MVL, 30 seconds. Rook a3. It's a good move. Hey, wait a second. Now we're look at that. If you're not careful, all of a sudden the light squares are going to start hurting a little bit.
Ooh,
not a good move though, because this suggestion is nasty. Apparently, bishop d1 is the best move. So you blunder the bishop, but only for a moment, because then you get your rook on f2. So I'm sure that's not the only good. I would be surprised, but I guess it's an important move to play, because rook a7, it takes.
Now knight
now what?
No, knight c4 is a blunder.
Things are hanging.
So, yeah, things are hanging.
No, you could go knight c4. He plays it because rook a4 I take, and then
and take rook in game. All rook games are drawn. But nice. I was very impressed by what's his name? MVL's in-game against, I forgot who, but he has some. He was taking it to Magnus in some mid games, and I was like, dang, people don't understand how strong his in game actually is, MVL, until you displayed it actually in the CCT of last year or something like that. So it was really, really, really strong to see. But they say all working games are strong, but here it's a little bit difficult because I have that extra pawn already. Still gonna be some work to do. It's still some work to do.
If he goes into this, I mean, you got one extra pawn, and I feel like there's another one may be coming, but we do got some moves. Does he go into it? He keeps the bishop. He keeps the bishop. Get knight a5, knight c6. So, okay, let's take stock here. We got an extra pawn for Hikaru. The bishop here, we always hear, hey, the bishop's better than the knight. I don't know about this one. This bishop, it's kind of restricted by the pawns. The knight's got some squares to hop into. The rook is active. Hikaru's got more time. Again, this is not completely, I'm up a pawn, easy win. I can see some trouble brewing, if maybe these pawns start rolling, or if MVL tries to get pressure here. I think a good plan, it could be for Hikaru, is at some point, okay, we maybe activate our king and maybe start rolling these pawns. We got a 4-on-2 majority here. So that's where you want to make your queen, right? King d8, I like this idea, actually. Let's just go after this guy, right? That could be slow but steady. Give me another pawn.
Also up time and putting the pressure on MVL. That's a beautiful plan. King d8 to e7, e6, rook f5, knight e6 even. Oh my goodness, this is just principles 101. Put the knight on e6. Apparently that was just so bad. Like, you were such a bad move, apparently. I mean, he doesn't seem, no tactical blunder. You probably should take
this pawn, going for the pawn.
And then h3, yeah.
Yeah, the problem is if you take, I take here and you can't hold this guy. Hikaru find it.
Get both of them.
Big move.
G5, that's kind of annoying. I'm not gonna lie.
I guess I can just take it. I got rook G2, yeah. And my H pawn, if you could have slid over with rook G4, then you can get some chances. Okay, now this is looking real good. Take the pawn in H2. You got no way to defend H5.
And then I put the knight on e6, which is a classic way to blockade the pawn. The best piece to blockade a pawn is a knight. So after taking both of the pawns, put the knight on e6. Then you run the king up from b7 up to e6 or to d5. You have to watch out maybe for king b3, king c4. But when king gets to c6, king on c4, you go b5 check. Then you go king d5. You round up this pawn. It's a very easy game for Hikaru.
Yeah, he takes a little time. Yeah, maybe I was thinking, maybe is there some tricks like trying to get this like back rank, not back rank, but like a skewer. So he decides to play it, get the knight out first. This way, MVL does have a little time to defend the pawn. Right now, if you take on H2, maybe I got some rook G8, rook H8. Okay, Hikaru, he is in a great spot, but he's got 10 seconds. So definitely want to make sure you do have the 10-second increment, but I was going to say, do want to make sure you don't get too low so that accidents don't happen. Okay, so now he's still up 1 pawn. This pawn looks a little scary though, right? It's getting close to promoting.
Yeah,
but it's going to be very hard to support. And Hikaru, he's trying to push his own guys.
How's he gonna get it off to? Which is kind of annoying. Oh yeah, this is pretty easy, I guess. Move the knight around, then I push the pawns because I couldn't go b5 because a5 hangs. But now I go knight d5, and then I guess you have to move the bishop to d4 or e1.
Maybe I can go c5 there.
Yeah, then bishop b8 and rook b7. You're like lights out. So bishop's trapped. Strangely enough, you got to watch out for the h pawn though. So yeah, that h pawn really got annoying. It definitely got annoying because you can't move too far away without h7 being a real thing. Then you have to come back to it.
Everybody else thinking, how can he try to use his pawn? The nice thing is the rook behind the passed pawn. That's a true and tried remedy, making sure that you know, you can go h7, but that's as far as you go. Okay, he goes rook f8, so it hits the knight.
95 with tempo.
Wants to meet this. Yeah, he goes
there it is with tempo. I'm just snatching.
Oh,
big fella!
Nice.
The ace pawn.
Take h7. It's coming.
Look at him with the tactinos. Oh my goodness. That was nice. That stupid H pawn. I told you, man. This is like got rid of that stupid pawn. Now you got to think a little bit.
Okay. I'm seeing there's I'm not going to show it just yet because Hikaru's got 10 seconds. Don't want to miss his move. Actually, you could take the bishop and you win, but it's not human. Oh, he's not human.
Well, I mean, he is half a human,
night
so
before?
we understand he can take it. Night before.
Wow, wait.
And is there a mate? King B3,
Yeah.
B5. Yeah. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was thinking of that. And then, okay, so King A3. Okay, he calculated this all out. This is the winning line.
Rook check. Oh, if B3, you go rook up. Well, he's got to be mated, no? King C6.
Yeah, if you go B3, work. You're getting checkmated on A2.
All right.
So king up. I was wondering, yeah, this because I feel like even if you see this, like personally, I mean, obviously not to compare myself to Hikaru,
but I'm knight A6.
I'm like, if I don't see the mate, I'm like, I don't know.
All right, yeah, knight A6, knight C5, rook D4. Beautiful.
So here, I mean, there's all sorts of stuff, right? I'd be like, is there rook B8 check? That, you know, and then you try to make a queen.
Oh, that's funky.
Rook B8, right away,
king C6, so knight C5, rook D4 on queen.
Oh yeah, this is nasty. King C6, and
he's made it. He's
awesome.
stuck. A little mating net. Hikaru with those tactics, big dog. Look at him work. Takes with mating threat.
Okay, so wait, hold on. If we promote,
right?
We got here we go. We're gonna see it. Yeah, I was gonna say C6. Can you close the door? And then rook A3's mate.
What is rook B8 check again?
Rook B8 check.
I have to take there. Yeah, I have to take.
King takes B4.
King C6. No, it doesn't work. King C. He went with check, but he might have been able to go King C6 to C5.
This isn't. He's just down a queen, but
there's Queen A8.
We want to go. We want to go C6 and Queen A8 and the Rook A3. That's the idea.
Yeah. Yeah. What a game here. Queen sack. Okay, so how are we winning?
Yeah, you know the check doesn't help. You can give the check in H1. I go C6. I mean, this is incredibly down a queen, but the king is. You can go rook B8 check, but I guess I have to take it.
You have to take it.
I got no choice.
Yeah, you have to take it. Yeah. And then he takes on B4. It should be winning, but it's harder. Back. But it should be winning. He goes King A4. Can I go?
Hikaru's got perpetual, but he doesn't. I no way he wants it. Yeah, does he not have rook B8? There's always this rook B8 idea. You deflect the knight and then you pick up the pawn.
I thought King C6 and then King C5.
I don't know. It's brave. You know, I got checks. I got checks too.
Very brave. Check. Yeah. Here we go. Oh man. Dang, he has no time either.
Here's the advantage though. Apparently this position showed him. Does he play it? Hold on a second. He plays it. Okay.
Okay.
This is still winning. But this might be as long as the Magnus game we just saw.
Yeah, but this looked like game 6. World Championship.
Game 6. Get rid of these pawns.
Game 6. Yeah.
And that's game 6.
It's game 6, bro. But with
136
reverse
moves,
colors. You're 136, yeah, in like 7 hours. Yeah, I remember that. But that's like reverse colors here too.
By the way, I don't even know. Well, the winning move apparently was rook e3, very difficult. But this position, even though we see the eval, it's like close equal. Like James is saying, game 6, Magnus had rook, knight, and 2 pawns against the opponent. She's king and queen. So we have a very good chance of a repeat of that game. The end game is objectively a draw, but I would take the rook and knight every time there.
Every time. And I mean, okay, they both have time here, but even in that game, with game 6, that was supposed to be a draw. But I mean, come on, like black has so many more pieces. It's difficult for white to play as accurate as we just saw with the Vidit game. And the rook and knight versus that's a draw every time, or it's supposed to be, obviously, but it was difficult. Rook c5, I guess you could play, but that's probably not the best.
Yeah, you pin yourself. It's a little dangerous, but I guess you can protect it.
Knight a6, right?
Yeah. Well, the problem for Hikaru, he's got to get this knight out. I mean, the obvious way for me would be like, all right, here we go. We got a knight a6, knight c5, maybe bring it over to e6.
Tagbon says, I could lose this from either side. It says Tagbon. Nice, Tagbon. We're going to work with you, big dog. We're going to work with you.
There you go, self-pin on the board. Again, king b4, no problem. We got knight a6, check. But, yeah, once this game finishes, I want to go back to that crazy moment. Hikaru allowed the promotion, which was actually correct. According to the engine, had he played the correct sequence, he had a checkmate there. But like I said, that's why I said I thought it wasn't human. I thought, like, you have 20, 30 seconds. If you mess something up, if you miss one move, all of a sudden your opponent's got a queen, and that's what we have here. But the good news is that we got a lot of stuff too. We got the rook, the knight, the 2 pawns, and the win. Any winning chance in this position, obviously, all belong to black.
Right. Okay, that's a strong move. Oh my goodness,
that's a good move.
That's a very good move. You might have to go. Yeah, literally game 6 for real now. I mean, I guess knight c7 takes.
I take it. We're in game 6.
Exactly.
And I think the pawns were G and F pawns, right? Or no. They were essential pawns. They were F and E. Yeah.
Yeah, F and E. Yeah, F and E. Yeah.
I feel like it's probably. I don't know which is. I have no idea what is better. Having the F and E, having the C and B.
Oh, we got rook d5
We're gonna find out.
Rook d5, king b6, knight a6, knight c5. Yeah, you're just walking the king up now. King b6 check. C5 check, king a5. Yeah, I'm just walking. Everything blocks with check. All the checks get blocked with pieces, and we just walk the pieces up. This is going
to be game 6 level length, I feel. We're on move 64. And the thing is for black, right, is you start pushing these pawns. White strategy is just be annoying. Give checks, give pins, right? Try to pin the pieces. Right now we see MVL pinning the knight. He could pin the rook. So it just takes a lot of time to make progress, right, with black. Because you're like, okay, got to block the check, got to block another check. That's why we saw the Magnus game take 7 hours. But that's I'm sure both players are well aware of that game. I don't know if that's helpful though when it comes to defending the position.
Yeah, they're definitely well aware of that. King b6, queen check. I go king a5, gives me a b4
maybe
check.
98, 96, b4.
That's a nice move. I'm not gonna lie.
C4.
98 is very fancy. I like that move a lot. Knight d6 coming in and reroute the knight so I can play b4 check, which is nice.
Yeah, I don't want the maybe it doesn't matter, but I didn't want the king coming into c4 to blockade. But this is also a position where, we were talking about, we saw the Vidit game where there was a 50 move rule. Here, you're not oh wait, no way. Okay, yeah, Angus queen.
Yeah.
I was gonna say there's oh, by the way, you got to be a little careful. Knight d6. There's queen a8. Gets a little spooky there.
Spicy.
Yeah. So maybe he'll just go back to c7. But yeah, you're not really at risk of any 50 move here because you're gonna constantly have these pawns moving. You got b4, c4. You play 49 moves, b4 check. Another 49 moves. All right, now let's go c4, right? And then you milk it till MVL. Till he passes falls asleep, let's say, and then you get the win. All right, we got b4. Pawns protect each other.
I'm going to follow up with knight c7.
Yeah, probably just come back, defend the rook.
Let's go back. Exactly. Depending on where the king goes. No, yeah, I don't really have a choice. I mean, king c4 obviously is 96, but king b3, knight c7, check king b5, and I'm pushing. Oh, there's a check, though. If he checks me correctly, yeah, that's a good, because I can't go f5 because the king being on b3 now. There's some small things. What if he checks me on, like, G6? No, that didn't work. I can still get a 5.
I might be happy about that one. I'll go king b5. You don't have any more checks, and c4 could be coming. Yeah, the strategy here is for Hikaru, he's coordinating the pieces and looking for ways. So we do have that check. and he's going to be looking for ways to advance his pawns up the board. And for MVL, he's just got the queen. It's just check, check, pin, pin. Try to make sure that you don't let these pawns get up the board, completely unchecked, right? I had a game, actually, I just played a tournament a couple weeks ago, and I had this 120 plus move game. I was defending something similar. I had just the queen. My opponent had a queen and pawn. And all I could do was just check, 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 pin, pin. And he's just pushing, pushing, pushing. So it's kind of, yeah, it's not, it's almost like not fun for either side. Obviously, if you win, you're going to have a lot of fun. But you're just doing the same thing over and over and over again for hours. And you don't know if it's going to work out or not at the end of the day.
A fatigue sets in. 95 here. Wait a second. 95. Maybe he just goes back and says whatever,
Yeah,
try
back
again.
to B3.
Ha,
Yeah, I would love to have, I don't know, what's my ideal formation? I got to think about where does the rook and knight belong now? Maybe something like rook on D4, knight on D6.
Yes, that would be great.
Try to move my king in, have my pieces defend it.
I'm not gonna lie, he's making this very difficult. I like this move. King A4 was honestly quite brilliant. I don't have a wait, maybe knight B5. Why didn't I see knight B5 for some reason?
Knight B5?
Yeah, it's knight B5, right? And it'll be king B3, knight D4, king C4, knight C6, C1, rook C6.
Yeah, it's not an easy time. You can give this king a couple tickles, couple checks, but it's kind of hanging around, not letting itself get pushed off from blockading the pawns. Yeah, one thing Hikaru might consider is knight A6 and C4. That way I'm going to be able to have the pawns moving up.
Push him again, and the king is weirdly placed where it is.
That's a nice move. Now if you go here, there's queen B5. King A7.
Rook A6 check.
Okay, there we go. Threatening something.
Nice.
Let's see it. I feel like this is probably going to be the last game. Yeah, it already is the last game. All games are decisive this round. So Hikaru, he's gotta follow the trend. We got a win for Norderbeck against Caruana. Keimer beat Rapport. Fernanda beat Nepo, and then Vidit bounces back. So we got lots of wins. Magnus loses to Erigaisi. We saw that in the chat earlier. So Hikaru, he's got to join the winners. This is gonna be a long one.
This is going to be a long one, boys and girls.
C4, but hold on a second.
Check. King B6
Pawn's
instead.
hanging.
Defend, right. Defend the pawn. Rook check is next. Queen D3, maybe.
Yeah, maybe you can kind of bring the rook over to D4.
Here it is. Queen
Okay.
D3. He does want to stop it. Now knight to B5. King B3, knight D4 is still not there yet. Man, this is really tough.
Yeah, where do I want my knight other than E5? I need the hawk. The hawk makes its return.
Right. Oh, maybe knight B5, rook D6. Knight B5 is just knight B5 actually threatens knight A3 check.
Yeah, there's some funny, I'm looking at some funny, let's say knight B5. I was thinking, is there queen D5? But then I have rook E4.
Yeah,
and they get forks. So I need to set up some forks going on here.
Yeah. Knight B5 is a tricky move.
Yeah, so we get rook. Oh,
whoa.
wait, they just drew stalemate?
Oh, wait, is that the game that happened?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I'm surprised, to be honest, Hikaru took the queen. I mean, I felt like you could try this for more, right? Like, for a lot more moves.
Dang,
but we do
bro.
have the stalemate.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
I'm
tough.
surprised,
that's a rough
but
start,
it is
man.
a draw. Yeah, let's go back. Too bad Hikaru played a great game.
He did.
And he played an incredible idea, but it was not easy to follow it up correctly. He allowed the promotion. I don't think he had to, right? Like, there was the pawn wasn't moving just yet, but it is a dangerous pawn. So Hikaru saw this. He said, look, I think I can mate this king. And he was right. He was a knight A6. Amazing move here. So the king here on, and here he actually had a mate in 5. In this moment, he played AB. He should have started with C6. So the
because you
direct
can't
threat
take
is,
because it's B5 is mate.
yeah, threatening B5 and rook A3 mate.
Right.
So yeah, and if you take, that's just mate immediately. So that would have gotten it done. Maybe, and if I go B5 to try to block B5, then I get mated with knight C5.
Oh man, C6 was brilliant. That's so hard.
C6 first was the necessary move. Yeah, by the way, if MVL in the current position, by the way, if he just promotes, his king is in a mating net after this is actually a very nice nut, by the way. King C4, B5. You give up the knight. This would have been an incredible finish. You're down a full queen. Don't matter. You got mate. So b4 was played. So Hikaru missed c6 here, unfortunately. He did have 10 seconds. So he played takes, which is still a good move. So Hikaru had the right idea. He did end up playing c6 at this moment. But it turns out right here was even stronger. Because after rook b8, I guess the rook is not attacked, right? In the game, his rook was under tempo. So now they're still mating that after b5. And then the king is still caught. Not easy at all with 20 seconds. So, yeah, unfortunately, brilliant idea from Hikaru. And was just one move away, right? The c6. That would have been, I mean, that would have been awesome. But unfortunately, MVL escapes.
He escapes. He does escape. But of course, at least, I don't lose the game. I'm not having the greatest start. But again, at the end of the day, we want to make it to the top 8. And it's very possible to do. Just kind of forget about it. Even as I learned from Hikaru himself, he said you should have short-term memory loss when it comes to games like this. Even the losses and the games that you admit that slip through your fingers, because you got more chess to play.
Absolutely. And wow, that was a roller coaster game. Only draw of the round. And let's quickly go over the results real quick here. We got, as we mentioned, this Norderbeck game that we had our eye on. He crushes, beats Fabiano. So quick win here. What's happening? This is a bishop that never got out.
Oh my goodness.
This is a bishop that stayed on h1.
Yo, we gotta get this off the screen, man. We got kids watching this, my guy. Oh my goodness.
What about this? Is this any better?
Is this any better? This one's a little better. King on c3. Yikes. A little bit better than the other one. At least his queen's on the board still.
Did they set up a normal position? How's there a rook in h1? Did they forget?
How did they do that one? Yeah, that's actually quite the position. So it's king on c3 though. Dang.
Yeah. So he bounces back. I think he lost round 1. Everyone's biting in this tournament. Nepo, he wins round 1 against Naka, and then he loses to Prague, who lost his first round, right? So this is anyone's tournament. Vidit, round 1 lost to Magnus, round 2 win over
Gukesh, world champ.
And look at Arjun do round 1? Arjun's 2-0.
Okay, Arjun, and I think Keimer is too.
Won the I think Keimer lost the first one, but
he lost the first one. Okay.
Arjun won. Did he win 3 freestyle Fridays in a row or something? So yeah, let's look. Oh wait, look at this. Wait, hold on a second. Magnus, you notice something about this game? Isn't this what Hikaru did?
Dang, they kind of.
This is exactly what Hikaru did.
Yeah.
Did they analyze together?
They probably did. On them, yeah.
And then Ergaisi pushed though. So we saw in the game. I think MVL took an e5. Here we get f5. So this doesn't work out for the goat though. Why not? Let's have a quick look. Castles. Oh, blunder.
Oh, blunder. Stupid bishop.
What a pin.
Oh man, just a one mover.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay, well, hold on. Maybe this is getting spicy, but you are down a piece.
Yeah, let's go queen c3 at rook a1, and which is played, and bishop e4 next here. Nice c3.
Nice move. Right, this pawn goes down.
4.
You're in all the trouble in the world.
Yeah, he's just up that piece too. Magnus made it difficult though. You see, he's got some comp.
Yeah, but he doesn't have enough pieces. Also, if he had a dark square bishop, he could be in some business. Here, everything's on light squares. So that's interesting to see. I'm glad we look at that game. Both Hikaru and Magnus had the same idea with different results. And the queen gets trapped. Insult to injury. Jeez. Domination by Ergaisi this game. Refuting the gambit.
I mean, nice. Arjun is a beast, as we know. He's been winning the Freestyle Friday like 3 back-to-back-to-backs, which is insane, and taking down Magnus here. But I mean, as you know, this is a strong field. As like only one player is 2-0 here, only one, which is Arjun here, with games, 3 more rounds to go. 4 rounds actually.
4 rounds, yeah. I mean, this is we got lots and lots of action. Also, James, have a look. Look at all the wonderful, amazing fans and viewers with us today. We got some crazy action here. Look at we got what am I reading there? 46,000 viewers. 40,
and now and as I see it, 47,000 viewers on my end. But nevertheless, guys, welcome. Hello, everyone. We got 50,000 of you all watching. Where are you watching from? Where are you watching from? And how excited are you to be here today watching? Good to have you guys all watching. Hello.
Yeah, we we were taking the poll earlier, right? We got people from all around the world, and you definitely don't want to be missing all of this action. Yeah, I mean, we haven't even gotten into the other games. I'm sure there was, with all the decisive results, I'm sure we missed some amazing moves, but we're going to be here round 3, round 4, round 5, round 6. Who's going to make the top 8? We're here to find out.
We will.
We got Pluto.
No.
I am watching from Pluto. Seeing that?
I see that. I see Poland houses, Poland, Sweden, Austria, Windy City, Taiwan. Nice. Sweet. Good to have you all.
By the way, real quick. Oh, here we go. I was like, where's my standings at? Actually, hold on, James. Not just one person 2-0. Norderbeck 2-0. Forgot about him.
Oh, shoot.
He had that crushing win. And by the way, we got it's only 2 rounds in. Like we said, you want to be in the top 8. So we'll see. Definitely when we get to rounds 3 and 4, we'll see the early leaders. We'll see their early trailers. We'll be looking for Hikaru to get on board. He gets to draw this game. No doubt will be a bit disappointed, as he did have checkmating opportunity, but he's going to be looking to bounce back. Like you said, the greats have short-term memories. I'm sure you've seen that commercial, right? So we'll see.
I have. I think I've seen
that into effect. Yeah, I think it's a Foot Locker commercial, right?
Right.
Kind of old one, yeah.
All right.
Great's got short-term memories. I'm the greatest bull of all time. Scottie Pippen. All right. I think we'll do a short break. We don't want to miss the action, but we will do a short break now. We'll come back. We got the 3rd round coming up. We got a new position coming up. So we're going to be here. We're going to analyze it as well. We're going to have a look at more top-level chess to come. And don't you guys go anywhere, whether you're from Pluto or Earth. We'll be here with you in a moment. And welcome back, everyone. We are live for the upcoming 3rd game of the Freestyle Paris event here. And the players have gotten position number 751. For a second, I thought we got the same position. We got the bishops on G1 and H1 in the corner. But no, it is similar, but we got different knights. The king, rook, queen. They're on different spots. No more queen in the corner. Hikaru will be going up against Vidit Gujarati, the newlywed. Was defeated by Magnus in the 1st round, bounced back in the 2nd round, and now Hikaru will be hunting his 1st win. We have him on the camera doing some analysis with, I believe, Organanda and Norderbeck. So we'll see what they come up with here. And James, you were saying, got to get those bishops active, right? So I'm expecting G4, F4.
Definitely.
Both.
Pre-moved right now. F4 has been a move we've seen a bunch of times already in this tournament. So F4 definitely very likely. I also think maybe even knight C3 move 1 could be quite likely too as well. Just try to see what happens. But I do like E4, F4, even G4 are all potential first moves here. Get those bishops.
You know what's funny? I was looking at the board and I'm pretty sure I saw F4 and G4, but at some point I think Hikaru even played A4, not on the first move, but one of the moves, right? And it makes sense when you got the rook in A1. Maybe you try to activate it, especially if you can combine it with the bishops. And then you see them pointing at the queen side, and then you use the pawn. Then you can have the makings of a nice queen side initiative. And eventually, using the rules of freestyle, the king teleports to G1 to make a castle. So we'll see. Obviously, the play will be dictated by both sides. You don't just get free moves. Your opponent is going to try to stop your plans. And as I'm taking a peek at the camera, I think we got Magnus eating something as I was looking. But now we got moves. F4 on the board. F4. We've been seeing that 4 all day. Makes sense for the rook, for the bishop. And G3. There you go. Both bishops in the game.
Very nice. Yeah, this is seen as we talked about before, Wesley still talked about this, is you got to get those bishops out first. And as you see, it's been happening on both sides. Mirrored position here. Get the bishops out and then think later.
Yeah, we haven't seen so much symmetry in the games that we were covering, but in this case, the players said, look, I got to get the bishops from H1 and G1 out, or H8 and G8, and I'm going to do it as fast as possible. There we go, A4. I'm telling you, I was looking at the camera feed. I saw Hikaru showing A4 to the youngsters. He's leading by example.
That's funny. You want to go A4 here. And then, you might as well, with the Visu opening being so popular these days, you might as well throw Rook A3 in there. Like, whatever. A4, throw a Rook A3 in there at some point. What is it doing? We don't know. Rook B3 would be a nice possibility, but you can't because of Bishop on G8. So, very possible.
I mean, if you're talking about the Visu, you have to go Rook B3 and give up the Rook. That's the whole
That's
point.
true. That's true. That is correct. And grab the Bishop here as well.
But I'm thinking he's going to go A5 instead of Rook A3 because it feels like you're pushing this pawn as far. I mean, if I can get this pawn to A6, my Bishop in H1 will be quite happy about that. So no way Vidit allows it after A5. I do think he will play A6. And there we go. Let's see if that prediction comes to pass. A6, no A6. I mean, I don't feel like you cannot allow this. This is going to be a very weak diagonal. So we do get A6 from Vidit, but maybe down the road, later on, we might get a pawn storm, right? You can argue that, hey, this pawn is giving me a little bit of a target, but you also got to figure out where the king goes. I'm thinking that you probably try to castle, but maybe just stay somewhere in the middle of the board. You got Rook A3, but you can't go Rook B3. I was even thinking you got Rook F3, but I don't know where that's going.
Right, where are you going? Yes, I'd like to get a knight to C5 and looking at sacking possibilities. Because if D6 happens, that weakens the whole diagonal. So then we can snatch on B7 at some point, but the timing has to be impeccable.
Yeah, I do like that idea, but yeah, if you can get the knight to C5, putting pressure on B7 looks excellent, but there is D6, right? D6 is going to be a little bit of a spoiler. We'll see. I mean, I'm also thinking about, is there any sense breaking with E4? Maybe now or later. You can start with knight C3. And Hikaru, yeah, I mean, I don't know how much time exactly they have to analyze before the game. I don't imagine it's more than 5 minutes. So I feel like he's got his 5 minutes of prep on the board. Push the kingside pawns, push that A pawn, and now he's gotta come up with something himself. And he goes knight D3. So we were talking about that move as well. Knight is going to C5 potentially, increasing the pressure on the queen side.
You mentioned D6, which is quite annoying. Like, yeah, it just stops the knight. But I guess his argument is that, well, his knight on C8 is kind of weaker as well. Maybe we'll follow up with E4 after pawn D6, but definitely pawn D6 is, I'm not happy to see that because I did want to go knight C5.
Yeah, I mean, maybe one. No, not really. I was going to say the knight on C8, maybe it loses a square. So that could be a little bit tough for Black's coordination, but you do get ideas of E5. And if I can start pushing those central pawns, maybe I can push E4. You're not going to be a happy camper with your bishop on H1 getting shut out.
Maybe, yeah, definitely got to push probably E4 or knight C3 or F2 and then E4. At some point, Vidit doing fine in this position, very equal.
Yeah, both players
symmetrical
still figuring out what to do. And by the way, we apologize. We do not have a camera so far for this game, but we do have the moves. Last game we started out with no moves, but we had the camera. Now we're trying the opposite. So we're going to see which one works better. We get the knight to C5, which we like. Doesn't get the entrance approval, but it looks very logical. You got the bishop defending it. You got the other bishop putting pressure.
What did the engine say? I'm just curious on D6. Because, like, okay, he let us go knight C5, but E4. What if D6 happened? What would be
with a
oh,
fight.
They wanted E4? Oh, okay. They wanted
with a fight, nothing crazy.
Yeah. Okay. Just making
but
sure.
the best move was a real nice move. You were mentioning Rook A3. You gotta go a step further after knight D6 right here. Not Rook A3, Rook A4, obviously.
Bro,
obviously Rook A4. And
what is the idea, bro? You're crazy.
I'm trying to figure that out. Like, one idea could be, I don't know, maybe E4 is one idea, and then the rook can, when I make the trade, I can swing it over, although I'm not too excited to trade my bishop for the knight. Another idea I would be thinking about is there any way, maybe I'm supporting some pawns, but yeah. Anyway, we get long castles. That looks suspicious to me. I mean, you got A6.
Yeah.
Already all this pressure. Vidit's putting a lot of faith in these knights being able to defend the king side.
Man, I feel like mate in 11 is like, E4, Queen E2, immediate E4. Right. yeah. E4 and then Queen E2 would be nice to sack on A6, but Bishop C4 is the problem. So he's saying, yeah, okay, it looks risky, but I have it covered.
Hikaru is definitely going to look for a way to create an attack. We do have a little bit of a camera going on now. We have a camera of Vidit. I just saw him yawn actually a moment ago. he must be tired playing 160 moves round one against Magnus.
That's true.
He's
They
gonna
only
be
get like
he's
a
gonna be
5 minute
sleepy.
break. Yeah, and to bounce back from where you were, no matter what happened, you only got a very short break, and you have to get back into the ring.
So let's think how Hikaru can maybe build an attack. I mean,
Right.
normally you would use a pawn storm. That's probably not happening here. I mean, these bishops have a lot of control over the queen side, so you can't just start pushing these pawns. So you kind of want to use your pieces, but it's also not so easy. Where you go rook a3, you don't have rook b3, so not so simple. The computer still likes rook a4. Still is the preference of the engine. I mean, I can imagine there being like let's make a random move like bishop to g7. So yeah, this is slow but effective plan. d3, c4, b4 maybe, b5. So let's see. Rook
Definitely
a4 is
B4.
a beautiful rook lift, but must be quite hard to spot. I mean, d3 to me looks natural, right? Why don't you restrict the knight and then open up some ideas with the pawns?
I like D3 a lot. Yeah, D3 is a move. I was just trying to figure out what do I want to actually play here. There's so many moves to play. Hence, you see, Hikaru thinking here because you just have a lot of ideas. Rook A4, D3, E4. I even considered Queen F2. I wanted to get the G2 and then play B4 and try to sacrifice and do stuff like that. But even Queen F2, I don't like Bishop E5. I mean, I'm cool with grabbing the bishop pair, but yeah, I thought about this idea too. There's just so much to do. There's so much to do. So curious to see what Hikaru chooses here. What does the engine say is best? Oh, rook a4 again.
Let's give it rook a4. D3 is a good move. I was going to say I feel like we don't have all the time in the world because black. I would be worried about does he go e5 at some point, right? And then you can actually imagine you take and then queen takes, and all of a sudden I got my own battery on your king. Although hold on a second, it's defended. We get e5. I have seen some posts, from the chess.com account on Twitter or X where there's like, oh, Freestyle Friday, Grandmaster loses in 4 moves or whatever. And
I've seen that stuff. Yeah.
And you forget that the knight defends it. This is one of those things where like, oh, b2, that's hanging, right? No, this is not real chess. Well, it is real chess, excuse me, but this is not the standard starting position. So some patterns are easy to miss. We get knight c3, which is very, very logical. You want to develop. Hikaru could actually castle, which I don't really imagine him doing, but I guess it is something he could do just like Vidit did. Because it feels like the rook at a1 is already well developed, and the king on b1 is pretty safe. So why are we even castling, right? King is safe, rook is active. That's what castling is supposed to do, but it's already been solved. Apparently, e4 here is the strongest move. But
e4, okay, that's tough. Blocking that bishop.
Ooh. Yeah, but the pawn is under attack. I'm not the best mathematician, but that square looks to be protected more times than defended. So we get queen e7 instead, which is very logical. Connect the rooks.
I'm just waiting for the sacrifice. Like you can just smell it. Like it's coming. We have to, like, it's so close, right? It's so close. Rook a4. If I could get rook b1 in, that would be nice. I want to be on the b file to be able to go b4, b5. These ideas are there. Is b4 even a thing? He just takes the knight. I don't have any good knight moves after that. Knight d5, he'll snatch that and bishop takes. Okay, I grab the bishop pair, I guess.
Yeah, the only question is, is there any scary knight jumps? Not that I can spot. Yeah, knight d5, hitting the queen. Like you said, they could trade it off, but you'll get your bishop pair. And instead of going for, we keep thinking, hey, is there any attacks? You might have a more of a positional game, right? Where you're just playing with long-term advantage of the bishops. But yeah, Vidit setup, with these knights, it's actually looking pretty effective. The knights are doing a great job neutralizing any potential queenside offensive. And he's also got a good share of the center. His position makes a lot of sense, right? The bishops are active, the rooks are connected, the center's under control, the knights are also taking up some good squares. That's what Hikaru is thinking, because Vidit's approach so far is kind of tough to crack.
I just had to check. I saw chat say Arjun is just absolutely crushing. And oh no, that's because of a transmission error. It has to be transmission error because it looks like Queen F1. He hung his queen here, Gukesh, but no, that's definitely probably not the move.
Oh, I see. Yeah,
just had to make sure.
A quick peek.
Yeah.
We'll see. Yeah, it's we will go around the horn when we have a chance. But for now, Hikaru, this time control, I think we have heard the players talk about this before. But yeah, 10 minutes for the 960 is tough, right? You got to make some big decisions early. 95, very natural move. Very natural move. Just grab the bishop here. At least he got something going. Vidit's thinking, I mean, oh, he doesn't take. Okay.
He doesn't take. Whoa.
All right, that's a little
wow.
surprising because
Well, I was expecting.
we got the knight cube, or the knight square, the Punnett square. I'm trying to change the colors. There we go. The green knights. You feel like white's kind of got something's cooking, you know, in the position.
Yeah, this is where those, you know, Woodpecker or like encyclopedia combinations, volume edition number 6, which is one of my favorite books now these days. But that's yes, you can just feel the tactinos here. You feel something in the air, right? Smells like tactics, but you got to keep looking. I need more pieces in the game.
I like the C3 move, right? Before you go for the tactics, make sure you don't blunder into yourself. So Hikaru, okay, this is making sense. I wonder if it's not easy, but if he moves the bishop, the king goes to G1, the short long castle. Your castle is short, but it's actually long.
Yeah,
and then
right.
you bring the rook in, and then you actually can do this.
Oh,
that could be a real idea.
Yeah, but also, shoot, that is kind of risky. And I don't think about it because that could blow up the position. I'm looking at, okay, castles does happen, and then maybe black goes like G5 with the idea of going F4 at some point, breaking that up. But I mean, that's just absolute chaos. The knight's in the center, G5 happens, blowing stuff up. There's not a lot of time on the clock for both of them, like to figure all that out. That's just a lot of things going on there. But castles is very likely too as well.
Actually, maybe we don't castle. King C2.
I was about to say, yeah, maybe
why are we castling?
King.
Yeah.
Oh,
King C2 and rook B1. The king could be safer.
Rook B1. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, you
B1.
get E4. All right, the knight's hanging. So what are we doing? You can just take the pawn. And maybe if pawn takes, we just drop the knight back to E3. Although then my beautiful bishop is going to be losing some of its luster. Actually, I don't need to drop the knight back. Of course, the queen defends it. But I also kind of like the square, making sure.
Hold on, if pawn takes, knight takes C7, king takes knight A6, takes bishop B6, king B7, queen D6, but there's rook C8. But I mean, there's some stuff like, sheesh.
I mean, you got to be looking at these moves, every move, especially when the pawn takes, the queen opens up too.
Yeah.
You could, and then I didn't see this idea. You wanted to try to get the bishop over, but it's a lot. We're giving up a lot of wood, right?
So giving up a lot of material.
But it's in the air. It's in the air somehow.
Exactly. Tactinos in the air. takes. Maybe you have to go rook D1 there just to set it up.
True. If you go rook D1, you're already threatening knight C7, right?
Right. Yeah, after taking. But right now he has to respond to the knight on D5 being a piece that is loose.
Yeah, I think if pawn takes, you were mentioning, rook D1 makes a ton of sense. You overprotect the knight, and we increase a lot of pressure on this D file. And if you want to take the knight now, queen takes. Now I got the bishops. This pawn is loose. So yeah, that would definitely be a great change for Hikaru in the position. But he's thinking also, it is possible black can take with the knight, which is apparently a better move. Let's see if Vidit plays it, or he'll take with the pawn. Big moment. Hikaru is down a bit of time, but this is a very important moment for Vidit. After pawn takes rook D1, that D-file pressure looks very serious.
Yeah, that's going to be scary, I think, for Vidit to defend, to be honest. It's just scary. Not to say you can, it's just scary. Like, rook D1 is a very serious move after pawn takes.
93. That was my move. Unfortunately, it's as not surprisingly, with Hikaru playing my move is not as good as playing the engine's move.
Yeah,
or your move in this case, rook D1, even better.
93, they didn't like that. And what was the engine's choice?
Rook D1, you were on the money.
Okay, oh shoot. All right, stock Canty over here.
There you go.
That's great. No, 93. Yeah.
Hard to meet this move. Yeah, this was like for me as well. Like when I said 93, I was like, oh, that's such natural. You put the knight, you blockade the pawn, but at the same time, we don't need to, right? The pawn wasn't going anywhere, and it's our bishops that are blockaded. But for somehow, to be honest, the other issue is that there was knight C4, right? So Hikaru also is keeping an eye on that. Ooh, G5. That's a nice move. Blow it all up, right? The rooks are ready to rumble. The queen is supporting the push. I feel like our queenside attack is it was not really a possibility anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I like that he played G5, which I mentioned before. G5 will be a nice thing to open up. But I was saying with the king being castled, with our rooks being connected. Now I think it's even stronger because the rooks are not connected. So having my rooks disconnected here yeah, this is not fun really to play anymore. It's not as appealing as it was a few moves ago. Because now G5, I really have to respond to this. I mean, can I go F5? I guess I can, but I do give up the E5 square.
Yeah, 95 could be an option. I wonder if Hikaru is maybe saving some casting opportunity. He can still castle long, especially if you're not really pursuing an attack here, because that would actually get the rook to D1 as well. But you got to be careful. The pawn at A5 is actually loose in that case, and the knight is threatening to jump in.
Yeah, I think you just get immediately cooked there. That's crazy. Castle Queenside 95, and like,
Yeah,
you're just so bad. You're just worse. Yeah, immediately.
95 and we're live.
95. There we go. Well, be out here, guys. I don't know what to do here. Nice cam there. Look at that. Okay, locked in. Vidit is, but we need him to not be locked in.
He's got that ring on.
He
Got
know,
the ring
I
on, showing off.
newlywed. Man, shout out to him and the wife there. Congratulations again.
Rook A4. There it is. There's that rook lift. Yeah, it feels like Hikaru's coordination here. He's got to get very creative, right? He's rook A4, knight C5. The pieces are a little bit disjointed, but they're working together. He's targeting the pawn at E4. Vidit's structure reminds me more of like, you wouldn't think this is freestyle. You look at his position, you're like, oh, yeah, you know, this was like, I don't know where this came from, but
right with the bishops, you know, with the bishops.
Actually, this would be, you would be a little confused. Like, how did this bishop get out? How did that bishop get out from C8? But it looks normal. Whereas Hikaru's pieces, they look very freestyle. But I like this move. This move, we were talking about it earlier. He still has rook D1 ideas. This pawn is in the sights. Knight C4 is under control.
Yeah, that's good.
Rook A4 made a lot of sense.
Control, yeah. Yeah. Finally, he played rook A4 because, you know, the engine was calling for this, like, even from the beginning of the game here. Now rook A4 makes a lot of sense humanly, like from a human standpoint.
We weren't sure why I was calling for rook A4. Yeah. Now we're sure.
Now we're sure, yeah. And then maybe rook D1 again. Okay, now we could play rook. Well, I mean, F4 is hanging. Yeah, I gotta get this knight back to D5. Like rook D1, knight D5, snatch on C7. We're good to go. We're cooking there.
Yeah, and also there's the quote, knight at F5 is worth like a pawn or whatever. I think it was a Casper. So kind of the mirror, right? Knight at C5. Is it worth a pawn? We'll find out. But it's got the same sort of yeah, I mean, you usually don't have the knight C5 in long castle, right? You have the knight at F5 and short castling. So we'll see if that's going to play a role. But yeah, the thing about this position is still very complicated. You got tons of pieces on the board, tons of tension. Players go lower in time. You want to be the guy who's attacking, right? If you got to defend with 1 minute, your chances of blundering goes way up. So Hikaru, I think, is going to be very important for him to maintain the activity of his pieces so he can get the initiative. H5, nice move from Vidit, by the way, because this indirectly will protect the pawn on E4. You got this pin from H7 to worry about. Bishop G2, that's a nice, look at that. Bishop H3 is coming. Bishop H3, you got the pawn on D7 hang. That's an excellent move from Hikaru.
Your moves be coming in faster than everybody else. I'm like, dang, you see the moves like instant. Like they show up a little bit later, you know, on the thing. I'm watching the stream, but I can watch from the board chess.com events. But Bishop G2 was a very strong move, and as you're highlighting, Bishop H3. Yeah, I mean, from a practical standpoint, you definitely like white because the pieces are more advanced here. In fact, I think it was Aliekin for the people that be like, oh, he said Alekine. You know, of course, Alekine, Aliekin. But he was talking about, you know, having pieces in the halves of the board, which is nice, you know, having a piece cross the halfway point, which is really important. So the knight being on C5 gives white more chances to attack because it is in black's half of the board. So having that combined with the bishop on H3 will be very, very strong. With rook to D1 too as well. I mean, you always have sacking possibilities that somewhere on A6, B7, you get the knight to D5, you go knight C7. So you have some potential here for sure, but we have to see what happens.
Yeah, and Hikaru now is up on time, which is excellent. So Vidit's been spending a couple extra minutes these past moves. Maybe shows that maybe now that he's uncomfortable, but maybe that he's got his moves are maybe a little bit more. His moves are tougher, perhaps. But Hikaru, okay, we get Bishop E6. That's a very responsible decision.
That's
so you're offering the trade of the bishop, but you're completely cutting out Bishop H3, and you're saying, look, get that knight out of here. You know, I'm tired of this knight in my half, as you were explaining. I'm willing to give it up. But Hikaru can still take an E6 and then go Bishop H3. That bishop on H3 would be pretty effective. So let's see if Hikaru wants to go for it.
I think
Or
he's
he might
saying
save
like,
it.
I think he's saying like, hey, you're like the knight on c5 is so strong that I'm willing to give up the bishop pair for it because I don't actually want to take this bishop because the knight is so strong on c5. And after knight takes, we are obviously going to see rook takes e6. Where okay, I have the bishop pair, bishop h3, and maybe he might respond with rook e8 or even rook g6, which is an immediate threat on the g1 bishop. So he could maybe create his own problems there in a way. And my knight on c5 is now gone. I don't have that same type of annoyance in his position as I once had before for giving up this strong knight. He goes for it, which is I think logical, but it does part with this very strong knight on c5.
Yeah, Vidit's thinking, which was kind of weird because you weren't going to take with the pawn there.
Are you really going to take with the pawn? Okay.
Yeah, so he
Okay.
doesn't. Bishop h3. Yeah, this is an excellent idea from Hikaru again because the bishop in h1, it was boxed in. So he finds a more effective diagonal. So now he's got a wide open. Reminds me of game 1, bishop a3 that he had against Nepo. Hopefully this bishop ends up shining more. And now, yeah, rook g6. So Vidit's putting, yeah, this is also pretty annoying because if you go bishop f2, then you got to worry about potentially rook f4. Although, I guess you also, yeah, I don't see any nice knight jumps, but yeah, apparently the best move, yeah, the queen goes back. Not an easy move to play. Card goes queen c1. The best move is actually queen d1. So very minute differences between those two for whatever reason.
All right, bro. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
But now, okay, hold on. We got to get this guy out. But Vidit's keeping an eye on f4. But in this case, your rook will be unprotected on f8, right? So Hikaru has a chance to maybe, I mean, my dream is bishop f2, f5, bishop g3. Now get this guy out.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah, f5 is some fancy stuff going on there with f5. I love that idea. f5, bishop f2 to g3. Get everything pointing in the right direction there. Rook on a4 seems so strange. I mean, it is definitely a strange rook. You know what? There may be some exchange sacrifices available, like rook d1 to d6. We also have to make sure, obviously the rook on g6 has to move for that to happen. But
if you can get him to take with a pawn, you
right.
love that. Get the knight in.
That. Yeah. Exactly. I just realized that now. So maybe there is something like that. f5, bishop g3, rook d1, take one. Well, yeah, you would have to take twice.
Yeah, you actually
so that'd be good.
Still go bishop. We can still go queen h6. You're not losing material. This is not on the board just yet, but I was thinking about it. Is Vidit going to take the pawn? Yeah, this looks kind of, I don't know, great compensation. The two bishops angling on these open diagonals. I don't think he wants that pawn. Why would you give your opponent all that play? But if you don't take the pawn, you got to make a different move. He's not sure yet what that one is.
Plus, I do know from even Vidit played a lot in the GCL Global Chess League. I was doing commentary on and seeing him play, but also noticing one weak point that was just a problem for him is the time control. When he got lower on time, obviously this is like most people have this problem, is when you start to make blunders. But that was the thing, even in winning positions, he was blundering. And because of the time, obviously, he wanted to use his time and be more accurate. He does take this pawn, though. He's going for it. And I say, I'm going to have this extra pawn, and you have to prove your compensation. So let's see how he's going to do it. Queen h6 is likely after a bishop move.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g3 is that's the best diagonal you can get for that bishop. So yeah, queen h6 would be forced. And maybe we'll see the knight jumping back to d5, right? That would pair well with the bishop on g3,
that's
right?
Strong.
Create some pressure.
Yeah, that's really strong.
So Hikaru's thinking, he's looking if there's any time. I mean, he could start, well, I don't know, knight d5 doesn't make as much sense because you can trade.
That's kind of annoying. Queen c1.
Yeah, so let's see. Hikaru under a minute. Bishop g3, there we go. Vidit's got to go back. This is where Hikaru, he's going to see if there's any. He didn't go there. Yep. I knew he didn't do that one. Yeah, bishop d6. Yeah. Okay, so he's just gonna get the pawn back in e4, I guess. No need to play down a pawn too long, right?
And they said double question mark. What did they want instead?
No, what it was a glitch because it first showed that he played bishop e5, which we knew he didn't. So yeah, there we go. Now it's yeah. I've been watching a couple things on the broadcast of DGTs, and I've noticed this, like sometimes like for a second you get that hard. It's like, what? You blundered this? And it's like, no. The bishop went one more square, the rook went one more square, and it takes a moment for the board to register. So yeah, it's the year of AI, but they haven't solved ancient technology of the
Right.
of chess.
Of the DGTs.
Of the DGTs, exactly.
DGT and AI. That's a great combo. All
So
right,
Hikaru
so
gets
predictions. What do you guys
yeah.
think? What do you guys think? Chad, what do you think? Alex, what do you think? The prediction of this game. I am actually going to start. I'm just going to say, all right, I think it's going to be closer to a draw. I'm gonna go with that. I'll go with draw here. It is still a lot going on. A5's hanging. There's chance for both sides. But what do you think? And chat, what do you think? Hikaru win, Vidit win, or draw?
We got also these opposite color bishops, right? So if the knights get traded, it could be kind of drawish. But I think it's going to be decisive. I was going to, a moment ago, I was really high on Hikaru's, or pretty high on his chances because I saw Vidit had a 30 seconds. You gave me the scoop. You said, hey, I've been watching his games. You know, he's when he's lower in time, you know, he blunders. Now Hikaru's lower in time. But I think Hikaru's pieces are pretty active here. I think he's going to pull it out. I think he's going to get his first win. He wants that first win. I don't know how he's going to get it, but I think he's going to get it. I'm just going to call his win.
Okay.
Hero call.
Here we go. Okay. All right. Chat. Somebody say someone blunder. Praying for a Vidit blunder. Vidit win. Hikaru dub. Vidit win. I'll ban Nike Chess right now. Nike Chess. Nike T Chess. Let's get him banned. No kidding. Don't ban him. Shout out to you guys. Blunder incoming. Spam the flower to give Hikaru power. Yes. That's exactly right. Crazy coffee man. So here we go. Stuff is heating up. He has 17 seconds. Actually, Hikaru was very dangerous sometime. He made that move with 7 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, but this move right here offers tons of trades. So you offer the queen trade, you offer the knight trade, and you're going to force them off the board because you're hitting the rook, hitting the queen. So maybe, you know, maybe we'll get a immediate vacuuming of all the pieces in a draw, and you'll get all the channel points.
Perfect. All the channel points. I did put $1,000 on that bet there. So shout out to you guys on the back end. Psych, I didn't do that. Don't try that at home. I don't condone that. Okay.
So if we get knight c4, you can't get, you cannot get a knight c4. You get back ranked. Don't fall asleep. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait. He has knight a1?
Wait. Whoa.
Because I'm threatening check.
Oh, knight a1. What a move, bro.
B1, you go
rook d1. Yeah, and you're out. And you go d5. You might be losing. No, you're not losing.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Hold on. Hikaru doesn't want the draw. He knows I got a prediction here. So d5, by the way, check. You can't take everything, right? Also, bishop h3 check on d5 potentially. But I was gonna say maybe I can go just after the bishop, and you might have a hard time getting the knight out, like after like knight a3. Okay, Hikaru says, James, I don't want you to be right.
Yeah, they're definitely looking for some chances here. Yeah,
and I want him to be right too. Okay, so this is sharp. I mean, surprisingly, the knight in the corner. Okay, we get d5. Okay, there's a lot of okay, knight e3. Oh, excellent move. So you defend the bishop, but what if rook f1? I can still take, right? Take, and then check takes. What's going on?
Whoa!
8 seconds for Vidit.
Here we go.
2. He's gonna flag. He moves with 1 second.
Oh yeah, I'm still watching the.
How are you getting this knight out?
Wow, 1 second on the clock. Whew. Sheesh. Check. King d7 takes.
He's up a pawn, but his coordination is all over the place. The knight's in the corner. The h5 and d5 pawns are hanging. He's down a minute. This is looking real good for Hikaru now.
It might be problematic too, because like sometimes you get those jitters of like, I don't want to go back to a position that I had in round 1 with Magnus.
Oh, rook and knight?
Yeah, because that's what this feels like. This could be another rook and knight game, you know. This could be because the knight in the corner is gross on a1, but okay, you know, rook takes e2 is coming. You're gonna have to move, maybe not have to move the knight, but maybe you do actually have to move the knight. Then I get my knight out of a1. I mean, you know, it's possible. I think maybe a draw. It's a draw, man. There we go, Thirsty. Yeah, Thirsty. Come on. I think it's gonna be a draw, to be honest. But there's a lot of play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm threatening h5. There's rook h7 check. And if I pick up this pawn, I'm gonna have this outside passer. Yeah. Okay, it's very simplified, of course. There's not a lot of pawns left on the board. But as long as I have a passer or an extra pawn or both, I have all the chances.
I mean, you got chances with king rook, you know, knight versus king rook.
Hikaru's up a pawn here.
Yeah, up a pawn. By the way, shout out to all 45,000 people watching. We are back up to 45K again, guys. Let's get some hype in the chat for all of you being here. You guys are making the stream hype.
Absolutely. And we had the hypest moment of the game. Vidit, he down to 4 seconds. They do have the 10-second addition, but that time goes real fast. He's got to play a lot of great defense here. Hikaru's just up an extra pawn. Up a pawn. He's got a very active rook. The knight might make its way back to c5. Don't be surprised to see the h-pawn marching down the board. And Vidit's going to have to solve problem after problem just on seconds on the clock.
Yeah, it was closer to a draw, but I mean, I might be changing that prediction now. That extra pawn,
No
I got the white. Right, exactly. No takebacks. You bet. Money on the table. So yeah, the E and H pawns, as Hikaru says, the white peoples here are could close out the game here, or have black give up a knight and literally Vidit going back into round one just against Hikaru this time instead of Magnus.
I don't think Hikaru is going to give him that chance, but we'll see. By the way, yeah, that's a nice point. I didn't even realize this was a pass pawn because it was blockaded by the knight. But absolutely, if you can get both the pawns moving, e4, h4, going to be real tough. But I think right now Hikaru is not even focused on his pawns. He's trying to use the activity of his rook. Maybe he can slide the knight into d5, and he might think one pawn is not enough. Let me get 2, maybe 3. Okay, knight b4 looks good. You're attacking a6 and knight d5. So generating tons of threats here. Knight a6, that's a pawn. Vidit's got to meet it.
Yeah, it's just he's making threat after threat here. He's on him. Hikaru is on him like a shark here. He is making threat after threat. Knight d5 played instantly, hitting the pawn, making you defend by via knight e8, which is extremely passive. Loses immediately, I think, to rook e7. Maybe not immediately. No, it does. King c6, knight b4, right? So knight b5. Do we have a c4? Knight
yeah,
d4.
c4 is in the air. Knight d4 check must be what Vidit's counting on.
King
even
c3,
that looks
knight
really
e2.
good. King c3, knight e2, and I don't know,
King
just keep
d2.
King d2, yeah, and then pick this up.
Yeah.
Even stronger is this nasty e3. Oh, Hikaru plays it's ruthless.
Oh,
c4, you don't even have a check.
Ruthless. E3.
Everything's falling.
Jeez. Okay, first up. I did say draw, but now I'm hype, so at least we're looking like it's looking like a dub. We'll say that. Like the last game was looking like a dub for Hikaru versus MVL, and then it just didn't happen. But
yeah, but to be honest, that last game, even though Hikaru was winning, he needed to find. He was down a queen. He was winning, but he was down a queen.
Yeah, he's down a queen. Right?
Here, he's in good shape. Okay, rook d2. So Vidit's saying, "Hey, you want to trade? All rook endgames are drawn." Hikaru says, it's fine. I'll keep the knight. I'll take your pawns. I think multiple moves here lead to a desired outcome, but you got to move the knight. And yeah, at some point, Hikaru is going to take. Okay, he's got 2 extra pawns. B6 is hanging. So let's see what Vidit does.
Yeah, rook e7. Actually, could have played e5 too.
Yeah, e5, of course, is also quite strong. King c2, hitting the rook. Rook d4. Yeah, just knight b6. Now you're up, what, 3 pawns?
All of them.
Yeah, this is going very smoothly now for Hikaru, who started dominating once he got that sharp endgame position. Vidit was not able to find the best moves with seconds, and now we got to clean it up. 2 pawns to the good.
Yeah, you start with move. I mean, a bunch of moves here: b3, b4, h4.
Yeah, the only thing is that, yeah, like you were talking about this rook knight versus rook. Like I can imagine, like, okay, rook d7, force the rooks off. Excellent. I was gonna say if you lose this pawn and then the knight sacrifices itself, lots of what ifs. But that's the way that Vidit could try to draw. Rook d7, just get those rooks off the board, reduce counterplay, and convert the advantage.
Very good here, guys. Look at that, man. Hikaru getting the first dub. Looking like it's going to feel very good for him as, yeah, he had chances in every game so far. First game, second game, and now this third one here. Third time's a charm.
He's warming up. He's revving the engine.
Knight d4.
Yeah, h4 at some point. Wide p-post. H and C.
Should be easy. Okay, yeah, it should be easy. When we say should be, because you can mess this up, but not at his caliber. King b3 maybe, knight c3, knight king d2. Yeah, you're not gonna run d4 and play c5. White people as well. H4.
Yeah. Just don't hang any forks. Don't hang your knight to a fork. To a knight fork. Knight to a knight fork.
Knight to a knight fork. Yeah, king b3. There it is.
King a4, c5. Yeah, after c5. King's got to go to a6. The knight is babysitting the H-pawn. Yep, more babysitting.
And I think you just play. Oh, he plays B3 a little.
Yeah.
What is this?
No rush.
Reserve Tempe is what Deveritzky calls it. Reserve,
Mhm.
or also
Do not
waiting
hurry.
mode, but reserve Tempe.
Do not hurry. You know that one
Right.
too, right? You're
Do
winning.
not hurry. Yeah, exactly.
No rush.
No rush. C5, B4, knight takes,
all the
king
advantages.
B5. Yeah, you can do whatever.
I wouldn't play before. I want that pawn for free.
You want that? Oh, nice. I like that idea. Check. And then go around the back way. What happens on king C6 or C7?
I think he wants to go to F6 so you can play H5. So he's going to usher that H pawn as deep as he can.
Nice.
Completely tie down Vidit's knight.
Here we go.
And he resigns. He doesn't want to see anymore. We get a handshake. Vidit scratched his head. A little bit of post-game analysis, but excellently done by Hikaru. Let's go back to the critical moment. The moment that kind of turned it all around. Hikaru plays knight c4. At first I was saying, oh, wait, James, you're going to be right. They're going to trade everything. Everything's getting traded. They're going to draw. Not quite. There's actually a shocking back rank. In this position, Hikaru's down a pawn, but it's tactical. The rook's hanging, the knight's hanging, the back rank's hanging. So we get knight b3, king c2. Here, it was possible to go king c1, which has both of these threats. This would just be a draw. Hikaru goes for the win. And here in this position, the position's equal. The best move was king d8. Just get out of this rook e8 idea. Still very tricky. The knight on a1, what is that? Instead, Vidit goes d5. Hikaru plays knight e3, and now he just plays perfectly. Excellent chess from Hikaru. Wins the pawn. Still some drawing chances for Vidit because the e and h pawns are loose. But Hikaru doesn't give him any opportunities. And just wins all his pawns, basically, right? In the final position, right here, he's going to be up 3 pawns. So excellent win for Hikaru. Him and Vidit analyzing the game. And again, in this event, you got to get top 8. That's the first step. Got to get into the top 8, make it to the knockouts. I'm sure Hikaru's in the top 8 now with that win.
Very nice, guys. As of course, we need to maybe even get a standings check. Is there? I see someone in chat says Fabi 0 out of 3. I mean, obviously, this is a ridiculously tough tournament. But seeing Fabi 0 out of 3 is, I mean, you would never think Fabiano would be 0 out of 3 in any format.
Norderbeck 3 out of 3. Free basket to Hans is coming. Norderbeck, of course, the last-minute replacement. Something like 40 hours before start of round 1. And he's ready. He was ready to play. 3 out of 3 for Norderbeck Abdusatorov, the superstar from Uzbekistan. Eric Geisy loses. Who did he lose to? Who took him down?
Who did he lose to?
He lost to Gukesh.
Oh, okay.
Gukesh,
nice.
The world champ, gets on the board. Magnus wins his game. Magnus defeats Fabi. So Fabi gets sent to the cellar. So Fabi's now, again, it's still early. You got plenty of rounds to make it up. But starting 0-3, you're putting yourself in a hole. You're going to have to climb out of it to make it into the top 8. So, yeah, Hikaru currently tied for 6th, 7th with Gukesh Demiraju. So, lots more chess to be played. I think all the games are done. All the games are done. This was, I believe Hikaru's game was the last one. So, we will now have, the players will have an opportunity to rest a bit. Then they get their new position. They get to do a little analysis. And James, we're halfway through the day. What do you think so far?
Wow. I mean, it actually kind of goes quite fast. In fact, I was up at 6 o'clock a.m., but I went to bed early, so I got some sleep. So it was good. You know, usually I'm up all day or all night kind of thing. But yeah, I'm up and I'm excited to see more chess. You always learn from these guys, and it feels good to see the games, to commentate them and be here with the chat. I mean, we had 45K with us. That's insane, guys. 45,000, and we got more chess to go here as we try to see Hikaru punch the ticket to make, you know, at least the top 8 here. 6 games today. We halfway through, so feels great. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I mean I love this format. I love this time control because you get action just from the get-go. First of all, we're already like, what's going on here? Freestyle chess. We got to figure out this position. Oh, what's that? We already got 2 minutes each. Bang, 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 and you get a lot of moves coming in. So it's like from move 1, right? We're already very engaged. Hopefully, everyone who got lots of wonderful fans and viewers here. Hopefully, you guys are also enjoying everything as much as we are, and because of us as well. But we'll be back just in a moment. I think we will also take our break just like the players. We got to get our minds right so we can keep up with this amazing chess. By the way, James, all games are decisive. last round.
Ooh,
No draws.
we just
how we
getting
like it.
started. Halfway through. Now it's about to start heating up. But yep, this is what
Absolutely.
we're looking forward to.
So we'll be right back. Don't you guys go anywhere. We'll be back for round 4. Welcome back, everyone. We are here for round 4 with a fresh new position and a fresh new opponent. We got Hikaru taking on Arjun Erigaisi. Hikaru, of course, just got his first win against Vidit with the amazing endgame. And I think for the 3rd game in a row, we have a position with the bishops in the corner. So I feel like obviously the positions are randomized today, but the players are getting lots and lots of experience playing with the corner bishops. And we're seeing lots of the same moves. Maybe we'll see c4, b3 again. And the queen is in the corner, so I'm getting lots of deja vu as we have this sort of structure again. What do you think about this one, James?
Yeah, they can start. It's actually just in reverse. So I mean, same moves: G4, B4. I think we saw Fabi do like a B4, G4 or something like that in one game, or F4, B4 or something. So something similar to this. You can start with B3 or C4 to open up those bishops, or even G4 to pin the bishop that is on A8 immediately, and vice versa, G5 to pin the bishop that's on A1. So I think it's going to be a very fun game, obviously, here with the bishops in the corners. And you're playing Arjun. So Arjun loves to play aggressive chess, creativity, tactics. Hikaru as well. So I think it's going to be a very nice clash here with some super fireworks here.
Absolutely. And yeah, we're already thinking about move 1. We have seen this already, this theme where you push the pawn to open up the queen and it eyeballs the other bishop, which seems a little scary until you realize, wait a minute, you can't push your pawn because I take your bishop. So I'm sure we will see a very similar situation again. I'm looking at the players analyzing on our camera. We got the pawns on c4 and b3. Of course, this way you're able to immediately open up both of the bishops. Then we also have G4s on the board. So the guys are talking about what we're talking about here. And yeah, Arjun Erigaisi, of course, the Madman, as I believe his nickname has been coined. He is one of the world's best players, but also seems to be extremely proficient at the freestyle format. I'm not playing, but I have been following. I saw he's winning week after week the Friday freestyle with the best players in the world. He's got 2 out of 3 this event, so definitely will not be an easy opponent for Hikaru. But Hikaru is no slouch himself, don't get me wrong. The reigning world champion in this format.
Yeah, he is a world champion along with Wesley So as well with this official random, aka freestyle chess here, and Arjun being very aggressive, very strong. He's showing an incredible feat so far, but now he faces Hikaru and Hikaru faces Arjun. So this will be a huge clash here to see kind of what happens, what the opening choices will be, and how that middle game looks, which I expect it to be quite sharp.
Players still analyzing. We got a nice shot. I can't see everyone's face there, but it looks like we got 5 or 6 players working together. And also we got to remind the chat, Hikaru, he's won the Freestyle Friday too. He's won 2 in a row. So yeah, these guys combined have, I don't know, 6 victories or not more or more. And then we see Hikaru, he's at the board, adjusting the pieces. Games will be starting soon. Who else we got this round? I want to take a quick gander at the pairings. We got Fabiano. He's having a tough event, 0 for 3. He's looking to get on the board against Richie Report. Nepomushi takes on Norderbeck, one of the leaders, who's on a perfect score, or I believe the leader with a perfect score. So that's a game to watch. We got the country mates, Vidit against Prague, and VL Keimer, and Magnus taking on Gukesh with the white pieces. So yeah, I mean, in this tournament, you look at any board, it's a heavyweight battle. It's a heavyweight matchup. You want to keep an eye on all of them, but we're going to keep an eye on this one.
Let's do it. We're going to keep an eye on the man himself. Hikaru with black pieces here going up. There we go. Handshake. And he's locked in and ready to go. Predictions. What do you guys have for him? First move predictions, that is. First move predictions. I'm going to go with C4. What about you, Alex? Chat, what do you think? First move predictions.
Going for a G3 or G4 because I feel like they're getting the hang of it, right? They're getting these positions. They're realizing that you don't want to be sitting there. We saw the game that Hikaru ended up drawing, but he was playing a great game against MVL. MVL was suffering. His queen was in the corner for like 25 moves or something. Finally, he got it out. So I feel like no one wants their queen to be caught and trapped in in the corner. Okay, let's refresh. I think we do have some moves. And here we go. We got G4. Let's flip the board. G4 on the board. Pay up, Canny. I know we had a big bet on this. Just kidding. G4, G4 instead of C4. And Hikaru is thinking. Let's see what he got. He can play G5, by the way.
He can.
Like,
he can respond with G5,
yeah.
which is normal, like an E4, E5 opening, but instead of E4,
G4,
E5,
G5.
it's G4, G5, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And he plays C5.
C5.
Nice. We got like a weird Sicilian where like the pawn is on C5, but there's a pawn on G4 rather than E4. But so far, so good. Arjun playing C4 quite quickly.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, C5 and C4 for both colors. It's a move that makes quite a bit of sense. You open the bishops. By the way, I saw someone in our chat. They were saying, "What? How is Arjun starting plus 0.6?" You know, the eval bar was already giving him an advantage. And you mentioned this at the start of our stream, right? That the thing about 960, some positions are better than others. White actually has a bigger advantage and smaller advantage depending on the placement. And I think this is one of these positions which the value of the first move is so big here because with G4, you paralyze the queen side here. Hikaru responds at C5. Now we get C4. I was thinking, hey, does B3 make any sense? Can you really get him on both sides of the board? But at the same time, even though white does start with some advantage, I feel because the position is so unusual and dynamic and you don't have a lot of time, that can really change quite quickly. But Hikaru on move 2, he is really spending a lot of time. He probably recognizes, okay, I really got to figure out the strategy. By the way, James, I'm thinking of the plan that you suggested a couple of games ago. Do you think we could have some knight c7, b6?
It is very likely because, but also I think he might be afraid of, not maybe afraid, but hesitant because of bishop to e4. So knight c7, bishop e4, which actually hits the b7 pawn, in fact, immediately. So
and you can't defend it.
And you can't defend it, right? So that's kind of crazy. So and knight f6, you get hit with g5. So like somehow
it just wins a pawn.
It just wins a pawn, right? It's insane, So if these moves aren't available, which puts Hikaru into the think tank, he's like, well, what do I do then? And that's what he's looking for right now.
Yeah, I mean, a move like knight f6, you could be thinking about blocking bishop to e4. So if white plays slowly, maybe, and Hikaru plays knight d6, but if white plays like b3, well, first of all, the pawn's hanging anyway, but also maybe this does give us time to go for the other plan. Knight d6 is the choice for Hikaru. So he's, yeah, let's see what the plan. We saw Vidit do this, right? He put his knight on d6. But in this case, I guess the plan is we're developing, controlling the center, overprotecting b7 so you don't allow bishop e4. Maybe Hikaru wants to castle. What about that? Bishop c7, castles, move the king over, and then b6.
Yeah, and then b6, right? That'd be nice. Also, it's the difference here because there's no knight that can come to e6 either, which was in the Vidit game. So a little bit different here, space between the knights. But yeah, bishop c7 looks good. Castling, play b6, open up that bishop too. Hope for the best. Arjun on the move.
Yeah, Hikaru also is going to have to. Yeah, it's an interesting game. You got to figure out the bishops, the king, the queen. So many things need to be taken care of. I wonder if at some point could it make sense to play something like h5?
Beautiful move.
Trying to open that queen. G5, h4 maybe, right? Like keep jumping with that pawn.
It's like
finding ways for
the
queen. Yep, finding ways for the queen to try to escape. And yeah, now it's Arjun's turn to think. He probably analyzed as well. B4, whoa. And if takes, I guess the plan is C5. That must be the plan.
We saw this. Like we said, it was going to be some spicy chats between these two. B4, I was not expecting at all. But C5 now. Okay, knight B5, then A4. He didn't even snap. What?
Great move. No, I have.
B6 what a counter threat. Woo!
Nice.
Here come the tactics, boys.
Yeah, if you take B6, hit the queen, hit the pawn.
Strong.
You don't have bishop E4 either with my knight on D6. So very nicely spotted there. Very nicely planned. And I don't think we're castling long at this point. Or at least I wouldn't for black. Because it feels like white's already there. He's got C4, he's got B4. But this is huge. Just defending this bishop and setting up B6 or B5, by the way, right? B5. You got to keep an eye on that as well. Queen F3.
That one's that's an odd one. That's an odd one for sure. You're like, wait, what?
Yeah,
well, that wasn't on the radar.
B6, ship that queen over somewhere,
Out the way.
Queen A3.
A3,
yeah, tag the pawn. Nice move. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this is definitely alien chess. I don't know.
Aliens, as these engines are in a way, and of course, aliens when they give them these type of ideas. Now, Queen F3, black to move. Looks like, I mean, that's funny because the queen's the only thing out, you know, besides all the other pieces, just queen on F3. Don't try to say home principles wise, but Hikaru on the move. Down a little bit of time, not too much here. We just have to figure out how we want to do this. B6 or B5 will be hit with queen A3. My queen looks ugly.
Like
maybe we go with that.
though,
but you know, there might be an H5, like you said before, like just throwing it out there to get the queen out and activate it, how MBL did in his game against Hikaru.
Yeah, take a page from the opponent's book. Yeah, I'm sure. Obviously, Hikaru sees B6. That was his whole plan, but he's also he plays it. I mean, it just feels like a move. Like you got to play it. You got to open that bishop somehow. But Queen A3, that pawn on A7. I was thinking we could just try to sacrifice it, but the problem is it's hard to get the pieces of the game quickly. You know, I was considering, is there 94? Get out of here with the castles.
Yeah.
Queen A3 looks like it's a type of move that, you know, if you go by the standard laws of chess, oh, don't get the queen out early, don't go pawn grabbing. It's just such a different game. And also, you know, even though the queen's the only piece that's out, you can't really argue that these bishops aren't out. They haven't had to move. They're just chilling on the back row, but they're already in the game.
With all
they're sneaky like that.
all that range. Sitting from where they are. Long range snipers, as we like to say here. Argent on the move after B6. Queen A3 is very likely. There it is.
Yeah.
Queen A3. Okay.
Yeah, makes sense. Pressure on the queen side. I mean, yeah, you can't really. I mean, A5, you don't really. You could play there if you want to hold the pawn. You could just take them B4 first, right? Deflect that queen. That makes a lot of sense.
Oh, what happens on taking on? I guess taking on A7 is too risky, or is it?
I feel like whatever. Have it. Yeah, he doesn't even entertain
it. Takes on B4.
Yeah. It's H5. I'm still thinking, is there an H5?
I like H5.
Not H5.
There might be G5 there, but who cares?
Yeah, I was thinking H4. I don't know if it's the best, but trying to, I don't know, H4, H3. But it's a little slow. Also, the pawn on G5 is very annoying. My knight on G8, very restricted. Let's see. The king will, you know, the thing is, the king probably might go short, but that's not easy with the bishops. Oof. But what about white's king? You can't go short or long. So it'll probably just stay in the middle.
Both kings might stay in the middle, actually, which is, nothing wrong with that because the bishops are defending. I mean, you got pieces around the king. There's no open holes yet, but knight f6 is a nice developing move. Hits the g4 pawn. If g5, maybe.
Knight e4?
Exactly, or g4. But yeah, e4 makes more sense.
Ooh, knight g4 could be funny.
It's possible, you know.
Going for the rook.
Right, going for the rook in his weird way.
Yeah, like you could have the situation where it's like, I think they can play knight f3. But this is just funny. You go h3, get out of here. All right, now I'm going in here. And it's not an exchange. It's a whole rook. You can't defend it.
Yeah, that's a funny way to win a rook there. That's funny. Okay. Knight f6 hitting g4. Arjun's move. What is he going to play?
Yeah, I mean, g5 makes sense, but then knight e4, you got to worry about the pawn. You play h3, play f3. You can take the knight. I don't think I'd do that, but he could take it.
I thought he'd play f3 too. f3 was possible, but he went for it. Make a solid structure there. Knight b7 played instantly, so you have a lot of ideas with like bishop d6, even bishop h2. It's a weird pawn, but a pawn is a pawn, right? So that is nice. Bishop h2.
Yeah, the fianchetto with knight and b7. Funny, but makes a lot of sense. You open up your bishop. There's some positions that I can go to c5 maybe, although there is d4 as well for white. Yeah, you got to get really creative in solving your the harmony of the pieces. Because the pieces start off like the knights, they start off in these weird squares, they develop, they block the central pawns. You spend some tempi trying to rearrange them in the optimal formation.
Yeah, it's important to have obviously the right plans when it comes to your pieces here, or at least try to, especially with the time you're allotted here, as time is, whoa, wait a second, e4, was we expecting? That's a strong move. You got d4 coming too. So he wants the entire center, King's Indian style here. It looks some type of King's Indian, but the bishop's not on g7, and your king's in the center.
You still want the pawn on h2? What do you think? You think you want to grab it?
Yes, I will, Alex. I like taking pawns. I do like
I know
pawns.
who that is.
Well, back in Tilburg, 87, I used to take pawns all the way from Robert Fischer. I like pawns. Yes. Definitely will take that pawn, bro. Bishop h2 is a pawn for sure. So snatch
Yeah,
it.
that's
I
the
could take.
answer.
I mean, why not? Yeah, definitely. Take h2, play h5, h4. I do have a passer.
Yeah, I think Arjun's strategy is, I mean, again, the coordination, the bishop's already great. The queen found its way out. Hikaru's queen still in a little bit of purgatory. And now he's dominating the board with the center. Now, Hikaru's position is fine, but the best move here is a move that, I mean, frankly, is almost inconceivable. It's 98. You
Oh,
develop a
come
knight,
on, bro.
and then you
Come
bring it
on,
back.
bro. No.
We get some,
Come
yeah,
on,
98.
bro.
Why 98? I don't know. I have no idea.
It's a
It's the best move, though.
mouth
And
slip.
next up, you go
98.
h5.
Yeah.
H5, understand. 98, you develop just underdeveloped, and it's equal or a little worse. But Hikaru plays more human. He's fighting for the center, so he's fighting for the dark squares. D4 takes, bishop takes. That gets a question mark for some reason, but you recapture the pawn. There's the knight going to c5.
Man, you know what? I expected this game to go just like this. Like there is just chaos. What is going on? You know what I mean? King's in the center. The center is opening up now. Hikaru's queen is still on h8. No one is castled yet. Do you expected this from both of these players here? 100%. So there will be some fireworks, I think, definitely in the next few moves here. There's a lot going on tactically, I think, too, as well. And you still have to figure out king placement. Where are you putting your king?
I feel like we might see a long castle at some point from Hikaru, right? You just got to flip the king and rook. And that way you can maybe move the rook and move the queen. Or maybe you don't castle at all. Just rook e8, queen f8. I don't really see a better way to get the queen out at this point other than just slowly scoot it over, right? Slide the pieces over, make some room. Because h5 is still meant by g5. You can't really ever play g6, right? Because the bishop is eyeballing you right down the middle. And yeah, I could definitely see a situation if Hikaru is able to coordinate the knights and the bishop. Like Arjun's got a lot of pawns in the light squares, so he's really dominating those. But let's pretend we exchange these bishops. Then Hikaru can start getting some control of the dark squares, like a King's Indian, like you were saying.
Yes, like a King's Indian, but the bishop is on c7. I mean, it's crazy how familiar this is pawn structure wise, but some type of Maroczy bind in the center with e4 and c4. But the bishop is on c7, which is slightly misplaced when it comes to Maroczy bind structures here. I never ever have seen a bishop on c7 in
Well,
any
what about the
Maroczy
hedgehog? You never seen the oh, knight g8. Whoa. Okay, so
Whoa.
Hikaru, he's going for knight e7,
Ooh,
I think.
That's
and
nice.
Knight c6.
Love it.
I think.
Absolutely love it. That's his fire plan. Fire plan there. Knight g8. I was able to do this one time against Drew Alex Fishbane. That was a tournament where I was so close to the GM norm, but 97, knight c6 is I play like knight b8. And I felt great playing it because it's like you're not supposed to do it, but it's for a reroute.
You screw the move into the square.
Screw it in, right? It's twice. Make sure you do it clockwise twice. And then 97, knight c6 is a very knight c7, knight c6 is a very nice plan here. Wait, when the knight gets to c6. Oh no, I'm getting hit with tempo. I'm tripping. Yeah, I was thinking about bishop c5, queen c5, but you don't have time because obviously knight takes b4. So,
but
yeah, this is
honestly, Hikaru, he'd be more than happy to give you that pawn, right? If I can get my dark square bishop unopposed on this board, sign me up.
Yeah.
So makes a lot of sense. By the way, I think the reason Hikaru, this looks like we were talking about knight e8. Here comes knight g8. I don't think Hikaru saw any future for the knight. He's saying, look, I can't go forward. I got nothing for me here. I got to figure out to get these dark squares. Maybe he can play f6 at a later point. Offer up a trade of bishops or not. Simply knight e7, knight c6. Very dynamic position. The king safety could become an issue. Both sides could still castle. It's not inconceivable we see Arjun maybe try to go short at some point. h4. Maybe he didn't want to worry about that pawn anymore. Right?
Yes, I will take it, Alex. If you give me the pawn, I'm gonna take it, Alex. Yes. 97, knight c6 is coming up. In fact, I actually really like this maneuver from knight f6 to g8. One thing I learned from have you read the Grandmaster Preparation, the position of play?
By
Agard? Yeah. Yeah, that book, he had the 3 questions in there. The one
improving your pieces.
Right. What's the worst place piece? Right. And I remember, I actually use that still too, but that knight g8 move, I was looking and I asked myself the questions and I was like, dang, that knight was terrible. What's the worst place piece? Which is the knight. He moved it, found a great route. Now, queen a3 question mark, because knight c6 anyway, right?
Yeah, I mean, he's hitting the pawn I would not. Yeah, here the main point is that I feel like almost any position that white wants to go pawn grabbing, I just get great compensation. First of all, now G6, queen's wide open. The king's in the center, bishop B6. Let's see. Do we get a pawn grab? Do we get knight? We get knight C6.
There it is.
And R just got to decide what he's going to do with the bishop, because you cannot let this bishop get traded for the knight. Your dark squares are just going to be collapsing. So you kind of want to keep the bishop in this diagonal, because I feel like if he retreats, then Hikaru can start considering G6. You're talking about the worst place piece. Don't sleep with the queen. That's probably the piece that you would definitely want out of there.
That queen is gross. Boy, that queen look crazy over there, which is why I think he might go like bishop, I don't know, somewhere else, like C3 or B2. But then, justifies, yeah, that's where he went. He went B2. But my knights are very nicely placed now. My knights look good. Nice. Bishop, yeah, D's nice, looking great. Yeah, definitely Maroxy Binish for sure. I might go H5. With the idea is I want to go F5 too. But then, okay, H5, G5, F5, en passant, GF. Yeah, my queen's out, and I have F5 coming. Then I go Queen G8, stuff like that. He went Bishop G6, though. I like it. 94 on pre.
94, yep. Yeah. Tactic time. That queen actually does not have that many squares. Ooh, you might need to make a little run for it. Maybe you need to go Queen E3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Played it.
F6, okay. Blunt the bishop. Queen G8. We're sliding out. By the way, castling's still legal.
Oh, yeah.
You can castle either way in the next move.
And you know what's funny? I was like, oh, I could go King C7, King B8, but no, like I forgot I could just
flip him.
One thing you can do here. Yeah, you could definitely castle here. Sometimes 960, you forget that here with this freestyle chess, is you can still castle here. So that's a good move. That knight is going to be an absolute beast on B5 or D5. Got to be careful.
Yeah, knight D5 is coming. Hikaru, yeah, I mean, this position looks very. Apparently, Hikaru's got he's got the advantage according to the engine, but this looks very strategically complicated. Both kings are still in the center. You got the dark side weaknesses. You got the Maroxy space advantage. These pawns at E4, C4, as James saying, hey, that kind of looks like a Maroxy. Bishop E5 gets a question mark. Very natural move though. Centralize the bishop, put it on the long diagonal, contesting the bishop on B2. Still can imagine a slow roll. Rook E8, Queen F8. Let me get that queen into the action.
You can even see a complete domination of the dark squares at some point here. Now, of course, I guess white, as on the contrary, on the flip side, I got the light squares like with D5, but we have D4. So you can see stuff like G5 and even bishop D4 or knight D4. But bishop D4 followed by knight E5 or just knight into D4 at some point too, with a complete domination of the dark squares in the center there. But white has the same D5. I'm never getting D5 in, and it looks like white has D5 kind of for life, where his king sits. By the way, he still can't castle yet. So
I can't. Why can't I just?
Well, white, right? Yeah, here he can castle.
Oh, wait. You need to.
I thought he had to move the bishop, but maybe he does.
I think you're right. Wait, hold on. Let me try.
Oh, yeah.
It's not a good move, but it's legal.
Yeah,
yes, that's legal. Interesting. You don't need to move the rook because it doesn't block the. Yeah, it's funny. This reminds me of when I don't really play much freestyle, but I've definitely dabbled in the past. And back in the OG days, I was in ICC. I did a little 960 action there.
ICC, who got ICC, chat? Put your username in there. What's on about ICC?
Yeah, I've had the, I've been on, I played on Fix, I don't know.
Same Fix? Yeah, Fix. Come on, Chad. This is legendary stuff here.
Yeah, this is this
ICC.
You show if you're an OG, if you're
OG, yeah, ICC, baby. I had a few accounts on there.
Back in Blitzen, yeah. But anyway, I was gonna say when I was a kid, I was like, I don't really know the rules of that well of castling in 960. So I used to just like, can I castle? And that's what I would do. I would just try. I would just make my game.
Can I do it? Oh yes.
Okay, yeah, see if it worked, and then it did.
Perfect.
All right, we got H5. We've been shouting this move out for a couple minutes, I want to say. And the Hikaru, he's right on time with it. The best move in the position, excellently timed. So the queen, we were worrying, hey, how's it going to come in? I'm chilling. I have a good square on H8. So, of course, Hikaru's threatening to break down the structure. No choice for Arjun but to push. But now, Hikaru's thinking, but if he goes, he does take with the pawn. I was going to say, he opens the rook. If the pawn takes, I got the runner, right? The H pawn is going down the board. Queen takes G5. We can just block it with the bishop. Maybe take a page out. Well, I don't know. We can't really play King C7 yet because it's knight D5, but down the road. Yeah, Queen G5, Bishop F6. I might invent, we might give another shout out to Yasser, if he grabs that pawn.
I will take it, Alex. Yes, thank you. I do
And
like
also,
my
James,
pawns.
check this out. G6.
G6 is awesome. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a strong move. A very
Yeah.
nice move. Very strong. And as we mentioned before, like H pawn being passed, like this is really good. Also, Arjun in time trouble. You know, Hikaru playing an excellent game here. And Hikaru actually, you know, very familiar with all positions in a way, but he has recently played a lot of Moroxi bind structures with the black pieces, aka Hyper Accelerated Dragon. I'm a big fan of that myself, but I did absolutely hate facing the Moroxi bind. Where nowadays they have a move. I think it's on. I don't remember what move it is, but Queen B6 instead of
I've
playing
seen you play
A5
that.
or
I've seen
yeah,
you
that
play
Queen
that,
B6
yeah.
line. Yeah, that one's actually that was your tournament actually. I lost to Brewington, but then beat the GM and then beat the IM in that tournament. But yeah, I lost with the Queen B6. It was like my first time playing LTB.
When you got to come back.
Oh yeah, definitely. New York, yes, the New York days.
Have you seen? I mean, people in chat here have definitely seen it, but you've seen. You know, we had Levy Gotham Chess playing, and
I've seen that.
He had the stream set up. One of these
I've
days, you know, you got to bring
I
the
gotta come
camera
out there,
and bring the beatings.
bring the stream out there.
Yeah.
And stream live from New
Exactly.
York. That'd be awesome. That'd be awesome. But yeah, so far so good. I mean, Hikaru has an excellent position. I think he's a favorite here. It's weird that these kings have been in the center. Do not try this at home. The kings have been in the center for a very long time here. But casting is just not the necessary move yet. That was a nice move, 95, and a nice counter with 93. Look at these knights on for the D5 square. It's really strong. So love for both play. I mean, play from both sides is actually immaculate here. Loving it.
Absolutely. Bishop C6 though, not getting the approval. I'm wondering what the idea is. It looks like he's targeting square at A4. I was going to say the reason that Hikaru definitely doesn't want castle just yet here is you love the rook on C8, right? That rook is perfect, putting pressure. So if you castle, you're taking the pressure off. Not a bad move, but makes sense to keep the rook on C8. Cargo's bishop C6. Let's see what he's trying to do here. I love his position. By the way, at the right moment, that pawn will potentially drop, giving me an outside passer. And I mean, the way that Hikaru has really handled this start, I mean, the move so far that I feel like really set this off was that brilliant knight G8. Just to show that again. Knight G8, the knight retreating backwards where it started, but he maneuvered it to C6 and started just taking over the dark squares. So positional so far, masterclass. But, you know, white has those long-term trumps as well. The light squares, that D5 square you were talking about, that's definitely a big feature of the position. Knight G2, knight E3, excellent move. At the right moment, the knight drops in. And, well, Arjun's got to ponder it because he's going under a minute. 50 seconds in a very, very sharp, very, very imbalanced position.
Yeah, one thing I learned about Moroxi bind is I remember saying, I think this was actually from Roman Ginjihashvili. I always call him Roman DZ slap the keyboard because like you don't know how to spell his last name correctly. But Roman, he would say like the problem with the Moroxi bind sometimes is white will get a position where like you can't improve it more than what it is. So like you're kind of maneuvering so much and you just maneuver and hope for black make a mistake here. In this case, I mean, this is a different type of Moroxi bind where there's a lot of tactics involved, where right now there should be some type of tactino based off of king e2 here. Engine doesn't like it, but what is lay move here? What is that move?
Yeah, you know, he could have castled, but he moves the king, knight e6 from Hikaru.
Oh, the knight f4
that
check
looks nice.
Ooh.
Yeah, checks are in the air.
Knight d4, nice.
Yeah, and that looks like, I mean, again, dark squares. And you know, you were shouting at Hikaru playing. You know, he had some Moroxi bind positions, accelerated dragons, but earlier in the game, you were like, hey, it's kind of like a King's Indian. There's no greater King's Indian player than Hikaru, right? Hikaru, he's had his brilliant wins in that opening. F4 gets a question mark.
Yeah.
The Moroxi bind, the bind might be falling apart. Apparently, bishop d4 is very strong.
Oh, wow.
The knight. Once the knight drops, c4 drops. F4 is hanging. Bishop d4 might just be catastrophic for Arjun here.
That actually wasn't on, not that it wasn't on the radar, it just wasn't the move you're looking at. Knight d4 check.
You wanted the check, yeah.
For sure, knight d4, maybe bishop h4 to follow. Queen h6 wasn't on the radar either, but
okay, take an aim. Take an aim at the pawn.
Yeah.
This is also still trying. I don't like how now this knight is free to move though. I feel like the queen of the h8, that was very important.
Yeah, that's annoying. Yeah,
now you got to keep an eye on this move potentially.
This could be annoying. Knight d5, take on b2.
But you know what's annoying? Having 8 seconds. That's probably annoying.
You gotta move or not. Bishop takes b2.
Yeah, you got it. The bishop's hanging. I mean, I guess you could take d5. Actually, you could take d5. You got to start calculating. Oh, can I take? the queen take? Can the queen? Well, no, sorry. Well, I thought we were castle. We're not castle. Never mind. There's no queen eight.
Yeah. Takes. No, do we take on B2 though? Bishop takes B2. Queen takes B2. F4 is hanging.
Yeah, it is. But do you throw and take on D5?
I am gonna take. I don't know. Like, that's a good question, bro. That's a great question. Bishop takes, bishop takes D5, knight D5, knight F4. Yeah, is it necessary? But is it not necessary? Like,
because do we take on B2 and you take there's like some queen H8 at some point.
Yeah, I saw that. Oh, so yeah, it takes. But then, yeah. So you want to get rid of both. You're right. Yeah, that's nice. You want to get rid of both.
I don't know. I'll let them figure it out.
Yeah, exactly. we commentate. Queen takes, and then take on D5, then knight D5, knight F4, knight F4, rook F4, rook F4, queen F4, queen H8, king C7, and you're out. You're gone.
Yeah. So can I? Guess you could take with the pawn as well. Let's see. Why can't we gobble up that pawn? So if we go here right away, if we go knight F4 right away,
knight takes, rook takes.
Yeah, I guess the check we can survive. We just scoot over, right?
Oh, we have queen C1.
Wait, hold on a second. So yeah.
It takes 10.
Yeah, you're like, oh, I'm in trouble. I'm in trouble.
Yeah.
Nope. We're alive.
Try again.
Gotta see the. So you could take, not because of white would have. I don't know, what does white have? Why is this not a pure catastrophe?
Right, exactly.
Bishop D3 apparently.
Bro, come on, like, let's be real.
By the way, check this move out. D3. What about here? I don't got my
castles. Right. That's such a nice move, dude. Yeah,
it's equal apparently. Apparently it's equal, but it looks like I'm up a pawn and yeah. So Hikaru's considering that. You can also take first, which is the engine suggestion. Now the suggestion is rook C5, which is, I don't know if we're finding that one, but now if you go knight F4, here you are getting in trouble. Here you are getting in trouble because of queen D2.
Wow, that is crazy. I'm not even gonna lie. That's a hard spot there, buddy. Wow. What's the difference in the because the knight's on E3.
The Hikaru takes on D5 first. Yeah, the knight's on E3 exactly. So you don't have the pin.
That's a complete hopefully he doesn't go for
it. Don't take on F4.
So you might take on C4 then. Can you take
on what I'm thinking? Can you take on with the rook at F4? You don't have enough pieces, right? To
oh, that's nice. Rook takes
I think that's too ambitious.
Yeah.
Too ambitious. He comes back. Knight C6. Knight can go to D4.
Yeah, it's easier to play for Hikaru. I mean, and the reason I said it is because of the time. Like, okay, I have got a little bit more time. I got some checks. Your king's weaker than mine. Argent is likely to make a mistake in this type of time. Really anyone. So, but that knight is strong.
I got it. Okay, he castles. But check this out. I was like, could he castle short? He can.
Oh, he can.
He still can. Yeah, I was like, hold on a second. This is, by the way, move 28. Move 28. We get a castles. So now the reason is Hikaru wants the rook in the center. I feel like you want the rook to be spying on the king, although the pawn is well protected. This move is it's a chill move. Rook F7, just slowly put pressure. Hikaru doesn't go for it. Queen G7, super logical. Also D4, that's going to be a square for one of my knights at one point.
He's nice. 15 seconds for Argent. Oh, he made that with force. No, okay. I updated, so he made that with like 15 seconds.
He's playing with a bit of urgency for sure. King D1 just gets out of the way of the center. I would go at some point, maybe King B8 for Hikaru, just to slide away from any random forks and checks, potentially, but nothing's really threatened just yet.
I'm not gonna lie, Argent, like there was not like a huge eval swing this entire game, which is showing, Argent playing excellent chess. Hikaru too, but definitely Argent is leveling up. I mean, obvious he's won, how many Freestyle Fridays? 3 in a row, back to back to back. Like, so Argent is playing out of his mind here, but you can also say the same for Hikaru, especially in this game, not the greatest start, but now starting to pick up a little bit of speed here and also trying to take down Argent. Time is getting closer, but, maybe equal on the eval bar, but I think Black definitely has a little, maybe a slight pool because of the king, maybe safety. We have some targets. Like knight A4, rook E8, hitting E4 as well.
No, this is a total mess. If the rook moves, there's queen A1 ideas, which is like crazy. You got knight B2, like knight B2, knight takes C4, like some kind of forks in the air. 5 seconds for Arjun.
Gotta move or not.
3 seconds. He goes back. He plays it safe. Rook C1. Cover the back rank. All right. Hikaru This is I had my eye on the chat for a second. I said, "Oh, Hikaru's drawing." You know, if you look at the
This
eval,
one?
Eagle,
Oh no,
this
not
is,
this game.
This is 6 result game.
All right, and there's only 3 results you can have, chat. You know, so yeah, let you know
D6.
here.
All right. 5 seconds. This is E4.
What? Oh, G6 is hanging.
Yep.
Nah, I gotta take on E5.
Taking,
right?
I mean,
I gotta take on
you
E5,
open up
bro.
that rook.
You can have G6. Like you
But
can
hold
literally
up,
have it.
hold up. COE, baby. I got
Rook
rook
takes,
G6,
ooh,
rook
and then rook
C6.
C6. Oh my,
E7.
Argent playing, but then rook D2. Like, oh my goodness.
Yeah, I
This
don't
is crazy, dog.
I don't know who's coming out ahead. Hikaru's 7
Yikes.
seconds. This is a mess. 97.
Oh, he went 97. Oh
Makes
my
sense.
goodness.
Covers the pawn. If he gets rid of this knight, the king
All
is
right.
king is a rip.
Everybody hold your breath. Okay, don't do that. But you know, I'll need you to breathe, please.
E6,
Wow.
C5.
Oh my goodness, that was not a move. Apparently, that is not a move. 97. Okay, we're back in the game. We're here.
This is very complicated. Okay, rook G6. The pawn on E6. You can take it. The card takes H4. That's a nice pawn to grab as well.
Nice.
F4 is hanging.
Pawn grabber. Queen takes F4 as well coming. Oh, E7 is a threat.
I would go rook F4. Rook F4, rook D4.
Yeah,
rook F1.
F4. Much better, right?
Yeah.
Rook F1.
This looks much tougher for Arjun. His king is in more danger. Queen D5 is an excellent move. Covers Queen H1. Threatens Queen A8. King B8, I think you got to play it.
Dang, Arjun be playing some excellent moves.
The nice thing is, check this out. If you have rook G7, I got B7 covered. But there's definitely something in the air, right? There's definitely some threats. I think King B8, you got to play it.
Finds King B8. There it is.
Yeah. Got to block the check.
Okay, place F5.
Wow. I mean, yeah, these pieces do shut out on my rooks. If I can, like, this king is wide open.
And look at the eval bar. Say
yeah, it's a draw. It's a draw.
Equal what? You have lost your absolute. What is this?
This is very double-edged. That move was not the best. It's hard to get those rooks. And Hikaru, I think he wants to keep an eye on the e-pawn, I suppose. Let's see. It's amazing. Arjun's king is open, but Hikaru just doesn't have pieces to attack.
Yeah, he has everything blocked up. Okay, he's looking for a check on F1 there. I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, back rank.
Yeah, back rank, right. Check. 12 seconds. Anything can happen, guys. Anything can happen. Come on, guys. Come on, chat. Spam the flower power thing.
Mm-hmm. Hikaru needs to find a way to get the rook in the game. One of the rooks. If he can just snag an open file, you almost don't want the H-pawn. Knight A4. Okay, he's looking to create threats with the queen and knight. Knight C3 is a big fork.
Knight C3 is unstoppable, by the way.
One of the biggest.
It is a move that will happen regardless of what happens. Now he can move his queen out of the way, so there's no fork really.
King E1.
King instead.
Okay, we got some checks. We got queen
E3 check.
E3, queen C3. No queen H1. Cars thinking.
Queen E3, king F1, queen C3, king G2. I take B1. Apparently, I probably just lose somehow. I don't know how. Probably just lose.
Yeah, I mean, this king is also, even if you win the bishop, it's not impossible that all of a sudden, like, there's some big counter. Okay, queen A1. There you go.
Play quickly. We always have queen E5 to come back. Oh, knight C3 is really strong. Queen C1.
Okay. If knight C3, what is going on?
Rook B2.
Yeah, maybe trap the queen that way. Nice. Okay.
Knight D3 is a threat.
Yep. Not the best move. Makes it. Also, at some point, okay, it's so risky, but I was like, is there D5 to open the rook? I don't think so. Okay, actually, it's the best move now.
I love it. There it goes. Look at that. He spotted a D5. Let's go. Come on, Chad. What's up, man?
Move, I think.
D5 is really strong. Hikaru
can definitely find
it. 30 seconds left on the clock here.
There we go. D5.
There it is. D5.
That's a huge move. Yeah.
Huge move. You can't push the F1.
Let's push it. Let's push the pawn.
Push him.
Yeah,
push him
down.
Baby. Push the pawns. Rook takes. Rook is active from a human standpoint. This feels great for black. King F1 was an
excellent move. Yeah, he's hiding the king. That's a really clutch move.
Listen, Arjun is playing excellent. I'm not gonna lie, bro. It's hard to beat this guy. Like Arjun just finding moves.
But look, James, we got rook C8. Rook C8's coming as well. Maybe.
Yes, that is a move. We're very strong with rook C1 threats. How do you get out of this? Apparently, white's winning. You've lost your mind. What?
Oh, now we win. F5.
Rook F5. Let's check. Rook D2.
But it's still a mess. It's still. I mean, the king is so open.
He's
the queen. The queen can come back somewhere. I don't know where. Let's see.
I gotta see the cams. How the cams look. Nothing from Arjun.
Check this out. King G2, 91.
Ooh.
Mate in 3. Queen E5 takes. Rook F3.
He
Hikaru's
finds
got
it.
it.
He finds it.
He's got it.
Ah, that's like equivalent of being like, I mean, I can't dunk. So if I could
Handshake.
dunk, you know, that'd be nice. But Queen E5 check.
Game over.
Let's go.
Wow.
Ah,
That was an amazing game.
That was amazing.
For both players. For both players.
We expected this. As we saw Arjun and Hikaru matched up, we knew this was going to happen. We didn't know who was going to win it, and Hikaru got the dub.
No, that was I mean, shout out to both of these guys for I mean, to play this position with 10, 20 seconds with so many threats and king walks and pieces are hanging left and right.
Yeah.
They played at a very high level, but Hikaru in the end, super, super clutch. Let's kind of go back to this moment right here. Both players were down to seconds on the clock. The eval was moving up and down, but this was a fascinating position here because on one hand, you got a completely open king on D1. On the other hand, the dominance of these central pass pawns makes it impossible for the rooks to come in. The moment Hikaru was able to activate those rooks, that's when he turned the tables big time. But he kept finding ways to create threats. Here, apparently, Arjun is winning if he plays Queen F3.
Oh, that's tough.
But he
maybe
wants
classical
to keep
game. Okay, I'll find it.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 seconds, good luck finding any of these moves.
Yeah.
I think the move that really kind of grabbed the initiative for good was D5. This was a huge move here. Either you're going to shove this pawn down or push, or excuse me, or take on C4. But apparently this position is equal, but it feels like now Black's really got a lot of threats, and Hikaru made it count. This was the blunder. Arjun made this move with 8 seconds. The best move, your rook's hanging, you don't care. You play F6.
Oh, no. Yeah,
and I'm not taking it. I'm not taking it. Rook B5.
What? Rook B5 here?
So so this I'm just gonna go
check
through
on both of them.
whatever this line is.
That's crazy. This is
just
insane.
The average line.
Yeah, average. What's going on here? Yeah, who knows? Takes
it's
check.
A draw. It's a draw. It's a
Somehow
draw.
we take.
I don't know why it's a draw. I'm up 2 pawns, but it's a draw anyway.
Sheesh.
What if I go here? Oh,
King
then you got
seven.
Queen F3.
Yeah, it's check. Yeah, check again.
So we make a draw. All right, that was just for funsies. Amazing game.
Amazing. Let's go. Hikaru on fire here. He got 2 in a row. He definitely needed that much needed dub. Now he's back kind of, in the groove. When you get that 1 win, you get a second, and then you're looking to get a third and a fourth and play great chess as much as you can to try to make it to at least this top 8. Very nice.
No, I think Hikaru's in great form right now. He's getting the confidence. Round 2 against MVL, he did have a checkmate. That could be a game that really tilts you. Didn't tilt him at all. He came back with 2 more wins. He's got 2 games left after this as well. Let's see what's going on with the other games. Oh, we do have some going. Let's maybe jump to Magnus. He's winning. Queen endgame.
Oh, yeah. One of the greatest to ever do it in all in games. Definitely the queen ones too as well. In all in games, Magnus being the greatest here. I think also maybe losing a very notable one to Norderbeck actually. In the
okay. I think this one we can. Cup. Magnus got 2 extra pawns, 3 extra pawns. Excuse me.
Yes.
So we still got. I saw Norderbeck was playing Norderbeck against Nepo. That's the only other game going. Magnus will definitely win that one. What about these guys? Norderbeck, of course, 3 for 3.
This might be a draw here. It could just.
I don't know. Look at these kinks. Look at these kinks.
Actually, I think it's Jan's move. So
he
definitely go there. Yeah, Queen C3 check and just check into oblivion, right?
This is made in 1 though.
Queen B4 check. King. I think he just.
Where's your next check? Where's your next check after King A6?
Oh, A6. Oh, I was thinking C6.
No, I'm not gonna play ball.
That's kind of ugly, dog.
Trades the queens.
Takes. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah.
All right. Should be a draw in the opposite color, but
okay.
If you fall asleep, maybe I'll sneak one in.
That's true. Yeah, Bishop F6 and just chill and shuffle.
Yeah, this looks like it's going for a draw. How'd the other guys do? Let's see. Fabiano wins. He gets on the board.
Nice. Fabi would have win.
1 out of 4.
Fabi
beat Report.
Oh, Report. Okay.
Richie. MVL beats Keimer. Vidit loses to Prague. We saw Hikaru win, and Magnus did win the game against Gukesh. So this is the last game of the current round. Expecting it. I don't know the draw rules exactly. I don't know if you're not allowed. You might not be allowed to offer one anyway. I'm just not that maybe they don't want to offer a draw here, but I'm just thinking that I'm guessing that there is definitely something about a no draw rule. This is only Black can win. Black's out 1 passer, and maybe I can make another one as well.
Yeah,
maybe
that
can make 2 passers.
True.
And my
I
like
that he's playing on though. I do like that. I like that he's playing on because it's possible. I mean,
possible.
Literally anything is possible.
And you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna see if you're, you know, maybe we can put the king to help usher this pawn to promotion. So Nordebek is definitely giving this a try. We got the
Listen,
cameras up.
Yeah, some of his interviews, he's notably talked about his favorite part of the game is actually the end game. Is what he said. He loves it. Notably is the end games. He loves to play end games. So right up his alley here. Even though draw likely, but he'd say, wait a second, hold on, let's play this out first.
No, a4 is nice. You got a5 coming. Trade here. Which is my wrong pawn? This is the wrong pawn, right? So we're gonna trade one, sacrifice for the other, run to the corner, and I'm calling the arbiter. I don't know why, but I'm calling him.
Call it out. Hey, yo, this is a draw. Sir, you have to play it out. Okay, I'm my bad.
Yeah, this one's heading to a draw. Perhaps the players do need to play it till the kings, as per the rules. Would not be surprised if something like that. But you know what? A5. Can I go B5? You know, can still keep it alive, right? Can still keep things alive.
And A6 is that'd be a super.
A6, bishop C8, right?
Right.
Bishop C8, right off the bat.
That boy is gone.
Although then you can go king B4. Yeah. Okay, it's still a draw. You know, A5 is coming. Yeah, Nepo knows he doesn't need these pawns. He needs to just trade off as many as he can. Just too simplified. All right, Nordebek, he's still trying. He said A5. I'm gonna go B5.
A5, B5.
Trying to keep as many pawns as possible. Yeah, A6. Yeah, you can lose that. You know, bishop B6. You know.
Exactly. That's what I was looking for.
Yeah,
that's exactly what I was looking for. But I can't get
think he'll try
bishop C6. There's like a bishop C6 that ends it all.
Yeah.
So I was trying to get like a A6, king C5, but then bishop B6, you take with check. So yeah, I was trying to get the bishop does not go to C6. Not happening. Oh, it's kind of happening, but the pawn's gone in the process.
Yeah, here it's yeah, I mean, you don't have to go bishop b6, right? You can also go a more sane route in this particular case. But actually, bishop h4, king e3, right? I'm gonna still be annoying, but okay, can hardly imagine. Yeah, bishop here. Now the bishop's perfect. You go to b8. You can play f5. Keep an eye on the pawn. It's all good.
Yeah, that should be mean bishop b8.
Yeah, the pawns will get liquidated here. And even an extra pawn will not be enough for either player. It's going to be Nordebek with the extra pawn, though. At least you got the right rook pawn, right? So at least you're like, all right, you know, at least you can't give them a draw that way.
There we go. Pushing the pawn through, and nice. I like how he pushes to make. Well, he can move the bishop back, actually. Yeah, he can move the bishop back, but then you can never make progress with both. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can't make progress.
How are you going to push these guys?
Right.
Can't. So let's see. To the kings. To the kings we go.
You might just see a shuffle here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the thing is, as soon as the king moves, f7. Although f7, king e7. So don't move too fast, right? Okay, now you can go f7. No, he doesn't. But he could. But he doesn't.
He could. Kudos to Nordebek for playing on, though. Definitely love that type of chess. Just play on, you know, play on. Just like you saw Magnus do it. I mean, Magnus played on rook knight versus rook.
You don't lose anything. You don't lose anything.
Exactly. You don't lose anything. Just play
King c5 here. Yep. Again, f7, easy. He doesn't even do it. Says I don't need to do it. More than one way to equalize. H4, take it.
And there it is.
F7.
And there you have it.
Takes king b5.
Takes.
Insufficient mating material. 90 moves.
Handshakes and draw.
All right. So Nordebek keeps the lead. He's in pole position. Let's check the standings out. We got Nordebek on 3.5. None other than Magnus on 3 and MVL. MVL on 3. And then you got Nepo and Hikaru. And guess what? Next round, we got a showdown. The showdown of the generation, maybe. Magnus taking on Hikaru.
Ooh, wait, chat. Oh, man. Y'all better be ready for that one. Magnus versus Hikaru. Always a show.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be. We saw fire. Hikaru's red hot, 2 wins in a row, but Magnus, he's not slouched. He's also on 2 wins in a row after losing to Eric Geisy. Defeated Fabiano and Gukesh. So, unstoppable force meets another unstoppable force.
Wow. What happens there? We're the chemistry guys. What happens when an unstoppable force meets an unstoppable force, chat? To take that class. So, what happens?
Yeah.
We're about to see.
We're going to see. And you guys can think about it as we take a bit of a break, but definitely don't go anywhere. We're going to be back for round 5. Things are heating up. Hikaru currently 2.5 points. You got to be in the top 8. He's a point clear. So he's in good shape so far. And we're going to see if he can get into even better position against the #1 ranked player in the world. So stay tuned, and we'll be back after our break. Welcome back, everyone. We are joining here for round 5. Going to start very soon. We have the awaited matchup of the day, definitely for us. Hikaru with the white pieces taking on Magnus Carlsen, both of them on a 2-game winning streak. We have the position in front of us. As you guys can see on the cameras, the players are doing the customary pregame analysis and in teams of 6, I believe. So they're coming up with their strategies and ideas. We keep having the bishops next to each other. So it's been a little bit of a funny quirk of the random positions. But this time, instead of starting in the corner, they're in the center. So new strategies have to be formed. This position seems to be a bit more balanced. The queens are not in the corners of the board. They're more in the center. So perhaps the players will have an easier time coming up with a plan. But regardless, I think there can be fireworks expected between these two great players.
Definitely, especially with this being not a normal position, but normaler, which is I'm made up today. But you can see, like for instance, Bishop Finchetto in a G3, a G2, and actually castling to king side. But you need to get this knight off of H1, which is a huge problem. I think in 960, this is probably the worst piece to have. Is generally a knight in a corner like this. So you still can play principally though, like D4 could be move #1 here.
Queen's Gambit.
Exactly, D4, C4, right? But I mean, you're so crazy. Like you're exposing your king to a nasty like check on one of those diagonals because your king's on B1, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, maybe even E4, D4. Like these is very possible. Where you can really start in the center and then put the pieces around that.
But you know what the best move is according to the engine? Why, it's A4. That's the best move. And the best response is A5.
A5, man, come on, bro. It's just so funny. Like, it's just amazing.
Okay, now it's back to E. Oh,
now
wait, whoops. Wait, no, it's back to. I was like, what? I was like, yeah. I was like, what's going on here? Hold on.
This look a little different, right?
Wait, hold on. Let me refresh to make sure I get the position. Okay, here we go. Okay, woo. I was like, they rolled the normal position, huh?
Yeah,
no, but we got we're back. I was like, yeah. All right, so yeah, the players doing. I'm looking at the camera here. We got Magnus, Fabi, Nepo, MVL, Vidit. So yeah, I guess I was thinking that's what they do. Now it's confirmed. You basically sit down. You have the everyone's on a different side, right? You're not analyzing with your opponent before the game. You don't have Hikaru and Magnus in the same group.
Yeah.
So we have they're working out. I want to see let's see if I can get a shot at their board. Last time we actually saw a lot of the moves the players were analyzing. Those are the moves we got on the board, exactly. So this is like a preview. But I don't see what they're looking at. Do you see it, James?
Yeah, it looks like they're doing central moves. It looks like D4, D5, and E6. But I don't know what his... Oh, they played knight G3. So D4, D5, knight G3, E6. And then knight D6. Wow. Yeah, that's pretty good. It's standard development stuff with the knight out. And they're analyzing still.
I think you bring up a good point. Most of the pieces here, it feels like you can find some relatively natural ways to go about it. But the knight's in the corner, right? That's the one you got to figure out. Because if you want to do a Finchetto, there we go. We're getting a nice zoom. Shout out to our wonderful editors for giving us the shot. Well, but is that Magnus blocking it with his head? There you go.
Big bag Magnus over here.
Cameraman is making sure. Oh, what do we got? D5, F5 on the board there. Okay, now we're going back to the start. Knight's on G3. Queen's on h5. What's going on there? Queen is on h5.
Oh.
All right, e4, d5, queen h5. Is that what? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Look at this brilliant situation here. What they're trying to do. They're trying to win the rook.
Yeah,
They're
e4,
trying to win the
a5,
rook.
a5, queen h5,
Mm-hmm.
hitting h7. Boom! You can resign immediately.
Yeah, I was like, what's going on in that board? What's going on is, yeah, e4, d5, queen h5. What an amazing double attack. And then you grab my pawn on e4, you're losing the game. The rook is trapped. So very creative. I see now. I missed a little bit of their analysis, but I'm happy I caught that part. I don't think we're gonna see that, but that was just shows you how ridiculous this game can start. All right, what are these guys gonna look at now? Let's see. We're zooming out. Cameraman says I've seen enough. Queen h5, I'm good.
Okay,
We'll see,
yeah,
we'll see.
central control a little bit. Really looking, talking about center. Calculate, yeah, but okay,
Time to play. Time to play. All smiles.
That's right. Good luck, everyone.
All right, there we go. Hikaru. I like that jacket. What do you think? Red jacket? Red velvet
With the
over there?
velvet? Oh yeah, that's
Yeah.
fire. I got a black velvet one like that. That's how I'm like, ooh, that red. Serious. He out here with the heat.
Mm-hmm. All right, players are seated. Only their 1,000 game, maybe. But these guys are battling it out every... Oh, here we go. We got the moves. E3, E6. Oh, E4. Okay, here. It's like E3. Oh, Queen H5? Queen H5? Can we see it? We don't know, or at least I don't know what Hikaru was looking at, right? I think the moments that we were looking, they were focusing on Team Magnus's and the players with him. But Hikaru was in the other group. So I don't know if he's aware of this Queen H5. Although, by the way, that's not even the best move. It's a funny move, though.
It is funny,
Not the best
though.
move.
It's so nice because H5 is just cool to play.
James, are you Team Scandy, by the way?
Not at all. In fact, every
What?
time I see John, I'm like, hey, what's up, John? John Bartholomew, that is. And I always say, hey, man, good to see you, bro. First off, Scandinavian's garbage. Secondly, and then I'll just start talking to him about anything else. I always greet him that way.
You got to remind him.
Always. 100%.
But you know what? Here, I feel like here you might not be, you might change your tune because knight c3 is illegal. You can't be hitting that queen. The queen is kind of nice and centered. Yeah, watch this. Knight b6, boom, long castles, right? So all bishops out, e5, and black takes over. So this is like, if you could play the Scandi like this in regular chess, you'd be all over it, right?
You'd be all, yeah, very fast, nice, quick development. Fan of it as well. Magnus looking away from the board here. Is there something going on? Oh,
yeah, that's a good point. Hikaru's looking behind him.
Yeah.
And now he plays e5. Wow, unbelievable. You see the second move of the game gets a question mark? Crazy. But Hikaru makes sense. He did not want to take on d5. Now, what he could have potentially done, and I'm sure he was considering this, is the computer says g3, so finding a different way to target the queen, but you're totally messing this knight on h1. How are you going to get it out? So Hikaru plays e5, f6, d4, g5. I mean, this is but this makes a lot of sense. There's a big fight for the square. I think the point of g5, we got bishop g7, we got knight g6, or Magnus has those moves, I should say, not we. We don't got much except each other.
Yeah,
and now and now the center's under fire. And you don't have f4 either. So I like that.
Do not. Yeah, that's a good move. G5 is very practical. It is it reminds me of some type of, not Benko, but something around those lines. Something like a
flank play.
Or flank, exactly. A lot of flank play, trying to stop the central play, break down the center, like all these things we see a lot. But nice. He eliminates the pawn, he eliminates back, and okay, we have to develop our pieces now. Maybe knight d3, went bishop b3 instead.
Yep.
Hitting h7.
And James, good point I saw in the chat that there's a good chance that they have a screen, that shows the games. So Hikaru and Magnus probably checking out what are the other games doing. You're getting a little inspiration, seeing if anyone came up with a good opening idea, and then you decide to see if you want to follow them. So I think there is a good chance something like that's going on. But bishop g6 from Magnus developing. Yeah, it's funny. It's a symmetrical position. We both have d4 and d5. But Magnus has grabbed a little bit of space on the king side. But that space could be a weakness. I'm looking at the square in f5. Maybe that's something that Hikaru could use. in the middle game.
Yeah, the f5 square is very nice there. Big fan of putting a piece on f5. Maybe bishop, maybe knight. Probably knight, though. I do want to keep my bishop pair, but then I could get hit with knight d6. Would have to go back to d3. But I still have the bishop pair. Yeah, so I'm fine to go. Also, h7, still a little loose there. So, but I need to develop the rest of my pieces, too. So I'm looking at like a knight b3. Queen moving to maybe e2. I don't really like being on the e file like that. And getting castle quickly. Bishop d6 for Magnus, though.
Yeah, copycat chess. The bishop's on d3 and d6. This reminds me of an exchange French, like e4, e6, d4, d5,
Yeah.
chop, chop. And then, it's symmetrical, but whoever can get the more active pieces will usually get the advantage. So, yeah, there is definitely, compared to the last games we've seen, we were kind of spoiled with these crazy imbalanced positions. This one seems to be starting off a little bit more quieter as the game is symmetrical. You can't really get these. You can't really block. And look, I keep seeing Hikaru look behind him. I'm wondering if yeah, he doesn't seem to be disturbed, right? I feel like if there was commotion going on, maybe if Hans suddenly showed up, he'd be looking a little different. But he might just be looking at the games, right? Being like, how are the other guys doing? What are they up to? Get us in
How the positions go. Yeah, exactly. And it's kind of funny because that happens in like classical games too, like walking around where I've actually seen. I'm like, oh, they playing my opening, or like we got the same positions. You just sit there and look real quick, see how they did it. Oh, you went this route, I went this route, something like that. So interesting.
I'm sure you might have had this happen as well. You don't even need to walk around sometimes. I've been in situations where the board next to me, I'm like, yo, we got the same opening.
Same.
And then sometimes it's not good because you're like, my opponent might maybe they don't know what to do, but then they can
look at the next board.
Yeah,
stuff.
And I don't know if you know about this story. This happened in one of these Grand Swiss events. Those big
really
Isle of Man. Yeah, there was a game. This was going back 5 years. I think it's pre-COVID, so ancient history at this point. But there was a game I remember. It was Sergei Kuryakin was playing Yu Yangi, and then like Alexei Dreyev, I believe. Maybe I'm mixing it up, but he was playing. Shirov was playing someone else. I definitely got those three names right. There was the fourth one I don't remember, and they had the same exact position. It was like one of those super sharp 4-knight Sicilians. Like the theory there goes deep. And like move 17, they're on the same position. So the arbiters actually separated them. They moved one of the games in another room. They were like, all right, this is I don't know why they made this. I mean, it makes sense they made the decision. I don't know how the rules are, but they were like, all right, we got to separate them. And yeah, that's what they did. And actually, White won both those games, but White made the same opening mistake in both of those games. So I don't know if they were copying each other at that point. But that I do remember that because I feel like I've never really heard of that. You got to separate the two games because they're the same. You got to move them outside the playing hall, and that's what they did.
I've never heard that story. I've never even seen that, but it makes a lot of sense because it does stop people from like copying and like looking over and I don't know what to do. Oh, well, that's what you did. I'm gonna do the same. Like that's kind of crazy.
And shout out Tagbon in the chat. He says it was Sergei Kuryakin against Alexei Dreyev and Sheriff versus Yu Yangi. So I actually mixed up the matchups, but I got the names. So there you go. So there you go.
Tagbon.
Yeah. All right. So back to our game here. I don't know if they're copying each other. I'm just going to backtrack a couple moves while I was got rook f1. Oh, okay, I see. f4. He wants to go f4. Makes a lot of sense. Knight to b6, b3. Now it gets a question mark, but this is a very logical move because what you're doing is you're completely restricting this knight. And if it's my move again, I'm going to go a4, a5, and you go right back home. Magnus, look at this really nice positional move. Bishop a3. He stops a4, and he imprisons the king. You cannot castle. And if he cannot castle, the rook in a1 doesn't get into the game.
Yeah,
nice move by both players here.
That's very strong. Maybe you have to go with bishop c3 to b2 to try to get rid of it, or bishop d2 to c1 to get rid of this bishop. There it is, bishop c3, because, I mean, yeah, you're just going to be down a whole rook here if you can't get this rook out of the corner.
Yep. And that bishop on e1 wasn't really doing much, so it makes sense to try to trade it off. Funnily enough, okay, Magnus a5. I was gonna say he hasn't moved his rook. Do not be shocked if the king teleports, especially when he's launching an attack.
Yeah. King gonna go to the other side of the board here. This could get very spicy very soon, guys. Whoa, maybe f4 because I'm like, all right, cool. Well, if you want a castle, you're gonna have to do it. Exactly right. Think twice. A4 though is kind of annoying. I can't break through though. After a4, okay, I can just kind of chill. You actually would help me open up the A file, but I don't believe Magnus would play AB3.
Yeah, I mean A5, it's kind of one of these moves that hangs over you, right? It's like, oh, is he attacking me? Well, maybe not, but you always got to think about it, and it's psychologically it can be unpleasant, right? When you're facing like potential of an attack, even. But here we go. Hikaru's not backing down. F4. That was the move you were mentioning as well, especially because Hikaru played Rook F1. I mean, that's a commitment, right? Because you lost your castling, right? So you gotta justify it. And he also makes sure that Magnus himself, if he wants to castle short, he's going to be under fire as well.
I love this F4 move because it's like, all right, cool. I'm not going to sit around and wait. Like A4 is coming. You're going to try to open us up. We're going to try to open you up. So F4 is a really strong idea to try to open things up. But coming back to development once again, is my rook on A1 is pretty bad. But also, I mean, rook on A8, kind of the same. But difference there is that black can still castle. There's A4, though. Just maybe weakening the pawns around the king just a little bit.
Staying consistent. Playing A5. Playing A4. Hikaru, yeah, what's this follow-up, right? F4, you would think, okay, I don't think I want to push because I want to keep this open, right? If I close the king side, then Magnus will definitely castle there. So the question is, do I want to open the king side, right? But then I open up my rook, but somehow I want to get my knight in the game. This guy can't jump in. Maybe I can try to do something.
You know what? Queen B2, actually. Yeah, because I don't see anything. And I'm hitting G5, but my goal is actually Bishop B4.
And you don't want to go Bishop B2? Or
I didn't like takes. Exactly, because I didn't want takes A3. And then I have to like move the king again. Then the rook's still not getting out. I have to go like a king B2 and like ring around the rosy type thing, get the rook out. So Queen D2 at least allows me to go Bishop B4, and then I can maybe even end up casting too as well, but we'll see what happens. Oh, it looks like we have some moves. I think
see what they are.
F, G, H, G.
We do have takes. Okay, so that's where we were thinking about, especially with that 4 appearing on the board. Yeah, I'm surprised this trade is, I mean, it makes all the world of sense to me. Surprised it's not getting, okay, Queen D2. I mean, this is very logical play. Very logical play. And that the pawn is actually potentially hanging, even though you're stepping into the scary X-ray. The rook's not protected, and it's check. So why not? I'll grab it if I can. And then your idea also makes sense, right? Bishop B4. Hey, let's do a trade, but I want my queen out. Right. And then you could be looking at rook F8 ideas as well. Makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. I can probably even castle finally too as well. But Queen D2 hitting the pawn, and exactly, I finally castle. Bishop B4 is also an idea here.
Yeah, maybe got to throw in Bishop D3 first because I don't want my pawns getting all messed up.
Yeah, that is annoying. Ugh. That is ugly. Maybe knight F5 first. Dang.
Rook 8's nice, right? You're like, hey, you can have the pawn, but then same issue, right? You don't want to have your pawns eviscerated. Yeah, something about, okay, so you could go bishop takes, right? Knight takes, and then you can go queen G5. So we can really get greedy.
I could grab the pawn there, I guess. Yeah, and my knights are covering each other, superfluous, but they are covering each other. I mean, I'm on kind of defense mode right now, it's my here, but yeah, takes, queen takes.
Whoa.
Hit the bar, bro.
I was actually thinking about, is there queen B5, like some kind of idea against this king?
There's definitely.
I'm also hitting the knight. So this is actually very annoying too. The knight is under attack. There's knight C4 ideas, some kind of attacking situation here. So taking that pawn, Magnus might not really care about that. He's got his eyes on the prize. He's got his eyes focused on the queen side. I want to say the king side, but I guess it is the queen side still. Yeah, you can see the power of his move, Bishop A3. If Hikaru could, I mean, he's moved his rook, so you can't even do it, but if you can imagine the castle here, I would love White's position. The king is safe. I got great access to the central files. With the king on B1, the coordination is a little tougher.
Yeah, it's that rook
thinking how to get out of here. Yeah, Bishop B2. So Bishop is B2 is still an idea.
Yep. Take A3, and then you have to go back. Like, ugh, that's so ugly. Like my rook's still in the corner if I go Bishop B2. And what is the problem with Bishop to B4? Oh yeah, takes and Bishop D3. Yeah,
yeah. Let's show this real quick. It makes sense. Hey, let's get rid of that bishop. Why not? Well, here you got to contend with A3, and you're dealing with the same problem. The king goes back. You can't castle, obviously, and yeah, this is a permanent thorn in White's position, where the rook cannot get out, And even in the end games, this is like, this is the well-known, everyone knows Alpha Zero, all those games, push those rook pawns.
Yeah.
Even in the end game, like this is going to give you a potential advantage with the pawn in A2 becoming a target, a long-term target.
Yeah,
That's
that's a
where Hikaru is
great
spending
move.
some time.
You read Game Changer or no? Did you read that one?
I didn't, but I remember when the original paper came out, when they like from what is it, Deep Mind, right? And then
Yeah.
they had the games between. I remember actually because when those games came out, I was teaching this like camp, and we were going over the games. Like some of those games
nice.
that Alpha Zero won against the Stockfish, like those.
Yeah.
There was the French defense, it was total
Right.
domination. So those are pretty instructive games. It sounds like you read Game Changer though.
Yeah, I did. I read it game, and one of the things that they liked was this Alpha Zero, obviously H and A pawn push and pushing it all the way down. I like opening the file because I can do over mate, but generally they would push H6 or A6 and keep the pawn there for the in-game chances later and total domination of the position, which is nice.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the plans we saw. Kind of it was not unknown. It wasn't like totally like, oh, what, I've never seen this, but just showed the long-term power of that idea. Is Hikaru going to go for that pawn on g5? No, he doesn't. He goes bishop b4. Okay, this makes all the sense in the world. Doesn't get approval, but basically we were looking at, okay, the pawn is too dangerous. You allow queen b5, bishop b2. You allow a3. So why not go bishop b4? Let's find out. So they make the trade. Now, okay, even if I go king b2, there's still a3. Oh, h5. That's a nice move for Magnus.
Ooh,
you said the knights are superfluous, but they keep each other nice and safe. Not if they're under attack, though.
Here's another book. This is a Chessable one. In fact, by Magnus's coach, actually. It's on Chessable. People don't. This is an underrated book, but this one is Techniques of Positional Play, where it's fire. One chapter that I never forget was talking about how knights on G3, G6, B6, which is crazy because they actually are all on these squares, but G3, G6, B6, and B3, you generally always push the H or A pawn with these knights over here, which you mentioned that earlier. You said, oh yeah, B3 and an A4, A5. And in this case, he's actually doing exactly that, H5, H4, to hit the knight that is potentially there, which is quite annoying. And in this case, it's connected to the superfluous knight on E2. I mean, very deep concept here, but also very strong play at the same time. It's a really good move.
Yeah, Hikaru defended that in E2. Now in H4, he can consider moving his knight from G3 to, I guess he could move it to maybe, I was going to say H5 so that he can jump to F6. Although I'm a little scared about my knight maybe getting a little bit lost over there.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, yeah, Hikaru's got to play a little bit of defense for sure. We see Magnus has the initiative, but not indefensible. And Hikaru is definitely one of the best defenders there is. If anyone could do it, it's him. Also, at some point here, he could castle long, so at some point here, he might switch these guys around, and that would get the rook in the game, because right now you're playing basically without a rook. Magnus, of course, his rook in the E file is strong, and the rook in the A file, it's had a really nice, comfy life, born on third base, just rook A8, already got a job, right? Hasn't had to move a single time.
Already ready to work too as well. I'm curious what happens after this our H4 idea. I mean, is it just knight F1?
Yeah, like knight F1.
Yeah.
I was thinking knight H5 just so I can, make
F6.
a threat. But the knight there could get stranded, right? There's already, you can't go queen G4 right away because knight F6 anyway, but that doesn't mean I can't do it in 2 moves, right? So yeah, maybe knight F1 is maybe a little bit safer, but yeah, we're passive, right? We're just a little bit passive for the moment. But perhaps after castling and move the knight out and move the other knight, we'll improve our coordination and get closer to equalizing the position.
Yeah, it's not terrible, but we do need to keep the thread and stay alive in the game here. Look for our chances for counterplay and holding. H4 is on the board. Knight H5 was actually, he went with the F1, but Knight H5
That's
is
way more human.
nice.
Yeah, just like,
yeah, Philip.
It gets a question mark, but it's like knight H5, like you could really, the knight might not make it out alive. You have to play very precisely to make sure that knight isn't too far. So it makes more sense, especially when you're down in time. Keep your pieces closer together. You're not going to blunder in that way, or less likely to, at least.
Exactly, less likely. So knight F1. I mean, obvious, not a fan of white's position. It's just kind of ugly for the pieces. But okay, black, it didn't castle either. We both can castle here. It just feels like black is a little bit more active. Maybe have some better squares. Got some space on the king and queen side. So for choice, but white can still play. There's lots of play left and nowhere near losing, to be honest.
Yeah. And time's equaling out. Let's see how Magnus, okay, queen to e6.
Idea is
So, I don't know,
maybe a
just
knight
maybe-
f4 or something.
Oh, that's some queenie ones? I don't know.
Yeah, with some queenie ones, because there's this a3 idea. Right, so knight
Mhm.
f4, queenie
Mhm.
queenie one, rook e1, king b2,
Let's
a3,
just
king
show a
c3, rook
random-
a1, GG.
Yeah. You're not kidding. You've been doing that woodpecker. Look at
Bro,
that.
I'm
Takes,
telling you, I've
takes.
been locked in. But yeah, king
Yeah.
to a3, king here, and
Yep.
GG.
Yeah,
Game
we
over.
get it done. So yeah, Magnus is we get G3. Okay, the good move from Hikaru, right? He's not letting that slide. He's not letting you get your knight f4 in.
That's
And now
strong.
Magnus back to the drawing board.
You know what? There's a rook a6 here with knight c4 idea. Oh my goodness, this is scary for
Tactics.
Hikaru. I ain't even gonna lie, bro. Rook a6, knight c4, rook b6. Like, this is scary, dude. Maybe can I
But you
get
know what?
castle?
Look at
Like,
Hikaru. Look at Hikaru's strategy here. Both knights.
restricting them, yeah.
You are not
Restricted
going
both
forward.
them boys, yeah.
If only his own knights, right? If only he can get a couple moves to get his knights into a more active spot, then we'd be nice and smooth. But yeah, Magnus think he's trying to. Yeah, I mean, rook a6. Yeah, that's a nice move. You're opening up ideas. What does Magnus do? Let's see. Knight back to e7. Okay, so he sees that the knight doesn't have a future going forward from g6. So perhaps he's trying to bring it over to c6. Let's see. Gets a question mark, but very reasonable move. So again, sometimes we can't overreact to the entrance
Boris, right?
idea. Mhm.
That's a good move. It's just annoying. Like,
Yeah,
it's
queen g5,
strong.
knight d4, and then you'll still got to deal with these queen e1 ideas. That's gonna be mate, by the way.
Takes. Yeah, he just made it. Wow. Yeah, to me. Oh my goodness, shoot! I don't have a move. Looking around the board, I'm trying to find
There is a move. You got to remember the rules of the game. Is that castles?
Castles. Ah, okay.
Castles is a move.
Time to castle.
It's scary
boys.
though. It's scary.
It's very
'cause
scary.
You got the file. Hikaru, he plays an excellent move. Exclamation point. Castles. Get that rook in the game. And by the way, we kept seeing these tactics, right, with the back rank. All right, get the king out of there. Get it out of there. All right, AB is the move that I'm immediately thinking about. Not to mention things like queen e7, right, trying to slide in the checkmate. So you got to take with, I don't think you can take with a pawn. Take it with a pawn. This is opening this rook. There's no force win, but computer says, no, this is a nasty move. Now you're threatening knight c4, threatening all sorts of stuff. So you would have to take with the c pawn.
Yeah.
But this is manageable. Perhaps we can bring the knight in, make sure our a2 pawn is protected. So very nice move from Hikaru. He castles.
Good job.
He's getting better.
Castle on move 21, just like they teach you. No, don't do that.
Well, last game he castled move 28.
He did, and it's bad habits now. Now chat picking up bad habits, guys. Don't try it at home. This is a disclaimer. This is not financial advice. Okay, don't do this. Don't try this at home. Okay.
Magnus can also castle. He might be like, all right, I'll play that game, but he doesn't need to. His rook on a8 is already in business.
Very active. Very active. Rook on a8 on the a file. Made some space. He goes for it. A takes.
Yeah, you got. I mean, of course, why not? So now you force a card to take away from the center. Usually, they tell you got to take towards the center. Card has to take away though. Magnus repositions the knight. Yeah, you got to take it.
Got to take those. Maybe okay. Pawn takes 93. Blockade.
E3 is threatened.
Well, easy move.
It's looking very reasonable. I mean, my coordination has gotten 10 times better than earlier.
Yeah.
Perhaps this plan Magnus did with 97, 95, it was a good plan, but just a tad bit slow, right? Hikaru sensed that he capitalized. Queen d2, castles, boom, neutralized the pressure. Now after 93, I mean, he's got his own plans. Like maybe there could be like a d5, d6, open that up, open up the position. It's funny, Magnus can still castle, so he can still get his rook.
Oh, yes,
opposing the queen. Yeah, I can't make it.
Forgot he could do that. Yeah, but yeah. Okay, so I still have 93 then. I feel pretty good. At least on 93. I'm feeling I should hold is what I would be saying from Hikaru. I had 93. I should be able to hold here. You are playing Magnus, and it is tough, and he will milk the clock here and play on forever.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I have seen a lot of games. I mean, these guys have been playing in Title Tuesday and all sorts of things, and Hikaru's, I've seen him turn not, I wouldn't even call it turning the tables, but I've seen him, you assume, okay, Magnus is going to be pressing, Magnus is going to do this, that, and it's like, no. Hikaru, he comes out with his own play, and the game becomes a lot more double-edged. So this position here, I mean, Hikaru's thinking, but to me at least, I'm not clear to me who's going to have the better chances going forward. I mean, White has plans. Rook 93, D5, Rook E5. There we go, 93. Maybe I just shift the king over, Rook C1, try to start targeting your king. Magnus plays knight D5. He does not want to see D5 on the board. That's a good move.
He wants to trade it all off. Takes, maybe Rook E2, but maybe just don't take it all. Rook E2 immediately.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Rook E1, maybe. Takes H4.
Yeah, you can just take H4.
Magnus taking a little bit of a pause. Maybe he thinks, hey, do I got knight F4? Can I slide in for the fork?
He does though. He does. And what do we do? Do we take? No, that's too much. I was just gonna say take on G5 too. Yeah, maybe. I mean, like, right. Maybe. It is possible, right? Takes, check, king B1, takes. I get two for the pawn. I mean,
two juicers. Right. Connected juicers.
Right. And this is
the double juicer.
Mm-hmm. Knight E3 holds too. So GH4. Magnus in the think tank here, up a little bit of time.
Yeah, he must be considering this knight F4 idea, because otherwise you just stab the pawn off. I guess he could play knight E3 as well. Oh, that's what he's thinking about.
Oh, that's what he's thinking about. Dang. Okay, somebody doing some tactinos. Sheesh. Knight takes, Rook E1.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, hold on. This is
bonkers.
This is double-edged. This is not like, all right, we got, this is an exchange down, but he's going to have, of course, Hikaru's king is going to be a little bit more exposed, and the E-pawn is really making moves.
That's the thing, the E-pawn. That is his check, his bread and butter. King B1, yeah, kind of forced. Wait, can I go King D2? No, that's just ridiculous. So yeah, King B1.
Yeah, King D2.
It's just ridiculous.
Might regret that one.
Yeah, King B1. Oh, but there's 94.
Yeah, maybe King B2, so I can keep an eye on the C3 square. So if knight D5, like Rook C2.
Yeah, King 94, Rook C2.
Mm-hmm.
Hikaru in the think tank, gotta move. You gotta move, bro.
Yeah, what's the difference? What's the downside? So King B1, I'm worried about, hey, I got to deal with this fork. I mean, it's not, not the end of the world. But King B2, it feels like I don't have to deal with the fork. I can use my rooks. So I'm sure Hikaru sees other differences. Yeah, Rook A2 really... Oh, Rook C2. Okay, Hikaru he wants to just simplify. He wants to just simplify the position, but isn't he going to be down a pawn?
A pawn, yeah. Takes. And Magnus like, oh, yeah, I'll be here all day,
Rook and games are drawn. Okay, so Hikaru obviously, there was obviously something here with the open king that was dangerous. So he said, look, I'd just rather trade this off. I'm going to take my chances defending a simplified position. At the very least, right? I mean, the king is open, so I don't really want to trade queens, but at the very least, I could go up a pawn. But my king is active, right? I'm going to bring it in. I might be able to pick up the pawn here. So Magnus, yeah, he keeps the queens on, because look at this, James. We got Rook E6, Rook C6. There could be some, I don't have to be up a pawn, but I might be up the king, right? Like, things are hanging.
Yeah, this is ugly. I'm not gonna lie, this is ugly from a human standpoint. Queen C5 hangs B3. D4 is hanging right now. Maybe I just take on G5, say whatever. You can have the D4 pawn.
That's what he does. They do trade. They just take Magnus takes back in G5. It's equal material though, so we're a couple trades away from safety. But because of Hikaru's pawns being all isolated, he's got 3 pawn islands. All the pawns that are going to need defense and attention. The king, not really that safe. So you always got to watch out for checks. This is a defensive task, so let's see if we'll be able to avoid.
It's like springtime or something. I hear the guy. It's kind of crazy how the weather changes. I can hear the maintenance guys outside cutting grass now. Like I didn't heard that in like a whole year. Like cold.
Spring is springing.
Springtime, guys. Hopefully it's good weather wherever you are out there. I was like, yo, what is that noise? And I'm like, oh, they cutting grass. And I realized it's April. Queen F6. Great. Oh, rook
That's a
takes
good move.
queen F2.
C5.
Nice.
C5 is an idea as well.
Yeah. Rook E2 then maybe. Chill.
Rook E2,
Yeah, they
C5,
cutting grass
right?
on the beach. That's wild. Yeah, they cut grass on the beach,
The
Marco.
palm trees
Correct.
to get in the
It's the
coconuts.
behind me. I mean, over there, it's kind of annoying. Yeah.
Cars. Yeah, this is tough to play. Let's see what he does. I mean, the best move here is pretty funny. It's B4. Just stop
Wow.
C5. Just move it.
B4.
Yeah. Who cares about
I
the
mean,
king?
it makes sense though. Yeah, it
Makes sense. King C2 makes more sense. I probably want to get out of the pin. Rook E6. Nice move by Knight. Still cannot take E3. This is not a free pawn. It's a free trip to the hospital. The rook is going to be lost. Yeah, it's so hard to play with the open king. Rook E2 covered the second rank. Oof. Tough. There's rook C6 check. Queen F1 first, though. Even stronger. Now I'm threatening mate, right? Rook C6, king B1, queen C1, rook A6. The king is getting hunted. How do we defend this? D5 maybe?
Yeah, this isn't looking good for the big dog here. As pushing the pawn, yeah, D5 looks good, but then rook A6, you got to deal with that now, and it's just too many threats. King B2, and you got queen A1 coming in. How do you even stop that? I mean, you got to run away if that's even possible.
I want to trade the queens. Is there any way I can like give you one of my pawns and trade the
D5
queens?
he's going for, but rook A6 is a scary move. I think it's just a Hail Mary here. D5. Rook A6.
I think you have to do it, right? If you don't, then maybe Hikaru can go D6 and he'll start countering the black king, excuse me. So yeah, rook A6. That's dangerous.
That's an extremely dangerous move. I don't know. What do you even do? Rook takes D6, rook A2. Yeah, I feel like I'm getting mated. Like, it just feels rook A2, king C3, queen C3, king D4, rook D2. I lose the queen. So maybe king B2 there. And then what? Okay, maybe I'm holding somehow. Unbelievable. Yeah, he's going for it, but I think I could take. I mean, I'm just gonna do it, right? Rook takes or queen takes.
You got no
you
choice.
have
I
to.
feel you're gonna lose your
Yeah, I have no choice.
You're gonna lose that. Yeah, you just take it and then
hope for the best.
Yeah, exactly. Put the onus on him to find it. You're just gonna be running from the checks.
Running for the heels, boys and girls. Put on your track shoes here. Rook takes C3, rook A2, king C3. Here we go. I thought this was the same. Rook takes, but apparently, I guess queen takes must have been better. But whoa! Oh, dang it! Thought it was the stupid GGT.
Well, apparently, no matter how Hikaru takes E3, he's in trouble. So his king is safe, but
he has queen A3, queen C5. Here. Wait, no.
Well, look at this. Look at this checkmating idea, right? That's a nasty one. Yeah,
he finds it too.
Queen D4 though. Queen D4. Hold on, not dead yet. I'm gonna block it. I mean, I gotta stop it, and I also keep my rook defended.
What a move!
If I have just one more, I guess I don't. I was gonna say if I really want to go D6, but then I'm getting hit with C5.
Oh, I might be no. How do you win? That's a great question. Queen D4 is a good move. It's a very good move. Like how do you actually?
I don't know. Is there rook D2?
Oh, maybe rook D2. That's strong. And then
then I can go rook C3. Right? Oh no, let's check on a check. You take
on D4.
Yeah. So maybe I throw in check on H8 first, then rook C3.
Yeah.
Hard to imagine the king in B4 will survive the this nasty mix. Yeah, you could go. Yeah, queen A3 check is a check, but
king C3, and I'm gone.
Yeah, I was like, can I go up? Just can I run away? Like,
oh no, king C3 is queen A5, and then I think that might be it.
Queen A5, and you're gonna pick up the queen after king D3.
Exactly.
Yeah,
and if
B4, queen A3.
Correct. Correct. And queen B4, rook C2. Literally just game over. Wait, can I go king B5?
I don't think so, but I might
right, because I can run the D7.
Because if you go queen, if you go queen A5, I go king.
I'm gone.
I feel like you go king B7 is the problem.
Oh, stupid. Do I
not giving you checks?
No, I was gonna try to sack the queen, but he runs. He zigzags.
All right, king C3.
Yeah. Queen A5 is might be a resi. B4, queen A3, king C4, rook C2, king B5. Hold on, I'm not mated. Unbelievable, bro.
You want to go back to
B4 and like here, and I'm not mated yet, and run. Yeah, but king B7, like you said.
No, but hold on, not this time. This time I got the
queen. Oh, the queen. Oh my goodness. Hold on, bro. We got some hope here, chat. There is still hope.
Yeah, I mean, Magnus doesn't see the mate either, right? Because he would have played it by now,
right?
If he saw it, so he's like, wait a minute, how's he? How? What? Where? You know?
Yeah, I'm not mated. I am literally not, at least not yet.
Okay.
We said, okay, cool. You want to draw, bro? You want to draw?
Repeat.
You want to draw? Come on.
He wants the extra time.
Yeah. He's not gonna go for
He doesn't want to draw.
Here. Of course, he doesn't want to draw.
I wonder if you just go like king b7, right? Because that move is always useful for some other mating nets.
No, it is. It's a very, very useful move. It's kind of annoying how useful it is because I can't run my king up to c6 any longer.
But maybe there's like queen c4.
I was just gonna say that. Yeah, queen c4, right?
Queen c4, and then my king can start running. Yeah. What about queen c4? Because if you give me a check, I'll go king d3. Right, and rook d2, king e4.
There's no mates. Oh my goodness, chat. We might be surviving. Are we holding? Everybody hold your breath here. Hold your breath.
Yeah.
Hold
also,
it
queen c1. Somehow I'm finding ways to run around. And Magnus is down to 20 seconds. So
here we go.
Some way Hikaru can get a d6 in, open the king.
I mean, I can just run, right? He's running for the heels.
He's moving. Camera's shaking.
That's a great move. Oh my goodness. He finds it, but
C2
it is
is
Magnus.
good.
Maybe I just go queen b4. Am I okay?
No, this is a good move because takes away these resources of this check, right?
Wait, do I have rook c3? No, that gotta be losing somehow. Yeah, I don't know how, but definitely losing. Like, rook c3
I think there was a queen f4 is going to be made. Yep. Queen f4, king d3, rook d2.
Oh, yikes. Yeah, I get cooked there. Yeah, king e4. There it is.
Yep. King of the hill.
Okay.
The problem is the queen in a4 is just so offside as well.
Whoa, sheesh. Where do I go?
King e5. I don't know. King e5.
Yeah, maybe
so
let's go back.
I want to prevent, like, if I go to the f file, you got rook f2. So
Maybe I just go back.
he does go back, but now
Checking the cams.
rook d2.
Okay.
Yeah. Magnus, he's probably like, where the hell's the win?
Yeah.
Hikaru's king is walking around. If it was king of the hill, the game would be over for the right.
Game would be over. And you know what? I had a game like that where I was winning and I'm just crushing. And then I forgot it was King of the Hill. Because like you're just like, oh, this is easy. I was playing actually Renato Terry. Shout out to him. Very strong. I was playing, I'm like, oh, what is he doing? Why is this king? And then
yeah, you were up all the, you thought you were mating him. Like, oh, king e5.
Oh man.
Right.
And you lose. King of the Hill. Game over. That is a check, and that is a diabolical check, by the way, as he's just gonna pick up the pawns. It feels like he's saying, oh yeah, I'm just gonna pick up these pawns and then grind you down in an end game.
Yeah, the weakness of the king is still there. Goes, yeah. So Magnus just picks up the pawn, and you still haven't escaped with the king because now rook c5. You got to go here, but this is the queen. Yeah, this looks like there's no chance.
I think it's mating, no? Oh, queen f2 is rook e3.
Feels like it should be mating, yeah. But the thing is, now the queen, you don't have these queen c6 resources, so it just kind of feels very offside.
You might have queen b2 here, queen b2, queen g4, queen
yeah, rook e5 now. Yeah,
check.
Go to e2.
Ooh, that's it. And a
ring around the rosy.
Yeah, ring around the rosy there.
Yeah, you got to give up the rook, king c3, and yeah, there we go. We have a handshake.
It's tough, man.
Draw, not a draw. I think they put the kings on the wrong squares. I believe that this was a resignation by Hikaru. Tough game. Hikaru was hanging on tight there at the end, fighting these amazing king moves and resources. But Magnus was not to be denied. Very good game for Magnus as well. I think the big moment was right here. Of course, this is where Hikaru, he spent a lot of time. He decided to give up the exchange back to simplify, but perhaps he didn't need to. With something like king b2, again, you have an open king, the knight is hanging, knight to d5 perhaps. I was thinking, is there, actually,
yes, queen takes knight b4.
He goes takes first, yeah.
Yeah,
so you have to use the c1 rook. And
queen b6.
The line that I'm seeing from the edge here is hilarious. It's e3.
Take what? Get out of here.
Yep. So I'm promoting.
Oh my goodness. Back.
Now I
go d8?
Back. Yeah, no, yeah, queen b1 here. Okay. And this is a what? So wait. So here,
takes.
I'm down a queen, but this is, you can't stop me from going knight e3.
Oh my goodness.
And also forking. But this is the equal or whatever.
Flip.
All right, let's see what else we got going on though. We got some other games.
Whoa.
One other game. Let's switch over. We got Prague and Arigaisi.
Yeah.
Who's doing what here? Equal material.
Whose move is it?
Black
Okay,
is
it's
active.
Argent. Okay, Argent has
Black is
yeah, equal
active.
material. Yes, Black's move takes. Yeah, probably draw. Because everything could be defended. Maybe he
I
could
don't
try
know.
D4.
You know, give me a couple moves. You know, I'll go
Yeah,
here. I'll
yeah, you
take
could try
one. I'll
D4.
take two.
Maybe not. D4 is actually really strong. At D4, how do you
D3 maybe?
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
Trying to undermine it.
That's crazy.
This is a good move, right? Again, now I feel like he's trying to move the king up.
King up, king. Okay.
You got to be
D2,
precise if you're white
D7.
here. Yeah.
Check, go back, takes. Yeah, I'm gonna be down a pawn. I'm gonna lose a pawn.
Checking out some results here. Bobby won against Gukesh. He's streaking. He was 0 for 3. Now he's 2 out of 5. Prague has 4 seconds. He goes king D1. Let's stick with these guys. Okay, what about king D7? Why not? Give me.
King D7, king E2, king
E6.
Yep, and king D3, and it snaps the pawn. I like your C3 idea here, but
C3, now I have D3, right? Now I got D3, because earlier the rook was on G2. Prague, 3 seconds.
2. Oh, made that with 2 seconds.
C6, nice. So D5 is coming.
Oh, he could play E6 and give it up. So king D5.
E6 I'll take, and then I'll put it behind. I don't know. Not so easy.
Oh, not so easy. There was this C4 idea I was trying to get in, but you could just sidestep me. King C5. He goes for it though. He is playing it. E6 and the rook takes G5 is an awesome move. And E7, rook E5, C4 check, king C5. Yeah, this is not good. And apparently it just says draw. Like, man, this is hard to draw. Rook takes G5.
So what happens on rook G5? Yeah.
Maybe can I go C3 now?
Yeah, you could.
I think I can.
And then you want to get your rook behind the passer, right? Arjun.
Exactly.
Now Arjun's turn to go into the tank. 1 second.
1 second. Woo. C3. Is he gonna find it? He finds it. There it is.
Good move. Rook E5. Lots of trades. 1 second again. 2 seconds this time.
Yeah. And takes. Oh yeah, this is just a clean one. There it is.
Off.
There it is. Clean draw, boys.
Yeah, I think these guys. Well, you can't. Oh, we saw it. You can offer a draw after move 40. So I don't know if they offered it or not.
Oh.
Wait, what? 9 seconds for Prague? How's that possible? Okay, so they true. I was gonna say if he has 9 seconds, he made a move with negative 1 second. It can't be possible.
Can't be possible, boys. Right. And there it is with the draw. Ended peacefully in that game.
Okay. Peace was fair. All right. So what's the standings? We got Magnus. He just was able to beat Hikaru. So he's tied for first with Norderbeck, 4 out of 5. Hikaru, despite the loss, he's in 5th. He's in a tie from 5th to 7th. Bobby sneaking into 8th. You got to make the top 8 to make it on to the next round. So despite Hikaru going down this game, he's got one more. He's got Gukesh next, the world champ. So if Hikaru can end on the win here, he's already in pretty good position in 5th, but a win will definitely push him further and further away from that danger zone. So and how's Gukesh doing in the chart? Gukesh is one of the guys who's fighting to keep his chances alive. He's got 1.5, so big game for him as well.
Yeah, big game. He's trying to keep the chances alive here as we have one more game today. 6 games today, 10 plus 10, round robin. One more game for Hikaru.
One more. Don't want to miss that action. We got one more today, 6 more tomorrow. But for now, we're going to get re-energized, grab our tea, coffee, water, and we're going to be back with you guys for the final game of the day. Hikaru against Gukesh Demiraju, the world champion. Stay tuned. A1, we have the 6th round. Now we're going to be anticipating the matchup between Gukesh Demiraju and Hikaru Nakamura. If you guys look at the stream, you guys look at the camera, we already have our new position. And the players are analyzing as they do before the rounds, coming up with ideas together as a team. and seeing if they can spring them on the opponent. So we have 2 teams of 6, I believe. They're analyzing it together, seeing what they come up with. And James, we are seeing something. I feel like we're moving away from those double bishop positions we kept getting earlier in the day.
Yeah, that's good because now we get to see more creativity here. And of course, how are you going to open for the bishops? So you can see weird moves like F3 and C3 even, or maybe even F4 and C4 if you want to go all the way.
Yeah. Hikaru out there.
Just to get those bishops out. And also with queen and rook in the center here, we're looking for, some central pushes as well. Rook already behind pawn there on the D file. So very, very curious to see how everyone opens up.
I'm also curious looking at the dress code. We see Richard report there. He's got the orange suit. I feel like we got the red, the orange, or someone gray suits. We got all sorts of colors. So players are expressing themselves as well. And a reminder to all watching, I actually slightly misspoke earlier. I said we'll have 6 more games tomorrow. We actually have 5 because we have 12 players. They are playing a round robin format. Everyone gets a chance to play everyone else. So that's 11 rounds. Today is the long day, the 6 games day. Tomorrow, 5. Have a little breather, but you still need to finish in the top 8. The top 8 move on to play knockout format. The advantage you get of your seeding, if you're in the top 4 seeds, you get to choose your opponent.
Nice.
But in a field like this where everyone's a shark, it's not an easy choice. Maybe if you get in the top half and Magnus in the bottom half and you want to start avoiding him, but not much of it. I feel like I don't know what they should do. I don't feel like that's much of a advantage, much of an incentive to finish in the top. So I don't know. What do you think? Do you think they should add something in there? What are your
Yeah,
thoughts
you
on
know
that?
what? I guess if you're finishing up at the top, you're feeling from a psychological standpoint, you are feeling stronger, just because you are playing, it doesn't matter. Like you have to still face these guys in matches now, but you probably feel a little bit stronger because you did finish at the top, which is totally normal. So maybe that'll help. So maybe finishing at the top gives you that psych edge, which may, that helps a lot. Of course, in chess, Gary Kasparov talks about that a lot.
So that's you don't need to give the players any extra
Right.
incentive. They already want to win. I was thinking like I feel like maybe you get a little bit of prizes, but yeah, I don't think it matter anyway for their motivation. Of course, all the players are trying to win. We do see some analysis on the board. We get C4, C5, knight B3 being analyzed. So finding C4, of course, making some sense, opening the bishop. And then we got the knights in the corner, which we've seen those pieces can become a bit stuck. So getting them out early could be an idea. I mean, for me, I'm looking at the position. Well, I'm looking from Black's point of view, but one of the first moves that comes to mind is like D4, right? D4, you open the rook. But I suppose that C4 makes a lot of sense because the bishops got to come out. You were saying also like C6, F6, C3, F3. So yeah, it's all about these bishops. The funny thing is that, yeah, this type of I wonder if the players think about castling early on. They're like, all right, maybe we go F3, bishop F2, castles, something like that. Let's see what else they're looking at. Mostly the C4 idea. We see Magnus analyzing mostly with
Bobby there.
Yeah. And I just noticed MVL also got that red suit on.
You got an MVL with the red back there, Arjun with the little
Team
blue.
red. So what is it? Oh, okay. So I see. This is what they're looking at. C4, C5, knight B3, B6, D4, takes. And now I see the queen coming out. Interesting.
Takes.
Yeah, this is looking kind of nice start for white if this gets on the board. Feels like white's developing to controlling the center. And they're deep in the analysis. They're already.
That's a good opening so far. I would love to go bishop B7, but not possible. Bishop is.
I'm going to try to follow along. F6 hitting the pawn. We'd see 3, D5. Oh, they're going back now. But this is what they were looking at right here. And then, there still are. Takes, bishop takes. Next up, I can get castle. So this is what they're looking. We'll see if this is something we'll see on the board. Bishop F5, is that what it is? Can't see. Yeah, bishop F5.
And
now they're going back.
E5, maybe, yeah. Bishop F5, E5.
I guess the idea here, you want to sneak in somehow. All right, we're going back.
We go E5.
Bishop takes
Try to
D5.
stop that, but there's bishop C8. There we go.
There we go. We got perspective. Someone's making memories, making media. We got cam reception. The cameraman
Nice.
taking a
Got
video
the-
of the other cameraman.
There we go.
Yeah, it's interesting. They're only looking at this one line. You know, I would have thought you're like, okay, what if we tried
What
this?
about
couple
this?
moves,
Yeah.
let's try this, that.
They like this line a lot.
Maybe they got carried away, and now it's time to go play. Now
Okay,
it's time
guys.
to go.
Last round.
Go.
All right, yeah. All right, let's get it. Good luck, y'all. Good luck. All right.
All right, here we go. We got the chair. Players about to get seated. We're going to be off very soon. So far, got to remind myself of the standings. We're only getting to the halfway point. So Hikaru, he is in 5th. I mean, I don't if the tiebreak. I guess the tiebreak is important, but he's currently in 5th. I don't know what the tiebreak is, but he's or if it is in tiebreak order, it might just be in rating order now that I think about it. But he's tied for 5th.
Sweet.
But you rather leave it in your own hands, right? You don't want to be, hey, I need you to lose so I can do this. No. You just get your own wins and then have a good night of sleep. You don't got to worry about anyone else then.
Yeah, I mean, he last game of the day, right? A lot of pressure can be off to as well. It looks like Hikaru was still a little mad about the last game, as you can tell. You see from body language, just not the happiest from the last game there. But yeah, we can trust Hikaru does lock in when he needs to. Here we go. And games start. Let's go. Gukesh thinking.
Yeah, he started the clock, right? I'm not.
I thought he did.
Maybe. I thought so, or maybe not.
Maybe not.
I guess not. It was just the answer.
Yeah, they're just waiting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. We didn't get a chance, I think, to see what Gukesh was cooking up. Okay, we got to move. Here we go. C4. On the board. Hikaru, he was seeing that C4, C5, knight B3, B6 analysis. Is he gonna replicate?
Switching up. Now it looks like, well, maybe I want to do something different.
That's true, because also maybe he's thinking like, okay, maybe I gotta get a win. Let's E5, asymmetrical chess.
Yeah.
Right?
Actually, I was thinking even the gambit, like with those gambits, that was so fun. I'm even looking at like, anything, B5, B5, A6. But obviously,
I think you guys went
is not
C6.
the way to do it.
I think he's playing a little bit of
okay.
Caro, Slav. Okay, hold on. Let me refresh the board. Okay, here we go. Now the moves should be coming in.
Nice.
There we go. C6. That makes sense, right? D5, solid. Build the connect 3. Open your bishop.
That's really strong, actually. Yeah, it's nice. Khan-esque here with the bishop on G8, C6, D5. You even have E5, so you can get a nice some nice central control if white doesn't do anything about it with a move like D4 here, which is very nice and logical.
Yeah, and now we are getting the position. We would have thought this position here compared to some of the other stuff we've seen today is not going to be so unbalanced, but we do see Gukesh. He's putting in a little bit of thinking early on. And now D5, you got a big choice. That pawn on C4, it's straight up hanging. It's not a queen's gambit where it's like, oh, you don't actually win the pawn. Here, I think you win it. You keep it. You got all sorts of ways to defend it. So you need to do something about it. And he takes. So it's very symmetrical. Hikaru had a pretty symmetrical game last round versus Magnus. Let's see how this one handles. Knight comes out. What do you think? How should we go about this? Like for Hikaru, like how do we? Maybe I remember you gave some suggestion like this earlier. I don't know if it's good here, but maybe the bishop going to H7. What do you think about that?
That is a nice idea. I like keeping the bishop on the diagonals on, but like I want to get F6 to work. I know it's crazy looking, but F6 and go E5 and actually end up castling king side. So F6, E5, bishop F7, castle king side.
That makes a lot of sense.
I would love to get a knight to C6 too, but that's going to take a little bit too long. I could go knight E7, C6. Maybe it's possible. F6, like E5. Yeah, exactly. Right. Something like that. Right. And get all the pieces out. Castle, bring the rooks to the center. King H8 to get off of the light squares as well. Got a nice plan.
That looks like great harmony and coordination. All these arrows we got going on here, especially if you can control the center of the pawns. There's F6. Gukesh likes it. He said, I'll do it too. Yeah. I'll go F3.
Is he going to play E4? So E5, E4? This is going to be crazy.
Yeah, maybe he will actually. Let's see.
Oh, that's gonna be spicy.
I feel like Hikaru delaying playing like knight d6 because Gukesh has played knight d3. This could be in his favor, right? Because putting the knight on d3 so early, you kind of blocked off the bishop on b1. Hikaru's got the open bishop. So even in these symmetrical positions, you could kind of try to exploit these slight, minute differences. So maybe delaying. Okay, he doesn't delay though. He does go 96. I was thinking, is there, so if e5, was there just e4 or takes? Oh, I got tricked by the long range bishop. Forgot there was a check.
Bishop
This is very
C5
annoying.
check. Yikes!
Yeah,
You gotta
it's
go
pretty
king
getting
f7 or no, knight d6.
You can still block
You
it,
can block,
but
yeah.
all of a sudden there's like queen b4 is coming maybe as well. So you got to be careful with the early e-pawn push. So the card takes it easy, knight d6, and now I think Gukesh is going to castle. We might see a lot of copying of each other here.
Yeah, you're
Castling
gonna have
sounds
to
good.
look for some imbalances, which is the way to imbalance the game to try to play for a win is through the imbalances. Because so far it's everything symmetrical. Castles, yep, castles.
Yep.
Right, we see the same.
Question mark. What? Why?
Yeah.
Oh,
King
I think
safety,
it just glitched.
question
It
mark.
glitched. Yeah.
Oh.
I think it thought because I think that it thinks you go king g8. It's like, oh wait, hold on a minute. It's actually castles.
Oh, my bad. Yeah, same thing. Okay, castles. And now we got to get the rest of these pieces out.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny. It's how long are you going to be copying each other? I guess this is the moment where, I mean, e5 it would be good for memes, but maybe not a good move. And Gukesh, you could just take an e5. You could just take and keep it very symmetrical. Or you could go d5 and unbalance it.
I would actually be hoping for D takes e5. I feel like that e4 pawn's weak. Mine is weak too, but it's just annoying because it's symmetrical. You're like, bro, why are you copying me, bro? Stop copying me, bro. So that's how it is. D5, okay, that would be breaking the symmetry. And E4.
You could also ignore it, I guess. You could try to maintain the tension, but not so easy because the pawn at E4 is on. Okay, so Gukesh, he goes D5, but I don't know. Now we have the structure. My knight, if it was a little better, it's like I could bring it over to the king side and start attacking, right? That could be a move. A5 from Hikaru. What do you think that's all about?
I was just thinking that too. I was really in thought, like, what is A5? Maybe he's like anticipating knight B3 or something and like playing A4. Maybe once A4, A3.
Not hanging though.
Yeah.
When I take it, I attack your knight.
I guess that's correct there. Knight takes, queen takes A8. I don't have no tricks. Knight f2.
I don't know. Maybe there's
nothing.
Knight f2. Yeah, I take back.
Knight takes. Interesting. Bishop takes. Yeah. Gukesh thinking too, like, bro, why are you not giving me, like, why are you giving me this pawn? Okay, queen takes A5.
Maybe he's just gonna go bishop C7, attack the queen, pawn still hanging. So then you have to.
I just go back. He goes for it. Yeah, like, but man, look at the bar, bro. The bar is like you've lost your mind. Whoa, and I mean, wait a minute. It's a normal move.
I see it. No, you take, and you go E4. There you go.
Oh, so and you have bishop H2. Oh, yeah, bro. His tactics be ridiculous.
Takes
knight F2 though. I want to just take the knight.
Still E4. Still E4.
Oh my god, bro. He calculated all of that. Dang,
nasty double attack. I don't know if he did because let's see. Hikaru's thinking. Looking pretty focused.
All of that, like knight F. Okay, I can see on rook F2, but knight F2 is the one because you have E3, E2. Oh my goodness, did he really?
It looks slow, but it works. Let's see if he calculated right. If he moves it, then he did.
Yeah, if he can. He can calculate this part. 94 push. It's the problem is the knight. That's the part that is like wow. Is the knight F2 and you still go E4 because you have E3 and E2. That part is like diabolical.
Well, if Hikaru can find that idea, he's going to be in great shape because then Gukesh cannot take the knight, and you've just traded my flank pawn for the center pawn, and now the d5 pawn is also hanging. That would be tremendous. Hikaru, he's making sure, he's thinking, calculating. You got to look at 94, forcing moves, right?
Right.
Hikaru's no slouch when it comes to tactics and dynamic play. What's his other options? I was saying, if 94 doesn't work, maybe you go here and try to get the bishop out, but apparently this is no good. Just queen b4.
Yeah, it's just a pawn. Like you have to go. Yeah. I guess you kind of have to. I think he understands. He's just trying to make it work, trying to see it all the way through. Because if I just drop the pawn,
there
it is.
Brilliant. Give him the brilliant. Oh, wait, hold on.
Boom,
Yeah, there we
there
go.
it
Hold on.
is.
I just want to give the credit. 94, brilliant move, Hikaru. And he
Boom,
takes.
-2.
Mm-hmm. And like you pointed out, this is the tricky thing. You still go E4.
And it's on
And
the
it's
board. And it's
yeah,
on the
you
board.
threaten to win the queen. You won this pawn. That's all yours, buddy. E2 is coming. Queen E5 is coming, right? There's D5 is hanging and after Queen E5 as well. Massive, massive initiative for black. That A pawn was very poisoned.
What I liked was that, you know, he set that up from the beginning with A5 of like, oh, you know, and I like that he looked for that. That's the type of stuff in chess that's really hard.
He baited him.
Sometimes he baited him into it, exactly. Tactical, just like, how can I make this tactical? Oh, A5, give him a pawn. And he went for it. He went for it. That extra pawn there. Pawn grabbing.
Yeah, I mean, you got to move this queen, right? You got to get off this X-ray. I don't know where it should move. I mean, Queen B7, you might as well, you know what they say, right? Don't suffer for free. Just grab something.
Yeah.
But E3 is coming with force. And these pieces here, especially that knight, it's funny because Hikaru, not only is he winning the central pawn for the flank pawn, he's traded off that horrible knight, right? Like Gukesh still has that knight in A1. He's going to get rid of it for a much more productive piece.
Yeah, that's that was brilliant there. I mean, it was a nice liquidation in a way that favors him, Hikaru, which is important. If you want to do a liquidation, you want it in a means that is actually very favorable for you. And this became very nice. Now we got rid of that bad knight. We have the two bishops. Our pieces are developed. We have a passed pawn, e-pawn, that is. We're getting our material back, and d5 is weak at the same time. So very strong play. Also up just a little bit of time, but very, very strong. Let's go. Hikaru looking to try to win this one.
And Hikaru, he's not even at his chair, I think, right?
Oh, he got up.
He's got up. He's like,
oh,
how's everyone else doing? I'm cooking. How about you?
Yeah, he got up. Man, that's the classic. You know, I'm very confident. I'm already almost, and I'm not winning. Of course, classical is a little bit different, you know, when you're walking around, but the confidence is there. That's what that means lots of times. And this is a time where this is like, it's not blitz, but it is rapid is much faster. He's up walking around with 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that is, you know, it's like there was this thing about, what is it, about Kasparov? He used to like put on his watch or whatever. Like,
put the watch on, bro. I heard about that.
Yeah.
I heard about that. Like when it was about over, he would put the watch on.
He was telling you it's over.
Yo, it's over. You ready to resign? Or like the Korchnoi, hey, do you speak English?
Yes. I saw that.
Then why don't you resign? Bro, I'll be like, man, you know, let's take this outside, bro. You know, take this outside, sir. What do you mean, bro? Queen B7? Okay, E3.
Yeah, E3. Well, Hikaru can't make a move because he's not there. He's not there yet, but he will play E3. Currently, he's actually down a piece and a pawn. So Gukesh currently has an advantage of a knight and pawn, but he's actually in a really dire position because after E3, I'm threatening E2. I'm threatening the knight. I've got this amazing bishop. It has no opponent, no dark square counterpart to block it. So that sets up all sorts of ideas. Queen E5, grab another pawn. Very dire situation for Gukesh when Hikaru returns from to the board.
Wherever you want. Yeah, exactly. Whenever. It is interesting to think what happens after E3. What is his move going to be?
One?
Oh, and just allow. Oh, well, obviously you have to allow it. So King takes F2 is like, ugh. But I guess Queen looking kind of crazy. My Queen's in, so I got to go Queen A4.
You stop Queen E5 at least, right? Which is another potential issue. But yeah, like you said, Queen A4. That's a nice move,
strong move. Yeah.
And there's Hikaru. Hikaru's out. What? E3. Cash quickly. Rook E1. All right, let's get our piece back. So Hikaru will actually be down 2 pawns. So materially speaking, Gukesh is in good shape, but I love that move you pointed out, Queen A4. That's going to actually create Queen H4 ideas.
Absolutely, and especially because we were expecting King G1. King G1 would be hit with Bishop H2. Oh my goodness! And then Queen H4. Rook. Well, no, it doesn't work. I was trying to get this like Rook E8 or like Bishop D5 to work, but no, don't work.
You want the immediate knockout. You want the.
I want the immediate. You know, I want it now. You know, but okay, maybe you could sack after King G1, Queen H4, G3, sack, take, and then King H1. Oh, it feels like we got him. Bishop H5, like it's got to be winning.
Bishop H5, Bishop F3. Yeah. I mean, you got at least prepare in that line, and you probably are gunning for way more.
Right.
Queen A4.
Queen A4 on the board. King G1.
There's also
Queen
some
H4,
bishop
G3.
A7s potentially, right? Another way to
Oh,
take aim at the
bishop
king.
A7. Yeah, that's very annoying.
Queen F4 is a move.
Very annoying.
There is a lot of movements to be scared of here. And
yeah, king out here looking crazy. I mean, there's even a bishop H2 like coming up. So I mean, you
just taking the pawn.
really, exactly taking another pawn there. King's wide open and exposed over there. So we need to get the king back to safe. King G1 makes a lot of sense, but maybe you play something else. See what he comes up with.
Yeah, very difficult position for Gukesh here. Despite his material advantage, the king is exposed. The dark squares are uncovered. And you just look at his bishop and B1 and knight and A1. Those guys are on the sidelines. And this is something that I've been seeing, not just in these games, but just in general in this freestyle chess, is that it's very easy to, kind of not respect these fundamentals. You got to get your pieces out. We all learned that in chess from day one. Okay, castle, develop, control the center. But because the pieces are positioned so strangely and you feel like you need to spend extra time, I got to get my queen out, I got to do this, that, it's easy to neglect one or two pieces, and that can lead to a very, very difficult situation like we're seeing here.
Yeah, and it's making Gukesh think, which of course he should. And one thing about Gukesh is he is a calculator. He's definitely he likes to calculate, likes to spend his time. But this is not a format where you can spend that much time. Now, of course, this is a critical moment where he needs to be thinking here, but already under the gun, and he needs to figure out kind of how to get my king safer. Queen H4 is incoming right now.
Let me point out another incredible idea here. You could also play G3, right? Get this queen out of here. No queen F4, no queen H4. But here comes a beautiful tactic. Take the pawn. What are you talking about? It's defended. I know it is.
Take.
Check.
Wow.
Where's the queen off?
Oh, man.
And then I get the rook. That's a really nice one.
Yeah, that's nasty.
That's really nice. Queen A7. This would be a great tactic. Because G3 actually makes a ton of sense if you can do it. At least I've stopped. I've kind of blocked this bishop a bit. This check. I'm kind of running away to a bit of safety. I'm sure there's more than one good move here. For example, I was thinking, is there rook D7? Trying to double the rooks. But then actually you could just take immediately. So that would be a fantastic tactic. Like you said, Gukesh, he sees a lot of things. I'm sure he sees that one. He goes queen B3. Tries to bring the queen to safety. Apparently, this move is just, whoa, -5, -6. Queen F4 check. There is pain on the king side. Of course, Gukesh saw that. He was planning to go queen to F3. You can put this on the board, actually. And now you don't even take the pawn. You throw in a check.
Check. Oh, king F1 didn't take?
King F1, then you take. Exactly.
Oh, nice.
And now,
beautiful.
Easy. Rook E8 next, and queen G1.
Oh,
or queen G1, rook E8.
There's bishop H5, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're spoiled. This game might be
miniature.
Yeah, could be. I mean, Hikaru is definitely like, what is, queen F4? What's he gonna do? All of this is checks, right? So it's not. We are not finding brilliancies anymore, and I'm sure other moves are good too. Queen H4 also looks pretty tempting, to be honest, right?
Okay, that ain't gonna lie. That is a very tempting move. What is wrong with Queen H4? Like,
I don't think anything's wrong.
Yeah, he went with Queen F4 though. That's a better move.
Queen F4, bishop A7 now.
Yeah, he's gonna find bishop A7. There it is.
Excellent
Bishop A7,
move.
very accurate. Queen takes H2. This might be just a resign, bro. Look at the pieces, and as you pointed out, B1 and A1. I mean, oh my
Never
goodness,
came out.
Never even moved. Bishop H5, Queen G1 is a threat. Oh my goodness, Hikaru with an absolute destruction in this game.
Yeah, this is just over. I don't know what Gukesh is going to play here. Bishop H5 is a fantastic threat, and it's one of many.
Hikaru has this thing where he actually puts his jacket on. He didn't do it yet, but that's his, all right, my watch. Put the watch on. You want to wrap this up?
Yeah, well, the thing is, in these games, right, when they're rapid, I feel like you just wait for the finish. Once sometimes it's a classical game and you're winning, and your opponent's got like 30, 40 minutes. You don't really, you're kind of like, oh, I hope they don't drag this out, right? I got lunch to get. I got places.
Do you speak English, sir? Yes. Why don't you resign? Like, oh, okay. No, it's fine. Well, Great job from Hikaru here. Stringing up a few wins that may catapult him in the standings, but also at the same time, there's more chess another day tomorrow, but should be ending on a win here.
Yeah, that would be a great way to bounce back. Obviously, Hikaru, 2 wins in a row, 1 loss. It's always nice to finish these days on a win, right? Or any tournament on a win. The tournament's not over after today, but the first stretch is over, and always great. You know, the last thing you remember, oh yeah, that's when I won that game in 20 moves. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Gukesh is, yeah, this is suffering. He's thinking. But nothing here can really save him. I'm actually curious if any other games are over. I'm going to just kind of have a quick look. Yeah, all the games are going. So this one is, yeah, Hikaru's games have tended to last quite a bit.
You can see the frustration on Gukesh's face. I'm just checking the cam, and you know, you saw the frustration, the head rubbing, like, bro, come on. I mean, it's just a tough tournament, obviously, for Gukesh.
Yeah, that's right. I think he's 1.5 out of 5, so a loss here would push him further down in the standings. He would need to get a big run tomorrow. Speaking of standings, who's at risk here? We got Vincent, Gukesh, Report, and Vidit so far. Seem like they are the ones facing probable elimination, but with 6 rounds, including this one to go, they can make up a lot of ground.
That is true.
Not in this game. Bishop F5. Okay, so I think the point is that now Bishop H5, I'll have some Bishop G4.
Nice, and he's going to block with Bishop E6 and some.
And Bishop E6. Okay, yeah. So he's trying to block both ways, right? You can't, whichever way you want. You're going to make everything same color. I guess blue is not a good color here. What else we got here? No, not red. We got a green. No, I got to learn how to do all these. It's a bit of a guessing game for me. Isn't there a way to do green?
It's like Alt, Control, and Shift, I think.
At the same time.
It's like
no, that's blue.
Okay, try I forgot how to do them.
I feel like I've done all of them. There we go.
Yay. Hey. All right. I think you can go Bishop H5 anyway. Bishop H5, Bishop G4, Queen G1, King D2, Rook E8, King D2, and what's next? I was looking at, do we have a Rook D5, but we don't. Wait, Rook E1? No, there's Queen D4. You got to be getting mated. King C something. How is he running for the heels like that? That's insane. He's gone.
I'm trying to.
Wow.
I'm sure you can get mated that way too, but it feels even nicer if I don't let you out. So I'm thinking, can I just start with, like, let's say Bishop H5, right? Bishop G4.
Bishop G4.
What if I just take Rook E8? How are you escaping that net? Right?
Take the simple route. I like it. Yeah, Rook E8. Maybe there's Rook E6. And I'm somehow holding.
Okay.
I'm somehow in there holding.
Slippery.
Like, slippery.
Hold on, let me get you. I'm gonna get you. Queen G1.
Yeah, I gotta go King D2.
Queen F2.
And I think I resign. King D3.
Yeah, because King D3, Rook D5.
Rook D5. Yeah, resign. Hit the button.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, I think multiple, but here's the thing, right? You just need to find a 1 win and you're golden. So yeah, Gukesh, he burned all his time. He's down to 57 seconds. I mean, Bishop F5 is a good try as anything, right? That takes care of trying to come up with ideas against both of the threats. And now it's Hikaru's turn to figure something out. I hear what's my cat doing? I hear my cat's like
calculating. Yeah, meow, Bishop H5, meow.
Yeah,
Rook E8 shows.
Calculation, yeah, is going on.
Calculation over there. Calculation. Rook takes.
Rook E8.
Okay.
Okay, so what do we? Okay, you gotta be. There's a way to lose here, which is not advised. You can go Rook. You can be like, all right, I'm like some kind of like some situation where you're blunder mate.
Blunder mate. Oh man, that would be a flip the board moment. Knock all the pieces over.
Oh, you know what's a nice move here? Moving the king because you can't take anyway because you're mated.
Wow.
And when I move now, I got Bishop H5. And
I'm not gonna lie, that's an awesome move. Like what? Just sidestep King H8 with all the threats still available.
Yep. Okay, he takes. This works too, right? Because now I'm gonna have Queen G1, Rook E6, and Rook D6 as well.
Yeah, the very simple route.
Yep. But is there that's not a double question mark, that's just the there you go. That was just the DGT glitch. Okay, so now we go, hold on. So how are we getting this done? Wait a minute. We don't win the rook. we
Yeah,
don't
I
win the
thought that.
rook,
Right,
right?
there's no way to win the rook, actually.
But we do go rook d6, so king c2. I mean, I guess you could just go for this, which is winning, but that's still some work.
Yeah.
Right? You still gotta fend off a couple checks and whatnot. Let's see. Yeah, what I think yeah, Gukesh is taking a little think. Yeah, I think that's what Hikaru is just going for. He's going for the G2 pawn. Yeah, going back here really quick. Yeah, looks like king h8. Not an easy move because you're just like thinking forward, takes. But here you can't take because you get mated. So now I'm renewing the threat of bishop h5, which is just devastating. So that would have been, I think, a little bit cleaner, but this is very strong as well. King c1. And yeah, Hikaru can take, queen takes, bishop e3. The point is to force the king up, and then I take with check. And then the plan is going to be push that pawn.
Yeah, it's just going to be a long game, a grind here. As Hikaru thinks it out, yeah, it's going to be a grind. Winning, but take some time. You also have to, it takes some accuracy because he has a pass B and A as well. He goes for rook d1, bishop check, queen takes. There it is.
Yep, all with check, all good.
All right.
That knight still hasn't moved. Still got to be careful, right? If you go like, well, first of all, you can't go h5 because the queen covers it, but also, you know, queen d8 check, queen d5 check. Not queen d5 here, but checks in general. Let's see how Hikaru wants to play this. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Check. He wants to coordinate his
7.
pieces, and
Makes a
then
lot
you
of
want to
sense.
push the pawns, you know?
Makes a lot of sense. Maybe a king c2, and then we have to cover. So queen c6 check, and then push the pawns. Got to cover the checks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, let's see if that, you know, we saw this in the game. I think Hikaru played against MVL. The bishop on h1 was there for like 20, 30 moves. Now we got the knight on a1. We're coming up on move 30. When will that knight step into the game? We don't know.
It's under a minute. There it is.
C2 makes sense. Yes, the winning plan here is you got to push the kingside pawns. So Hikaru is just going to choose. Does he want to give a couple more checks? You know, is there a queen e4 check? Is there some other check he wants to give to centralize pieces? Or is it time to rip it? You know, g5.
Ooh, I like it. I like it.
Push,
And you
push,
can run
push.
the king up. That's true. There's no
Yeah,
real
king's
threats,
got
really.
space.
I got some checks. Yeah, that's fine. I can hide behind the pieces in the pawns.
Yep. So Hikaru, yeah, still needs to show some good technique, but he's got an extra pawn. He's got the better minor piece. And he's got more time. He's holding a lot of the advantages here.
There we go. Hikaru looking to close out. Boys and girls, 2 minutes and 40 seconds. So much time to convert here. Up the extra pawn. Trying to be accurate as possible.
Absolutely. Hikaru is thinking about his move. Again, just needs to decide, do I start with the pawns or do I throw it a check? G6. So G6 makes sense. Now he's setting up H5. And he's also giving the king a left. Queen D8 checking G7. That's it. You've given your last check. Gukesh probably needs to start pushing his own pawns, right? Needs to get that counterplay.
Yeah, as I thought the same. Get the knight out and push the pawns as much as you can. That's really all you can do to try and fight here. And under 40 seconds, just looking for a move. Got to do something. A4.
A4. Good as anything. Start pushing them, right? Need that counterplay. Hikaru can do the same, I think, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
G7
goes
first.
first. H5 is on the agenda, though. H5 is on the agenda. We got 30 seconds for Gukesh.
All right, king went up to C. Wait, what happened? What was the last one? I missed. Okay, queen D3, hitting the rook.
Yeah,
Hitting the bishop. So
yeah.
Bishop moves f4. Maybe try to go bishop e5. So you want bishop a7. Look at that. The diagonals.
Keep it defended, yeah.
Wow, yeah, keep it defended, and also both diagonals are covered, both color complexes.
You know what's a move here though? Maybe b4. If you take it, I have queen d7. So maybe I could take. You know, I think. Yeah, this could get a little messy, right? The pawns are moving. You can't take because, I mean, you can, but you don't want to. Take the bishop. Yeah, b4. That's a good move from Gukesh.
He finds it. Very strong. How do we? Yeah, he's getting out. I mean,
we got to do it. We got to go.
We got to push. Push him.
There you go.
Push. There it is.
Push him, baby.
H5, H4, Queen G2, H3.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah, I mean, still, black's pawns, even though white has kind of the first step in the race, black's pawns are a lot more dangerous because they're supported by two huge long-range pieces. Yeah, these guys by themselves can't go too far. Now Queen G2 is an idea.
Oh.
G2, Queen G2. Yep.
Yeah, it should be just Queen G2.
Queen G2, that's going to pave the red carpet for the H-pawn.
Okay, that works too. Yeah, that works.
Yeah,
too.
that's a little,
Same
yeah. So
idea.
this way you keep an eye on D7. Don't need to bother with that.
H3 coming next. Push.
Yeah.
Push him. There it is.
Yep. Okay. Gukesh, he wants to go Queen E7. He stops H2 as well for the moment.
There's a lot of moves here. Queen D7, Bishop G1, maybe even Bishop B8, strange move, but Queen E7 is sort of a threat.
Yeah, yeah. Queen E7 check. Definitely a little bit annoying to see that. I mean, you could play, I don't know, is King F7 a move? Could be possible. To you don't have any good checks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Or just Queen D7, I think you mentioned. That's very solid, right? The queen stays in touch with a lot of different things. King F7.
F7, there it is. Oh, he wants Queen E6 check. That's the main threat.
Oh, yeah.
That's the main threat. Queen E6 check. 15 seconds.
Where's he gonna go?
We go.
Queen E6 will trade the queens and promote the pawn.
Okay.
Okay.
Stop.
Bishop B8's possible.
And yeah, very accurate too. It immediately hits
Mm-hmm.
the queen.
Oh, that's a good check. Yeah, you don't have that many squares. You go to the A file, I get the pawn. You go to here, I get the queen. You go here, I don't know. What do I get? I get something.
I guess something.
Resides.
Oh,
I
resignation.
get the queen trade.
Hey, Carl, with the dub.
All right, there we go. Wasn't the miniature, but basically was Hikaru got a phenomenal position there. And he wins 3.5 out of 6. Who else still going, though? Lots of games. I don't even know where to go. Do we go to Magnus? Where do we go, James? Take us
Why
somewhere.
not? Yeah, let's go to Magnus Game. Why
All
not?
right.
Always a good idea.
Nordebek won, by the way. He is cooking
On
today. He
fire.
got 5 out of 6.
Sheesh.
Magnus is
going?
dominating. Look at this. He's got the ultimate. He's got the spaceship in the center of the board.
Yeah, looking nice. F5.
So if
Breaking
he
some
wins,
stuff
he'll
up.
be. Yeah, he's good. F6 is coming. This is
Right.
nasty.
F6 and F7 after that. Like the bishop god. So you had to take knight takes. It's
Mhm.
clearly better. Takes again. Looks nice.
Yeah, I think the long-term Magnus will be able to break through with D6, getting that juicy past E pawn. King E5, D6. He's got this one. Everyone's still playing. Lots of games are nearing decisive territory. Wow, Fabi's winning
Fabi winning.
again.
Whoa, Fabi winning. Let's go. MVL winning. Whoa.
Yeah, I think Report is struggling. Vincent is struggling. I think there's going to be a much clearer picture after this round finishes of who's in the mix.
Where? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, we got B. So I don't know, D6.
I thought the same. You just push, right? Takes, and C5 taken. E7 is the main threat with Bishop B5. So kind of clean.
Yeah, Bishop B5 first. That's the promotion square. All right, Bishop B8's a good try. If you take it, you gotta watch out. You might
C4,
get hit
yeah.
at C4.
That would have been funny.
You gotta watch out for that one.
So now B7 is a threat. You have to take this.
You gotta take, and then the E pawn will decide. E7 check. Prague is going down. Magnus 5 out of 6, but not the only one. Nordebek, last minute replacement. He came ready to fight and play. He's also 5 out of 6.
That boy is on fire. MVL won, by the way. And we have Fabiano and Magnus still playing.
Yes, MVL beat Richard Report. We'll catch up with the standings once we've gotten the completion of all the games. And Prague here, he has resigned the game. Let's see what else. Let's jump to Fabi's game. Fabi's got, what's he got here? He's got the The material is actually all equal. However, he is dominant with his rooks on the 7th rank. F6 is a threat. So is bishop g5 or bishop d6.
Yeah, and then
Actually,
Jan's
bishop
looking for
d6,
moves.
you gotta be careful. Actually, now I just realized bishop d6, I got knight f5. That rook f7, knight
Oh,
h6.
96. Ooh,
So there's
that
still
would
some tricks.
be a bummer. That would hurt, actually. Yes, you gotta be careful.
Gotta be a little
Rook
careful.
F5.
Yeah, so you don't want to take too early because there was the c5 pawn hanging. Bishop d6, excellent. You can't move the knight anywhere. You're gonna
It's
get
mate.
mated.
Yeah, that's a very accurate move. Dang, that might be just resignation. Sheesh. Do you even have a move? You can't even do anything. Oh my goodness. Rook F7, actually. No, it doesn't work. I just
I'll
take
take it.
everything. Wow. I don't have a move. King F7. I go rook takes, then take the knight. I mean, take, and rook, king takes rook. If king G6, I'm just up a piece. Yeah, rook F7. You just take it.
Yep. Yep. Wait.
Bro,
Nope.
you see the bar?
Whoa. This is a draw? Why is this a draw?
I
Is the
don't
king
know.
that fast? Hold on. This is a draw? Unbelievable. So wait a
It's
second.
completely
So if I
unbelievable.
took with the rook, I
Is this
guess,
still a draw?
yeah, this would be a draw. The king is so
Oh,
fast.
he's
with the
so
pawn.
close. Oh
But
my
how would even
goodness.
this wait, this is, hold up. I'm
Mind
this is some
boggling.
fortress. I want to jump back to the, okay, we'll look at this in a moment, but this position is actually a draw. Okay, so now,
That's vicious.
oh man, this game is gonna go forever. We got rook and bishop versus rook potentially coming up. I don't know.
Yeah,
But this is incredible.
potentially.
This is a draw, apparently.
No, that is incredible for sure. I mean, it's rare, very rare, small percentage in chess that you ever get this type of draw.
Yeah, so I was thinking, hey, this is gonna be a win. Trade all the rooks. I want to look at this position real quick. This is apparently just a fortress because your bishop can't leave the pawn, and I just go back and forth.
Yeah, and I have no way to use
Unbelievable.
both. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
that is, it's really unbelievable. That is kind of crazy. Dang. And this is all happening. Well, in a way.
So
Anyway.
it's happening with the rooks on,
Yeah.
and I guess the issue is it's crazy. You just have one pawn, but the bishop is super poorly placed. It can't contribute to defending against the b pawn and holding the c5 pawn at the same time. Now, the benefit of having the rooks on the board is that you have the potential option to get it to rook and bishop versus rook, which, I mean, we've seen rook and knight versus rook being
Yeah,
a
I've
win
seen
this
that one.
tournament. So
That's
we know
right.
that this can be done.
Okay, so there is a pawn hanging. It takes push. I go rook over.
Oh, but then you got rook g1, and then you got the promotion, and you got the skewer. Sneaky,
Oh,
right?
that boy is sneaky.
Yeah.
That boy is
Sneaky.
sneaky. So maybe
b2.
bishop d6 now. And yeah, you just get that draw. We looked at it before. Okay, same idea, but no, he
he's
just
going for the
takes on
pawn.
c5.
He's gonna.
Oh,
but
wait,
that's fine. He's gonna take here eventually, and then it's gonna be gonna have to get the c pawn, which shouldn't be that hard. In fact, if I'm black, I just give the pawn up. I'm like, right, I know I'm gonna lose it eventually. I'm just gonna give that pawn up ASAP, and let's play 50 moves. Bishop d4 check. Also
Oh, this
logical.
idea, and then king, and then you take.
Remove bishop b2. Yep. All
Yep.
right. Now you got to spend a little time winning the pawn. And now we got 50 moves after that.
50 moves, boys and girls. Now, if that pawn was gone, they'll still play this out. 50 moves here is rook and bishop versus rook. We've seen rook prevail, rook and bishop. That is, prevail many times.
Yeah, we did. We were briefly talking about this this endgame. We might see it in action.
If he's able to win the pawn on c5, bishop h4, stopping rook e1 check.
Bishop, yeah, I think he's gonna get the bishop. Yeah, I was gonna say to f2. Keep an eye on the pawn. Rook c6 maybe now.
Yes, and rook h5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Eventually, I will get the king and rook and bishop. Yeah, like now bishop e3. Okay, now rook c1. Now king d3.
Rook h5 here.
I should be able to win this one. Yeah, bishop f4 maybe, followed by bishop e5.
Cut the board off like that, then put the king behind it or in front of
Yep.
it.
Yeah, I don't
A5.
think you can stop me from winning this pawn, but the good
we gonna
news
get
is
rook
that
and
you don't
bishop.
have to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Rook and bishop versus rook.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see if Nepo demonstrate his defensive prowess.
Okay.
Nepo's
Here we
being
go.
annoying. He's saying you can't have it. I'm not giving you the pawn that easily. I'm gonna make you work to win the pawn, which I don't know if it's a good strategy, but maybe because I feel like you lose it anyway. That's what I'm thinking. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't. Maybe I don't have a. Someone says, why doesn't Fabi just take the pawn with the rook? He wants to win. He can still win this. Rook and
he
bishop
wants to
versus
win.
rook. If you don't think it's a win, if you don't think it's winnable, play it against the computer.
You lose
See if
a
you can
bunch
hold
of
50
games.
moves.
Stop. He's so accurate with that too. Okay, bishop e3. It looks like we're grabbing the pawn. Well, c4 first.
Silver
Then bishop
h5.
e4. Yeah. That's true. That's true.
By the way, for the record, I
Ooh, that's
just
a good
saw the
move.
best engine move here was c4. He's like, oh, okay, give the pawn.
Give it up. It's
So let's
still
see.
a
I guess that's not so easy to win it. I still stand by the fact that I think you can win the pawn. But let's see. I wanted to win the pawn faster because that means the game's gonna end sooner. But I also have selfish reasons for it.
Yes. As we are going to be here, maybe rook c4, rook h5. Yeah, I don't have a way to through. I mean, a nice little fortress kind of set up in a way where I can't really approach black at all. He has everything locked down. Pawn is defended too.
Yeah, I need to. Like, maybe he's gonna restart this whole process, and like the king's gonna start going on this side of the board. What's the 50 move? We're not even close.
Oh, where we at?
It's
Yeah,
14
just
moves.
about,
It's been 14 moves. Okay, so 36 more.
36 more, guys. Woo. A lot of chess today. Okay, check. And king e4. Here we go. Trying to make some progress. But
Yeah, I think he's going the other way.
Getting absolutely nowhere right now.
Yeah, it's actually not so easy. I guess you want to, yeah, king d3. You need to put something in the fourth. Like maybe you need the rook on the fourth rank so you can put the king on the fourth rank. Like if I get a position with the king here and rook here, right? That would be perfect. I'm ready to check you. So, yeah, okay, maybe king e4. King c4, excuse me.
c4, rook h5 again.
Yeah, rook h5, rook f2. But then even after rook h4, bishop f4, now I'm stuck with this spin. So, yeah,
and I still can't take the pawn yet. Yeah, if the king was really anywhere closer to the pawn with a check from like on the c file, c8 or something, this would be a completely different game. But really hard to even make it happen.
He's gonna do it. You know, there's all sorts of things. Yeah, king goes here. Okay, now rook e5. So there's rook e4 check as well. Yeah, it's
might be king d3. Go back. Rook e4, maybe king e4.
All right, I'm letting you know. Move 60 was pawn to c5. So if we make it to 120,
okay,
without any progress, the game is a draw by the rules of chess.
By the rules of chess, guys.
Rules.
100% rules.
All right. Rook takes c5, king c5, bishop f8. What a tactic.
Like, oh man, he's winning. Psych, draw, shake hands. Can't mate with king and bishop by itself. 4 minutes from Jan, he definitely held. Very nice hold here, finding that this could be possibly a draw by giving up that material early on.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like he was losing the knight, but what happened was the way that Fabi ended up capturing it, incredibly, even though he was up a piece and he even had a pawn left, incredibly, it wasn't enough. Wasn't enough for a win. So, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't. Obviously, it's like, oh, he threw it, he was winning. What he did was not. He took the knight. He won the knight. And then, incredibly, it turned out, well, it's not enough.
It's not enough. And yeah, he's holding, keeping the rook on wherever the bishop is, right here on g3, which is nice, pinning down the bishop to the king and keeping the king around the pawn. It's really, really hard to make progress here for Fabi.
Yeah, because the thing is, even if he gets the king to c4, the rook is ready. He's ready for you with the check. So yeah, maybe you can. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I would have thought that you could coordinate the pieces to win the pawn. So far, he hasn't been able to do it.
Yeah.
Let's move 88.
Move 88. Move is flying in. Flying in. Last round of the day, right? Yes. What's up, Streets? What's going on, Shay Doc? Hello. What's up, chat?
Not only the last round of the day, the last game of the day, he offers a rook trade. He says, I'm done. Oh, it's still not a draw. It's still not a draw.
Technically, right? It's still not a draw. He takes an offer.
They agree. You're allowed to offer draws after move 40. And yeah, let's run back to that because Fabi was winning. He was winning, but I don't know if Jan realized this was a draw or not, but incredibly, yeah, trading these rooks, you just take the knight, you're winning. But no, he should have taken with the bishop, and this is the win. The main difference is that, let's say black, I don't know, you can't even really pass, but let's say I play like rook c8.
Yeah.
I think one of the many differences is that, for example, here, after a move like bishop d6, if we trade down the rooks, it's the same material, but your king doesn't get out to
Rook
d5.
on 7th, yeah, very bad.
In the game, yeah, maybe this is good to know. Look at this endgame. You could save this down a piece. I've never seen this, but this is a draw. Pretty cool.
Yeah, I think that was awesome, guys. I mean, honestly, Jan defending like that shows how absolute beastly he is. Of course, he was he beat Hikaru in the first round. Playing great chess. Fabi trying to bounce back there was doing well, but unfortunately could not get the dub. Meanwhile, of course, all games are finished, so standings wise, looks like Hikaru is at 5th there, back in 5th again.
Yeah, actually, I think he was in 5th before this round, so it's kind of funny. He won. It's like the Western Conference in the NBA right now. You win a game, you don't move because everyone else is winning too.
Yeah,
so Hikaru, he's winning. He's in 5th, but it's still a great spot to be in.
Yeah,
he's a full point and a half ahead of Vincent Keimer, who's the odd man out at 9th place. So tomorrow, Vidit, Report, Gukesh, and Keimer need to put on the Jets. Fabi, despite this draw, he's going to be kicking himself because he had a win. Great bounce back. He started 0-3, and now he finds himself in 8th place. And I got some news. I think we may have a special guest, special visitor joining us.
Oh, we do. Perfect.
May be joining us shortly.
We're setting
I'm hearing.
Okay, I see it on the back end. Sweet.
So it'll be interesting to say what Hikaru thought, potentially. But we'll see if he has time. But yeah, so far, Magnus, Norbeck, 5 out of 6, MVL 4.5, Jan 4, and Hikaru is tied with Arjun Eric Geisy. So Arjun also bounces back. Who did he beat? He beat Vincent. And yeah, we'll see. So who does Hikaru play tomorrow?
That's a good question.
Here.
Yeah.
He's got double white to start tomorrow.
Fabi
and Prague. Okay. Yep. And you know that we saw that in this format, sometimes if you get lucky, if the luck of the draw is in your way, you might get a really nice position, right? You might get one of these 960 positions where white got a big advantage.
Better. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. We're hoping for that. Is what we actually would like, is given those positions where white's just slightly better here. But no, Hikaru coming off a strong win here will be more motivated, but also feeling good. And of course, understanding I just need to get, one of these 8 spots. I don't care where, as long as I get one of these 8 spots, we're good.
You guys hear me?
Hey,
yeah.
Yep.
Hey, Hikaru.
Good. How's it going, you guys?
What's going on? Good chess.
That's one way of putting it. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say it was very good, but it was, I would say, good enough to be in the running for the top 8, which is really the only goal for today.
All right.
Hikaru, this last game against Gukesh looked like a nice crushing tactical victory. When you played a5, this whole sequence with Queen a5, Knight e4, were you setting that up, trying to get him to take the poison pawn?
Yeah, I mean, I thought when I played a5, my idea was to play b6, guard the pawn, and stop the knight from going to b4 and c6. I think he assumed that I had just blundered actually when I played a5, but I had seen this knight e4 idea, and so yeah, it looks like I'm losing because I'm just giving up the piece on a8. But after e4, I mean, it's just the bishops are great.
Yeah, this e4 fantastic. E3's coming.
Yeah, I mean, the main point is I have e2. E2 is the big point because I forked the rooks. That's the big point. So yeah, I mean, after this, it was just very nice position to play. So yeah, it worked out.
How you feeling about the other games as well? Obviously, you had a chance to play against Magnus, amongst other opponents. Overall impression of the day?
Yeah, I mean the result is completely fine. The way I got the result is absolutely unacceptable. I mean the first game against Nepo, I mean I haven't looked yet, but I think if I go E4 instead of Rook G8, I think I'm just crushing. Definitely no chance of losing. Second game against Maxime was even worse. I mean completely winning. I think there were a couple ways to create checkmates, and then I didn't create the checkmate, and he defended very well with the queen versus the rook and the knight. So I got a half point out of two, when I should have had at least one, if not 1.5. So it was very disappointing. But then kind of got it together and won the games against Vidit and Arjun. I mean, the Arjun game specifically was very shaky at some moments. So those games kind of made up for it. But then I went and tried to like force a draw of the opening against Magnus, and I just got outplayed. And then this last one, I had a very nice, I would say, smooth one. So it's a good score, but it's not the way I wanted it.
With the analysis you guys do each round, is there something specific that you actually take from each one? Or I mean, everyone can't do obviously the same thing on each game. So
Yeah, I mean,
how do you
not
take the
really.
ideas or whatever?
No, I mean, I think mostly it's just you try to you just try to get a position and play the game. But again, everybody here knows the name of the game, and the game is get to the top eight. Like nothing else
Mm.
matters. Doesn't matter how you do it, and that's why I mean I'm so annoyed at myself for the Magnus game, because I kind of dug myself out of the hole with the two wins, and then I just like played terribly against him. But the last game was good. So I don't think there's anything really you take away. You just try to move from game to game and focus on the overall objective.
Hikaru, one thing that it seemed was the theme of the random positions we were getting today. We kept getting these like double bishops right in the corners. So
Mhm.
like I know you've played a lot of this the Freestyle Fridays and other freestyle events, so perhaps you've already seen a lot of those positions. But it just is there like sort of now that you guys are playing so many more of these freestyle games, are there certain patterns that are like emerging? Oh, you got these bishops, so we saw a lot of these like C4 B3. The
Yeah, I mean,
I'm sure you know the dacha Yakov would call that.
I mean, I think most of
The
it is just
Dodger.
you're trying to focus on like on the basic plans. I mean,
Mhm.
I'm going to be honest. Like I've played Freestyle Friday, but I don't look at the games afterwards. I don't know what the positions are, and even if I somehow remember the position number, I still wouldn't remember what I'm supposed to do at the start. So, I think from that standpoint, it's impractical. Maybe someone will come up with a way to memorize positions or remember them better than I do. But mostly, I try to look for the obvious plans and go from there.
You start with two whites tomorrow, so of course that gives you definitely the white
Well,
move, the first move
I
advantage
mean,
here. So
I don't know if that's an advantage. First off, I'm not sure it's an advantage having white. But then secondly, I mean, the two games I lost it were with the white pieces, so it's all relative. But I'm in a very
yeah,
good position right now, and short of doing something completely insane, I'll be in the top eight, and that's all that matters.
awesome. That's good. Yeah, keep the flow, right? Just
Hmm.
stay in the flow and just keep playing. Good things happen.
Exactly, yeah.
The car about the colors. I'm actually curious. Do you know which position that you had today was the most imbalanced, let's say, the biggest advantage for white out of all
Mm.
the games you played?
Actually, I didn't look in between the games. I could have gone and taken a look, but my guess is that the game against Arjun is the biggest advantage for White. That would be my guess, because we
You're right.
struggled mightily to come up with a good plan to play from the black side. So I suspect that was the one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was on this the Chesney mentioned, I think it was giving close to 0.7 at the starting position. So yeah, and
Okay.
you guys weren't taking a lot of time for the black side. So yeah,
Hmm.
that game actually we were really impressed by your knight G8 move, and then you
Oh
reshuffled
yeah,
your knight
nice C6.
positional
Yeah,
to
nice
Yeah,
C6,
but
advantage.
then
Yeah.
I
going
messed it
Northwest.
all up and I was in trouble. I mean, I played so well, and then I played the wrong sequence. I was going to go knight f4, and then I took on d5 first, which was a huge mistake. When he had the knights on e3, d5, I
Mhm.
took on d5. I was going to go knight f4, rook f4, queen e5, and then I take on d5. But then I played the wrong order at the board, and the whole idea with knight f4 doesn't work because you can play knight f4, rook f4, and I think he has some queen d2
Queen
if I'm not.
D2, yeah, there's a pin. But
So
actually, believe it or not, Bishop D5 was the correct move, but the follow-up was not taking an F4. It was Rook C5, which we didn't even look at. So I'm not sure what that
hmm,
was about. But yeah,
okay,
apparently after Knight F4 it wasn't so clear.
okay,
Even though his
okay,
king's
fair
on
enough,
E2. And then
fair
later, of
enough.
course, you created a lot of counterplay and his king was wandering into a no man's land. So we were very
Yeah.
impressed with that game, even though there may have been some moves that
Hmm.
you may have, I guess, not been completely happy with.
Right, right. But it worked out, so all's well that ends well.
Exactly. All that matters is getting that top eight. Last thing is the Magnus game with the Rook A2. I think you had the King B2 instead of Rook C2
In which position?
when he played. It was like he checks you, and instead of going King B2, you went I think Rook C2 there. and then knight takes c2,
I
queen
think when you
takes.
gave the exchange back
It
on
gave
queen
you-
c6
Oh, you're
check.
saying wait, so you're saying instead
I
of
think
which,
it was king b2. I don't remember if the engine. Do you remember?
oh, you mean
Alex?
when I played g takes h4? Is that what you mean?
I think the moment when Magnus went queen c6 check and you decided
Right.
to go rook c2 and he took on c2 with the knight, so you had a
Oh, I
choice
can go
of
king
moving the
b2
king.
and I'm okay there.
Yeah, I think it was king
It's-
b2. It was
I
complicated.
think he goes like knight d5, right? And then you
Right.
have to go rook c1.
See rook c1 because
Rook
rook
C1,
c2
okay.
is
Because if rook c2, there's queen
takes
c2.
knight before.
Yeah, I mean, but I had already let this spiral out of control. I mean, in that game, I should have just played knight takes knight and queen e3, and I'm worse. But I mean, I think they're very realistic drawing chances there. But I just allowed him to go rook a2, which was very sloppy on my part. But again, you know, there are going to be mistakes that happen in these games, especially considering the time control.
Yeah.
Well, Hikaru, we got 5 games tomorrow. Before we let you go, we want to let you know today we peaked at 4,808 viewers on Kick.
How much?
48,000, excuse me,
40,000.
48,008.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
Wait, what?
48,008 viewers. Yeah, that's
What?
Exactly. Yeah, it was there.
you can
It
log in,
was-
check the analytics.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh really? Wow. Okay.
Yeah, so
That's,
people were definitely enjoying your games.
That's actually kind of shocking. Not gonna lie. That's amazing. That's actually amazing. Wow. Okay.
Fans
I
are here
expected
for
like
you.
10,000 or something. That's shocking. Wow. Okay.
We'll let you know tomorrow
Good.
as well. Turbulent
Yeah,
times,
that's
numbers going up
amazing,
and
though.
down. Right?
Yeah, that's amazing. So no, I'm glad that everybody enjoyed it. And obviously here this isn't even my computer, so I can't see the chat, but I hope everybody did enjoy it. And yeah, it was a fun day. I'll obviously go eat dinner and then do my recap later, but hope everybody enjoyed it. And I'll see you guys all tomorrow. So have a good one, okay?
Have a good one. Congrats.
Yeah, see you guys.
And yeah.
See
Bye.
you guys.
Sweet. Well, all right. Man, that was nice.
We
48,000.
were wondering, was that Hikaru signing us off? But we'll do it ourselves. Yeah, 48,000. We will see all
48,000.
48,000 of you back tomorrow, right, James?
Yes, in fact, we'll see all 100,000 of you guys
Mhm.
tomorrow. So that means everyone, tell all your friends, and take off work. We will be here. All right.
Absolutely. Well, James, it's been a pleasure working with you today in the booth, calling
Pleasure
the
as well,
plays.
Alex. Yes, sir.
I hope to see you super soon.
I'll be
Everyone
here
in
this
chat.
weekend, actually. So
Perfect.
I'm not on
perfect.
tomorrow, but I'll be here the rest towards the end of the week. So
All right.
are you on
Looking
tomorrow?
forward to it. I am on tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not on the
Jeez.
weekend though, so
Nice.
we'll be flipping off, but I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, just want to give a big shout out to, of course, everyone in chat, all our wonderful editors and people who make the show run. And I'm excited to be back tomorrow. And you guys stay tuned for your Hikaru's recap and 5 more games tomorrow.
Let's go.
Let's go. Take care.
Yeah.